Please sing me tonight. What in the K-Pizzle are we listening to? Hey, hey. What in the K-Pizzle? What is going on? These start times have been brutal, but what's going on, Erica? Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Hope everyone is having a beautiful day today. As we are getting into day 5 of Worlds. We are in day 5 of Worlds. Woo! What's going on, Victor? I've been all right. Thank you for asking. We've got 1 hour and 41 minutes worth. Oh, wow. ARAM Mayhem is out. We have 1 hour and 41 minutes until Worlds starts, which is just enough time for 2 games if we go really fast. So let's get it. Ghost Dove, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. What's going on, Quentin? What's going on, Mai? How are you? Y'all, I went and got one of the best banh mi's in the state of California. So divine. Okay, I feel like I got a lot of work done. I got to do a voiceover for a video, but besides that, like I feel like I got a lot done. Koi cracks me up, bro. What's up, Frisky? We're chilling, man. We're mad chilling. We've got a fun day of games today. We've got FlyQuest versus CFO, BLG versus Top Esports, so an LPL showdown. And honestly, BLG hasn't been looking too good, so I wonder if Top Esports is going to take the crown. And then we've got T1 versus MKOI. A lot of heartbreak will be had today. But, you know, that's just the way it goes. That's just life. And we have to press on. Not everybody can win Worlds. There can only be one winner. And we're going to start eliminating a lot of people today, so. I toe it up, period. I am glad that you are eating well. I'm tearing this banh mi up for sure. But I get it. Misfortune feels like free LP, honestly. Let the game keep playing you. Let's get it, man. I think I've been running this. I feel like first strike, she goes very mana hungry. Because you're always trying to get your first strike off. Yeah, she's pretty fun. She's pretty freaking fun. You know who I'm tired of seeing? Whoa. League partner unlocked this for me. Whoa. Woohoo. They unlocked the prestigious too. That can't be right. That can't be right. But let me not say nothing, bruh. Let me keep my mouth shut. Because I definitely do not own these skins. Because League Partner isn't supposed to give you prestiges. But hey, who am I to argue with Riot Games? Taro, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Yeah. Cupcake, don't let me forget. I'll check and see who's another one. Set. I'll check after this game to see if I have the Exalted Set skin. That's kind of freaking wild. Because Admiral Battle Bunny Misfortune is a, like, you have to roll for it. I wonder if it's a bug. Did I play League today or no? I'm going to vote yes. But if you lose, log off. You lost 8 games today? Bestie, you need some time. You need some time, Pookie. Log off a bit for me. Log off a bit. What's up, Jamal? How are you doing? Boy Wonder Nate, thank you so much for the raid. Wait, you guys have so pretty raid messages. I am eating a banh mi. Very delicious. Yep.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
How was your stream, fam? A lot of wins acquired. I got Galio's support. Haven't seen one of those in a minute. Baby. Bingo isn't open yet. It'll open an hour before. Oh, sorry. I did not notice that this was up. It'll open in 30 minutes. Hello, Punzi. Yo, Joseph, what the heck? Thank you for the, is that a grout? What is that? A group 7? I'm freaking deceased. I am a part of group 7. I did receive the video. I'm not gonna lie. I am group 7. I am indeed group 7. Are you group 7 as well, Joseph? I did that wrong. I was supposed to hit the minion. Aww. He ate me up with that flash. Oh my gosh, double kill? That's tough. Did you see Jojo Pyun's tweet about T1? He said light work. I saw. I hope he can back that up, honestly. I was born to be in Group 7. I love the fact that they made an emote for Group 7 ASAP. Like, I think that's hilarious. You haven't seen Quirky ADC in a minute? Really? This is my warm-up game, okay, y'all? Give me a little bit of grace. Thank you for the finger heart, Joseph. There's so many quirky ADCs in Worlds right now. I think that's why we're seeing them in solo queue. Unfortunately. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the you're awesome, the pumpkin spice latte, the rose. I appreciate you, love. Thank you for supporting the stream. Ooh. Okay. I put down some damage there. I put down some damage. Quirky's looking a little bit juicy. Oh, babes, what? I'm a little perplexed. I'm here, so not much I can do. Dang it. Yeah, I should be able to farm these with my passive. What's the next wave? It's a Kano wave. I'll shove this. Alright. Cool. What's going on, Xavier? Coming in with the 13 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. How is overnight treating you? Honestly, I've been very like diligent with making sure I'm like sleeping at the right hours. So it hasn't been as bad as it normally is, luckily. So we're really powering through it. Only thing is, like, it was so sad seeing 2 LTA teams get eliminated yesterday. And then we're also probably going to see two teams that we really like today get eliminated, because MKOI is playing versus T1, and y'all know I am the faker fangirl. And JoJo is on MKOI, so we're gonna be missing somebody today, no matter what the results are. How does tower not hit that man? Jeez, dude. What is this game? What is this game? Wow. That's kind of freaking insane. Wait, why did he ult Quirky and then... Galio, you need to go back to base! He keeps going in with 200 HP. Oh my gosh, what Antigone Tarnation, man.
An enemy has been slain.
What Antigone Tarnation, y'all. What elo is this? It looks like iron, no? What Antigone Tarnation? Yeah, my bad. I should have gone and 1v4'd them at Dragon. I apologize. After being 0-2 in my whole entire team running it down bot lane so that they're 6-1. That's my fault. That's my fault. That's my fault. So FlyQuest, if they beat CFO, then they advance to quarterfinals. So like it really is up to them. And you know, I was kind of upset that they drew CFO, but I'm honestly not mad because this will be a true test of skill. If it will show like if they can actually it will actually show like if they deserve to be in quarterfinals. It's not going to be some easy game for them. You know what I'm saying? Like they actually have to earn their spot, and like if they lose tonight, they really do not deserve it because the way that they played versus G2 was abysmal. And I know Inspire definitely showed that, but yeah, it's the Taiwanese team who has recently taken the world by like freaking storm. So I really do like CFO, but you know, we are from NA, so. Like, I just don't understand why he keeps doing that. Why does he keep doing that? Come on, brother. Why are you just going in like that? Like, why are you dashing into them at 200 HP, brother? Is CFO Flying Oyster? That is indeed their name.
An ally has been slain.
All right, let me just go get a pickaxe, bro. You know, white people get money, don't spend it. Get money by business. It's a shame. Some people just go out of their freaking mind. Make a say. Okay, so dragon is coming up in 45 seconds. So we're definitely about to have to fight. I do have ulti. I do have all sums. This is a good catch. Well, really wish I killed there. Why would we not go for Corki when he's alone? Happens, my brother. Don't sleep on CFO though. I'm a PSG talent boy thanks to that region. Okay, so no, like CFO is actually fire. Like I do like them and I respect them as an opponent.
Turret plate will fall soon. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I think this game is lost. No one is doing well. I guess mid is doing well, but I really like CFO. Like I think Driver is adorable. Doggo pops the frick off. Like I can't hate at all. But you know, I gotta root for NA. Like that's non-negotiable. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we had number advantages because Mouse and Nocturne died to Briar over here. Mad tough, mad tough. What's up, Potato Joe? Yeah, I will be watching all of the games tonight, so we're watching everything. Every single last one. You're a G2 fanboy? Hey, well, they advanced, so you lit. You lit. I need to start getting into esports. You can watch it with me tonight if you so desire. It starts in an hour and 19 minutes. Oh my gosh. It'd be my pleasure.
An ally has been slain.
Like, there's just no way. There's just no way. Does he have ulti?
An ally has been slain.
He did indeed have ulti. 13-hour shift tonight. You work in a hospital? Because that's the only place that I know that has 13-hour shifts. Let's go, Panda. I hope my gameplay today is not representative of my skill. Patty. Take a patty. Hey. To be honest, I think I'm just only gonna play when my Threshy is online. Cause I win with him and I lose with everybody else. All right, perfect. Sorry, brother. I refuse to follow you up. You have entered the freaking house at this point. But they go bad. But they go bad. Hey. There are 3 individuals mid.
Your turret has been destroyed.
How is this man tearing my cheeks up? Are you with me or what? I guess I'll go bot. What's up, Porcelain? How are you doing? Do I go jungle? Nah, I'm about to get my Threshy. Maybe I only play jungle unless my Threshy is on. Sometimes I hate being on the East Coast. It starts at 1 a.m. for me. It's so tough. It's so tough, Eki. Is it Eki or Etchi? Because yeah, same. Like normally World starts at 1 a.m. for me, but tonight we have 3 best of 3s. So it's starting a little bit earlier. But yeah, normally it starts at 1 a.m., which is, I believe, 4 a.m. for you. Chi? Okay, gotcha.
An enemy is dominating.
The one time I need you to go in, brother. The one time I need you to go in. And you farm minions. And I got to know now. You with me or what? Who you rooting for tonight? Porcelain? Who's playing tonight? So the games in order will be FlyQuest versus CFO. BLG versus Top Esports. And then last but certainly not least is T1 versus MKOI. I don't know. For me, it's almost 1 a.m. Holy moly. Full-time moron. What's up, fam? What if MKOI upsets? That'll be the saddest day of my life. Like, I love JoJo, but not enough for me to say goodbye to Faker. Like, I love a JoJo Pyun. And I am rooting for his success truly in all of his endeavors. But I want T1 to win tonight. Like, I hope they take a game off of T1 maybe. But no, like, lock in, y'all. There's 3 there. They're gonna get Audica, brother. Ah, thank you, full-time moron. I appreciate you. If you like healing, stand back and shoot, or being up front and tank. Oh, you're talking about how do people choose their mains. That's fire advice. Do you like being ranged? Do you like being melee? Do you like healing? Do you like being tanky? All questions you need to ask yourself. You can also like play ARAM because you get a lot of exposure to different types of champs in ARAM. Wow. Anybody else want to end?
Shut down.
Anybody else? I'm taking all the free gold I can get.
An enemy is led.
Because y'all just gave me what? 1,900? I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the donations. I'll do my best with what y'all gave me. As you should. What's up, twin? They should allow you to practice all champions in in practice tool, regardless of whether you own them or not. And Corky came running, and you know what I did? Ran the other way. Tight beat. Into that. I think Galio is definitely low-key inting, not gonna lie. Like, what are you doing right now? Yeah. Yeah. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, and it's Soul. I don't think I can kill this man, not gonna lie. Woo!
Enemy killing spree. An enemy is unstoppable.
Ooh, It's fully warded. It's just not possible. Y'all be careful. They were not careful.
Enemy rampage.
Dot, dot, dot. They were not careful at all. Your predictions for today's matches. My predictions are what I want to happen. Yo, A, thank you so much for the, what, pumpkin pie? Thank you so much, fam. That's so sweet. It's truly sweet. Pumpkin pie. Yum. I always find it like interesting that pumpkin pie can sometimes taste like sweet potato pie. Like sometimes you can't really tell the difference. What I'm looking for.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Oh yeah, this is so GG. This has been GG since Champion Select, man.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Borderline unplayable.
Your turret
This
has been
thing.
destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Period, Anaya. How have you been? What do y'all think? Is it turnable? Is it comebackable? It ain't me, no, no. Yeah, 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 yeah.
An ally has been slain.
I just wanna learn to let go. This has to be Heimerdinger's first one game in 19 years with the way that he's typing every 0.25 seconds, man. Holy moly, some people are just so annoying. Galio going for his 12th death during this lovely game. 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 deaths. That's a lot of deaths. Crazy work. Crazy work. All G, today my top laner went 2 and 24. 2 and 24. Holy moly, dude. 2 and 24 is diabolical. Actually, let me get on my other account. Oh, wait. I was supposed to check and see if I have the Exalted. Okay. One moment. It looks like League unlocked all of the prestige skins, which is normally not the case. Very surprised at that. But it also unlocked Admiral Battle Bunny Misfortune. So I want to see if I have Exalteds unlocked. Okay, let's see. Like, keep it a stack. Oh yeah, it says all champs are unlocked in here now. Okay, let's see. Let's look at set.
I'm undisputed.
It is unlocked. Yo, they've unlocked all Exalteds for me. All prestiges, all Exalteds. I hope they never fix that. I hope they never fix that. That's kind of freaking tea. Oh, wait, what about the Kaisa skin? What about the Kaisa skin? Okay, let me check. Let me check. I am so sorry, Tharshi. Give me a second. Holy freaking moly, are you freaking kidding me? There's no way they unlocked. What if they unlocked the Faker skin? Let's see. Which one y'all want to see, Ari or Kaisa? Let's do Kaisa first. My heart is about to drop. Do I have the Ari skin?
A clever fox is never caught.
She's got so many freaking skins. I can't even find it. Wait, the Faker skin isn't unlocked. Wait, the Faker skin isn't unlocked, but everything else is unlocked. Okay, I gotta stay on this account now. I gotta play the Kaisa skin. I gotta play the Kaisa skin. I gotta play the Kaisa skin. Oh, this skin is pretty though. What the heck? This skin is so pretty. Okay, okay. Oh my gosh. What's going on, Prince? How are you doing today? What the fricky? What the fricky? Yeah, this is my main account. So this is the one that has like the league partner like title. Only one account gets the league partner title. Yeah, only one account gets the league partner title, but 3 accounts can get league unlocked. And it looks like they've unlocked all skins. It didn't used to be like that. They've recently updated the League of Legends partner program. So maybe they're doing that now, but I thought they weren't supposed to do that. But I'm not gonna say nothing. Like, don't snitch. Hey, none of y'all snitch. None of y'all better go tell Riot that they done unlocked everything. I don't want to see nail snitch. And don't tag me if you do snitch. You better not clip this. Okay? Thank you, Andy. Thank you. Pack Silver as well. Pack Silver was always unlocked. Pack Silver was always unlocked. Only if you gift me RP, bestie. My dad is watching and he kind of owns Riot. Holy freaking moly. And what you finna do when I do? Mister, pull up. Pull up then. My bad, I accidentally told Faker, but don't worry, he won't snitch. The thing is, like, why is the Faker skin not unlocked, but everything else is unlocked? That's so crazy. I can't believe they unlocked the $500 Uzi skin. What the fricky? Do y'all think the Jin skin is unlocked? Or the Yone Chroma for High Noon, I think it is? Where's Kaisa? Holy, this is insane.
Shall I turn in my badge and rifle as well?
Girl, bye. And when I pull up with a cake slice and you crumble, what you say? What you say? What was said? The cake on speed dial? Not the pocket cake. I decided to when I went by to get my banh mi today, my favorite cake spot is down the block, like literally 1 or 2 blocks away. So I went by there, y'all. Mister. So when I walked there, I go inside and I'm like, hi, do you guys have the, you know, vanilla cake with the strawberry, da 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 da? And they're like, no, we don't make that anymore. And my heart broke into 14 different pieces. 14 different pieces. And so, okay, Van, don't let me forget after this game to check the Samira Chroma and the Jin skin. We got to check those two. We got to check those two. And so they said that they don't make my favorite cake anymore. And so I was like, well, you know what? To cheer myself up, I'm going to go buy my second favorite cake. And that's what I did. Yo, they real life gave me both eggs. This is insane. This is insane. Yes, let's match. Do a dance on it real quick. There you go. Pocket Kate is what they called me in prison. Pocket cake is what they called you in prison? Y'all, I'm so freaking happy. I'm so freaking happy. Asru, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hope you're having a good day today. You're so silly, Anti. Oh my gosh, y'all. I real life got the skin on. What the fricky? What the fricky Riot Games? I think this calls for my favorite song to be put on. INDEPENDENT. Hey, hey. Oh my gosh, Hex. Thank you. I love you so much. Thank you so much. Make me so happy. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, let me open up bingo. Let me open up bingo. Let me open up bingo. Hey, hey, hey. INDEPENDENT. Bingo is now open. You can exclamation point bingo in chat to get your bingo card.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Exclamation point bingo in chat to get your bingo card. Who are you rooting for this year? Oh my gosh. I'm rooting for T1. I'm rooting for how do I upgrade? Whoa. How do I upgrade? I forget. Is it kills? Earn gold? All right, bet.
Minions have spawned.
Hey, hey. What did she throw? Freaking cabbage? Let him get in my zone. Why is there so much K-pop playing tonight? All right, let's do this, y'all. Let's do this. Let's do this. Lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. I just want to start glowing and have blonde hair. And me. Everything. I won't let you go. Whoa. The skin pay to win? I don't know if it's necessarily pay to win, to be honest. I don't want these minions to hit turret. No. Oh. If I didn't use my Q and W at the start of that fight to farm minions. I give you my everything. Hey, hey. I won't let you go. Whoa. I know she mad. I had to hit that little angle on her. You know what I'm saying? I had to hit that little. I had to hit her with a beat beat. You know what I'm saying? Are you standing? I am indeed. Exclamation point Spotify. All of my playlists are public. I'm currently listening to my like songs playlist. Yo, TP, 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 TP. Y'all are at a disadvantage. Careful. Oh, you're not at a disadvantage. Y'all are in the advantage, Loki. Body's so tea. Body's so tea. I won't let you go. Whoa. She has no root. She has no root. Ooh, that's tough. I'm sorry, bae. I missed my W. That's my fault. So far, so good with this new little skin. So far, so good with this new little skin. Oh, we did upgrade. Look at my hair. Okay. It does more though. This is only halfway. This is only halfway. Ah! I can't believe this, dude. I can't believe this. How did you find your husband Thresh? Because I'm trying to get me one. I know, right, man? I know. Randomly in solo queue. Randomly in solo queue. Oh, the little bar is right here. Look, 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 look. Chosen Kaisa. Y'all see that? The bar is right here. Okay. Acquiring gold allows Kaisa to fully merge with the Relentless Hunter symbiotic suit. When this meter fills, she will unveil her immortalized form. So we need 6,000 gold. Freaking fire, dude. So 2 items, basically. Hey, welcome to the party. Huh? 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 Not Thresh dancing as well. That's my husband for real. Oh, oh. We're getting ganked. We're getting ganked. Oh, she hit me with that. She hit me with that. I gotta give that to her. I'll give credit where credit is due. She hit me with that. I really thought I was out of it, but she hit me with that. She hit me with that. We're almost there. 2,000 more gold. Thoughts on Worlds so far? Worlds has been really, really good. And I think the 100 Thieves versus T1 series was the best series so far. Like, it was intense. Intense. My peak rank is P3. Hey, welcome to the party. Nice try. Huh. T1 ended up winning, unfortunately. Unfortunately, but also fortunately. It's just unfortunate because it's an A. We don't need the headlines. Uh-oh. Oh, I couldn't click it. He stood on it. I entering low key, high key. Ever sing. Everybody. It's the last night you will ever. Can you feel the pressure now? I'm coming. Yeah, no, the ponytail is very, very tiny. Tiny. I need Q upgrade, man. I need 875. We won't need the headlines. Everybody sing. I think they have a pink in this bush. Like it's the last time you will ever. Akali moving.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
How is she out farming me? Slick. I should still be up gold though. We were born for this. We were born for this. Oh, look, I got a red Ponty. I got a red Ponty. Oh, it's blonde now. Okay, period. The red Ponty was a vibe. I like the red Ponty. I like the red Ponty. Everybody sing like it's the last song you will ever sing. Okay. Ooh. Cause like, why are you out here doing all of this? Why are you out here doing all of this? Yeah, period, Graggy. Is it Keisha?
Killing spree.
I think for the first series of worlds, unless we lose the first game. Keep begging you to say, but you're leaving me, leaving me. Whoa. Whoa. You want shots for the girl? Dang, all of the song. Oh my gosh, TP! Oh, 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 oh. Is it Keisha? Oh my gosh, I thought they were about to interrupt my back. Where's the function? They really TP bot, bro. Real life.
Your turret has been destroyed.
That's crazy. Baby girl. Cheryl, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 2 months of support. Remember, guys, bingo is open. Get your bingo cards now. Let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl. Love this thresh. That's bae for real. I am 1 level off, so once I level up, I'll have Q upgrade. Let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl. Is that your bestie? I'm on ice over y'all like Gretzky. Get nasty. Impress me. Oh, I missed. And period. And period. And period. Is that your bestie? I'm an ice bubble y'all like Gretzky. Get nasty. Impress me. Hello from Argentina. Hello, Pookie. How are you? I am up because Worlds is about to start. I'm an official Worlds 2025 co-streamer, and Worlds is starting in approximately 48 minutes. 38 minutes actually. Da 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 da. Ooh, I can't. Dang it. Dang it. They'll do anything to kill me, I'm noticing. Hey.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Yeah, 1 a.m. is crazy. It is 9:20 or yeah, 9:23 for me. World starts at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. and we'll probably be running until like 7 a.m. honestly tonight. It's 3 best of 3s. It could end earlier, but 7 a.m. is likely due to the fact that like it's probably going to go to game 3 on some of these matches. I expect the BLG and the FlyQuest games to go to game 3. They could all be 2-0s though. Who knows? I shouldn't be up this far by myself. Oh my gosh, it was 1 tap.
Has destroyed a turret.
I should have gotten the gold for it. Yo, what the fricky? That Tarkle really saved her. Zaya, you and me, we having some issues, girl. And I think I'm ready to settle them. Settle them.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
We need to work it out in the remix.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Y'all think I can 1v1 him? Outside, going in.
An enemy has been
I have to kill the maiden. Well, don't mind if I do. Umic67, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a good day today. Exclamation point Spotify and chat. All of my playlists are public.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Now I gotta be one. It's a real me. You feel me? Hello?
Ally has been slain.
This could be the death of me. All right. Oh, you're a Zaya main? She taking me out, friend.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Dang it. The skin is cute, but it is definitely overpriced. Whoa.
An enemy has been slain.
Whoa.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has
Whoa.
killing spree.
I can't.
Enemy killing spree.
Holy freaking moly, dude. I need something to survive. I'm not surviving very well. What can I do? Dude, how is she 12 and 4? What do I do? What do I do? It's a real me. You feel me? They have 2 AP hard hitters. Do I jack show? I feel like I'm getting bursted by Akali and Diana the most. And then I could also jack show and get armor for Xayah and Yorick. I might do that. Good looking, cause you sure look good to me. They want Baron. I'm down. You're the finest thing that I'll ever seen. Break it down for me. On me, girl. Right now. Got your body rocking side to side.
Enemy rampage.
Straight up and down. I'm dead. Can we kill her? If anybody hit her, I don't die.
Triple kill.
Oh my gosh.
Has been slain.
Oh my gosh. My Thresh. My Thresh. My Thresh. My word. He is so divine. Insane work. Oh wow, Gragas. Oh wow. On me, girl. They take Baron though. Our Thresh? I don't share. I don't share. That's mine. That's mine's. That's mine's. Our Thresh. I'm dead, Project. I am deceased. Well, dang. Okay, he can be ours, I guess. And we while I'm freaking you. Yo, TP, TP. Oh. What's the counterplay? What's the counterplay? What's the counterplay? What's the counterplay?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down.
Do I real life lose this game? I real life lose this game. Wild work. Wild work. That's sad. Yeah, no, Shotty wasn't playing the game. All right, let's check and see if we have the exclusive chroma as well as the Jin skin.
I bloom like a flower in the
We do. We have Dark Cosmic Jin. Oh my gosh. Okay, Samira skin, Samira skin. Okay, Samira skin, Samira skin. With women who got me.
You found her.
Oh no, I don't. I don't have the chroma. Dang. Are there any other skins? So we checked the Faker skin, we checked the Uzi skin. I think it's so weird how I have the Uzi skin but not the Faker skin. I guess we might as well check if we have the Mordekaiser skin. Might as well. This is insane work. This is insane work. The Snake Jin one? The Snake Jin one?
I bloom like a
I have all of the Jin skins. The one from the Battle Pass van? Yes, I do want a reminder. Somebody did song request during that game. Oh, it was you. Yeah, I will queue it up because I definitely forget. 100%. Oh, you were the Zaya? GG's, GG's. Any other fun skins? Oh, the Yone one. The Yone, the Yone. Yep. Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. I guess they don't give us chromas now. They used to give us chromas. I don't think they give us chromas now. What the frick? We're gonna look so pro. We're gonna look so pro. All right, let's check out this ARAM Mayhem BS. That was quick. Yeah, I love it. Love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. Now what the fricky? I don't want none of these hoes. Well, we could use the set skin actually. Dang, bruh. This is some hot cheeks. His fine self. You. You. Bro, not a singular ADC? This is so lame. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love it. 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 Release the man titties. You're funny. Anyone is ADC if you try hard enough. So are you telling me to build ADC? Is that what you're... Dang, everybody got nice skins. Except for the Brokey! SMH. Anything's possible. All right, so does anybody know the combo? Using an ability restores 21 HP. Gain 100 ability haste on snowball. Hitting an enemy creates a snowball that deals AoE damage and slows the area. That could be fire. Gain 20% attack speed. At 4 attacks per second, deal additional magic damage on hit. I think this is fire, no? Keyboard smashing always works. Is there no portals? Okay. What are my abilities? Oops. I used my abilities wrong. I gotta read them. Set itches for a fight, 30 movement speed, and I deal more damage. And then my W is the thing, and then my E is the pull. Okay. I got this. Okay. Okay. So what is a set build? I missed. I missed. Is Heartsteel a vibe? Girl. Not and it worked. Not and it worked easily. I'm gonna go Heartsteel. Do 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 do.
Your ally has slain an enemy.
He didn't die. What the fricky? Yo, they're still alive. I kind of bad. I kind of entering. I trying my best. What's up, Marias? I got a song for you, Marias. This song goes out to you.
Your
Yay, I did it. I got a kill. I got a kill. Leave me alone. Why is Tom Kinch so tiny?
Your ally got a double
I made it out. I'm talking to you, Maria. Why you wanna do me? Oh, he's so fine. Maria. How do I change?
Your ally has been slain. Your allies decorated.
She ain't my girl. What the hecky? She ain't my baby. She ain't my girl. How do you change forms on that skin? I really don't know. On Jinx, it's Control 5, but I don't know how to do it on this one. Serpent's Fang? Valid, Lud. Valid. I will definitely do that. I'm talking to you, Maria. Why you wanna do me like that? Maria. Your flash has 3 ammo and a 2-second cooldown. Auto cast, throw a boomerang. No, I don't want that one. Your W gains 100 ability haste. That's fire.
A present for the slaughter dogs.
This is also really good though. These are all really good. But I think the W is fire. Because that's like my most powerful ability. Oh, now I can change.
Allies lost his inertia.
Do 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 do. Getting in and in and in. Maria, why you wanna do me like that? I'm winnering now. I'm winnering. Oh man. We're winnering. Why is she so tiny? She ain't my baby. She ain't my girl. Maria. Okay, get into it. It's fine, so. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I need to do more damage with my W. Does it scale off a AD? What the hecky? Oh man. If someone, not me, has only played 5 champs in draft. Yummy, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, love? Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Wait, what? The first time you take the enemy transport with a legendary item. What does that mean? What does that
Be
mean?
the last body to fall. Your ally has been slain.
Oh, okay. I see. I'll gain the health. Oh, I'm big. I'm a big girl. I'm a big girl. Thank you so much for the raid, love. Hope your game has been, or your games have been well. And hope you're ready for Worlds. It's starting in 11 minutes. Maria, let me scroll up so I can read your message. Give me a second. Holy freaking moly, dude. I'm so big.
Your ally has
I'm so big. I missed. Wow, I missed. I kind of entered. Let me scroll up. If someone not me has only played 5 champions in draft, how do you suggest I go about new champs? You can go into practice tool and practice them, or going into ARAM is a really good way to learn new champions. It's a great way to like be forced to play new champions, which is exactly what's happening in this game. I had no champs that I knew how to play, and here I am on set. Crazy work. With me, baby. There's nothing holding me back. Dang it, I keep missing. I'm just trying to get my heart seal stacked, not gonna lie. Boom.
Your ally has been slain. The enemy's gaining steam.
For sure, Maria's.
Got an end.
I was an ARAM main for like 2 years, and that's how I fully understand all the champs in the game. You get so much exposure in such quick fashions. Whoa.
Your turret's been destroyed.
I'm golden. Wait, why are y'all killing me? Why I keep dying? Am I trolling? Not I'm still DDG's ball, brother. How you doing today, Lee? People can really be heated if you're on a new champ. I think the only valid reason to be upset at somebody for playing a new champ is in ranked. Outside of that, bestie, mute that chat and play whatever champ you want to. Oh, man. I'm looking saucy, y'all. Not we both missed. Why is everybody so little and we all so big? I'm looking saucy, y'all. I'm so slow. You know me. I'm doing something wrong. Jinx and Samira, so much fun. Very good choice. Wait, I kind of ate that combo though. That was kind of fire. That was kind of fire for me. That was kind of fire. After using a dash, leap, blink, or move or teleman ability, no. Ocean Soul, granting high health and mana regen. That could be good. You gain a Mountain Soul, gaining a shield. Gain a second flash summoner spell and 70 summoner haste. I'm kind of down for that. Like it's sunny. Yep. She may have ate. She may have ate with this one. Want some more. Want some more. Want some more. Yup. Want some more. Yeah, I haven't played Samira in a while. But don't you worry, I will. Bow, bow, bow. I think we went a little bit deep, not gonna lie. DJ. Okay, wait, I'm kind of unkillable. I'm kind of unkillable. I think the Lysandra W is going fire. Want some more. Want some more. I missed. Okay, I'm killable. Want some more. Want some more. Bow, bow, bow.
Your ally has slain an enemy.
Have we lost? Is the game over? Oh, not over. Not over. I am huge. My tips for playing jungle is to watch high elo jungle players and mimic what they do. Bonus points if they are playing a champion that you want to play. Yeah. Oh. Ain't regular, that ain't regular. Falling into the bed right now. Ooh wee. I'ma make you out. Let me give you motivation to say and give it tonight. Yeah, we eating now, baby. Think about it. Oh, I think about it. You playing A rounds? I only had, there's only like a couple of minutes before Worlds start, so I didn't want to get into another game and then end up missing some of Worlds. Oh my gosh, did we just one shot? Holy moly, I am huge. Wait, don't kill me. I'm actually ginormous. Oh my gosh. My damage is outrageous. My damage is outrageous. Ooh, I'll think about it. Ooh, take a look at me now. Holy moly, did we win the game? Did we freaking win? Ah, they can't end. Y'all think it's backdoorable? Ba, 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 ba. I don't think it's backdoorable. Look how, dude, I have 10,000 health points. Oh man, I missed. That's embarrassing. Think about it. Ooh, take a look at me now. I messed up. Wait, guys, I think we lost. I think we losered. Boop, 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 boop. It's always backdoorable. I think I'm gonna try.
Enemy double kill. Your inhibitor's been destroyed.
Wait for me. Don't end. End if ugly. Wait, it's not over. Oh man. All right, let's get into Worlds. Let's get into Worlds. I'm just taking L's tonight. 0% win rate in ARAM and anything else. That's crazy. Okay, let's get into Worlds. Let's get into Worlds. Lucked up. You done ran into the mother man. I'm gonna make you my bae for the day. Okay. It's time.
These worlds have been really challenging. It's the first worlds I really have a chance to win it all.
MKOI find themselves one series away
Is it?
from being able to make it to playoffs.
Is it his first Worlds that he has a chance to really win it all?
I want everyone to remember these worlds as the introduction of MKOI.
저희가 4시드부터 지금까지 많은 경기를 했는데 아직까지 좀 제대로 된 기량이 나오지 않은 것 같아서.
When we started, we were 0-2. Then we lit a fire.
I am going to have to scramble the bingo cards because my thing messed up.
엘리오야 선수 불장난하다가 큰 고졌습니다.
Everybody should keep their
새겨져 있습니다.
bingo cards, but maybe I can do this. Hold on. Maybe I don't have to.
그리고 저희의 여정이 끝나려면
Everybody should still have their cards. For some reason, my like call list messed up. How do I do this?
Welcome, ladies
Ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk of Worlds 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by
Everything
Kobe,
should be good.
who is not nervous, right?
I fixed it. Nobody's.
I'm glad that you are joining me today.
Oh, we're getting started already.
This is an elimination series. It is elimination day, the final day of Swiss, and nobody is nervous at all.
No one's nervous. We're all safe. Everything is just fine as we introduce the teams.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, love.
To the top
I
8,
need
it'd be
the
historic
badge.
on either side. But my heart, I'm sorry, Kobe. I feel like
Come
the
on,
Oysters have
FlyQuest.
kinda
Wait. Let me
stolen
drip
this
out. Let me drip out.
No need to apologize. I think a lot of fans will agree with you. The Flying Oysters, making every international
Let me
event
drip out. Let me drip out.
of
Let
the
me drip
year
out.
have really impressed and gained a lot of
Let me
fans.
put on the jersey.
Meanwhile, FlyQuest, they have built up so
FlyQuest,
many
please.
expectations, and now is the time where they have to live up to them if they want to keep
Please,
those hopes and those
FlyQuest,
dreams
please
alive.
lock in
Yeah,
today.
things looked a little bit rocky. The
Please
last time
lock
we
in
saw them,
today.
it was theoretically a close series, but I was just kind of baffled during it. You know, normally
Could
I
we
have
by chance
pretty
get a
good
reward
achievement
for the
for
person who
tempo
gets the
vibes
best
of the game.
pick'ems from your
That one,
leaderboard?
2 Barons.
We
and
can
the
do
game
it
was over.
overall.
And it
I'm
was
down
G2
for that.
was heading to the top 8 and not FlyQuest. Feels a little bit like they could rectify some of that, but I think
I'm down for that. So
mentally,
whoever has
it's
the
going to
greatest
take a lot.
pick'ems.
Yeah, I really
At the
like
end
the
of Worlds?
interview with Busio, you know, ahead of the match.
Come
Where,
on, Fly,
he was talking
please.
about how they really have to clear their
I gotta
minds and how they
post,
think about the game, focus each game
I gotta
one at a
post
time, and
that it's time.
do not make any more mistakes.
Please.
Both sides. I mean, the tension is always crazy on the last day of Swiss because the
I'm
rewards
so
are huge.
scared,
you can see huge
y'all.
elation on stage when they win and they get to move on to quarterfinals or your entire year coming to an end and you will be eliminated if you lose.
And also, all of these teams are coming off the back of best of 3s as well that they've had to win. And so it's a lot more that you've had to prep for and be ready for in previous days, and then to immediately come back and do it all again. It is a big expectation, and it all starts in the draft, Kobe, because there have been some mishaps, perhaps, if we look towards the very first game that FlyQuest went into when it comes to making sure they get rid of the pocket picks.
Are you perhaps
I was insinuating. I was
alluding to a certain Bard player's Bard that was let through by FlyQuest? Okay, yes, FlyQuest, they let Bard go through to carry a cardinal sin. The question is, will they let
I don't know why they
Sion
did that.
go through to CFO? Because I feel like that is almost equally as horrendous of a draft mistake.
Yeah.
So hopefully, you know, we'll see the respect
Chim
given
Chim.
between these two teams. And for CFO themselves, they started the tournament with back-to-back wins, getting themselves up into the upper bracket there, and then having to play the best of 3s versus AL and then HLE. And getting now
They did
knocked
have a
down
rough
to 2-2, and it all coming down to this final best of 3 really does bring the rest of the pressure home.
Yeah, and it is kind of difficult, right? Because it is the reverse sweep mentality. Once you get to that 5th game,
Oh my
you're about
gosh,
to
I'm
get reverse swept,
terrified.
it is quite difficult. And let's see how this one's going to go as we get into the picks and bans for game number 1. And this is, you mentioned this already. Wasn't this seen in the stars? This Mordekaiser situation?
Yeah, so Bwipo, again, you know, he showed early on in the tournament, he really likes Mordekaiser. He wants to pick it into people's
yeah,
Sions.
Roki, but it's
So,
more of a
since you blue
meme.
side, ban that Mordekaiser. Atlas, all the North American
What
fans
does
breathing a sigh of relief.
a caster says an explicative on broadcast mean?
Everyone
It means
loves a bit
they
of
like
character
curse.
development in their League of Legends.
They
Kobe,
say a
and we
bad
get it
word.
right here. One more band to come on through.
Let's
and then we'll
order
see what's
some
gonna be left
oysters
up.
and
There is
eat
a certain
them
pigeon
up.
And a lady
It's so
does
scary,
pirouettes
Holy, because
with an
like
orb.
I feel like
I'm a little
they've
bit
been
worried
kind
about
of
him, mind. She's
inconsistent
still
this
up.
world.
Test
Like they
positive.
could do
Absolutely
really
nailed it.
well, or they could do
Further, and
horribly.
the Rai is going to be a big deal, but instead, I think Pigeon Man might get snapped up here by Honky. We'll see where they do decide to go.
Yeah, the power of the Azir is definitely worth investing in. It does mean that you have to play a little bit slower and invest in that Azir and get money
The
into it. So
freaking
I want to
G2
see
fam.
if CFO want to grab that early and do a scaling composition around an Azir. It's definitely a tried and true strategy. Some teams have been hesitating a little bit if they want to do that, or maybe a more early game focused setup for themselves. But FlyQuest knowingly give that up to CFO. So this will be interesting to see the response here from FlyQuest. You know, what kind of counter
Holy.
do they have to
He's
the
gonna
Azir?
emote
Typically,
in-game
Vlad will just answer
and
with
then
more
win the
control
game,
mages.
and then
He
emote
has not this year,
IRL,
you know,
bro.
played like that college
And then
spicy
emote
pick into it.
IRL.
I was thinking this because you've got Talia.
What are we
Pantheon up if
supposed to
they'd
do
like to
after
pick it.
that?
And I know
Like, you
Talia
just gotta
Pantheon,
sit
I
there
think in
and
the
take
past
it,
that we
bro.
may have, been
Like,
waggling
I
our finger
understand
at.
the
This is not
emotes
a bottom
in
lane
game,
duo. This is,
but when he
very
hits
powerful
his
mid-jungle.
freaking
100%,
dance
and inspirers
IRL,
really
bro.
love that. There's also the Vi that also pairs really
What
well.
are you gonna do,
Point
bro?
and click CCs with it, so one of those combos,
Captain,
and the Vi does get locked in.
I'm
So
so
you
for
have
real,
that
Captain.
guaranteed setup
If
for the
they
seismic
win,
shove for
he's
sure.
going
We'll
to
see
do
if
that.
they
Like, I'm not
actually
even
punch.
joking.
Now on CFO's side, let's
He
see
will
the
be
response
doing that.
here. Obviously,
Xin Zhao Rumble, are we just going as stock standard as possible?
at least the Xin for driver here.
And I cry.
Do they want a bit more structure to a
Yeah,
to a
I really
scaling
need Bwipo to not
5-on-5?
int. He really
Maybe
has been
driver,
on
they
his
probably
inting
still
BS
want
lately.
on a like frontline CC heavy champion, and he doesn't have to pick it early on, but very well could.
Well, they do it.
Okay.
Sometimes if you manifest things, then they happen. So I need to be very careful. I'm going to stop doing that, Kobe, because I didn't really want to see it. But we do see it anyway in the end.
All right, well, this makes me think, is Bwipo just going to go the Ornn or the Galio then? Bwipo has preferred the Galio as far as those super common answers into the Rumble, but he could spice it up a little. You know, he always does have a very deep champion pool for counter picks, and because he has a deep pool for counter picks, he could actually let the pick for
Every
Bwipo
so
drop
often,
all the
Doug,
way to 4 or 5 here.
She
I
was
think
played
Lucio's been
yesterday.
absolutely amazing on this Alistar. He played so many games on this champion, managed to pick that one up in a lot of the best of ones that they were in earlier on. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what he
No,
can do
the
here.
Jhin
I think
was
if there's
crazy.
ever a way
But I
to
don't
get back
think
on
Jhin was the
horse, or
problem.
cow, I guess.
They were winning.
Stick with metaphor. Then this is the way to do it, right? Because he's been so reliable.
No, that is
Yeah,
bad
right back in
draft,
there. Yeah,
but
I
like
mean, he has been a huge
Bwipo
playmaker
inted
for this
twice
team.
back to back, and then we
really
lost.
Has been the star
And
for the team,
Masu's
honestly,
Kaisa is
in summer,
good.
in the second half of the
That's
year.
a champ
So,
he's comfy on.
Alistar never likes playing into Poppy. Neither does Vi to some degree. So the Poppy ban is very well deserved. Support Poppy has really been crazy thus far at the tournament. For CFO, they could just ban the standard Rumble
Crazy
answers
work,
of
Holy.
the Ornn Galio that we talked about, and
wouldn't
then
mind that.
force Bwipo to do something a little bit more creative.
I don't mind. I feel like the Galio is kind of awkward in the composition. So we'll see whether they do decide to get rid of something else. They take away the Ambessa first. and
How do
now
y'all feel
we've
about
got
Galio's
one
support?
more band to come on down here. I think Kaiwing wants to play an engaged support because otherwise CFO aren't going to have very many reliable ways to start a fight. I believe it was Humon that was playing the engaged Xin Zhao, which actually worked somewhat well. But I don't know whether
No,
I'd recommend
truly,
it. So,
Halsey.
yeah, maybe a little bit of another option. So they don't need to worry as much about there being like a Siva Karma coming in on that bottom side of the map. And I think that that's pretty smart given the fact that they've already locked in the Alistar, which can leave your bottom lane a little bit susceptible. Caitlyn already taken away.
This is the first game, Joe.
100%. I mean, they definitely need something to keep people on a Rumble Ultimate.
Yep.
And that's going to be Kaiwing's job. Going to
Oh,
have
it's
to.
Leona, isn't it? They're just going to play Leona.
Yeah, definitely a
Wait,
possibility
Doug.
there. See about the protection
Doug,
bans here again.
they
for
might
the
be
Rumble.
playing Leona.
Is the Ambessa all that they're really worried about Bwipo going to? Okay, so they do.
Galio comes in. So is it just Ornn for Bwipo? Does he do that? Or are we going to see Urgot? Like, what's happening here? I don't know whether we're electing to cook or whether we're just going to keep the kitchen clean.
I would prefer the Ornn because Ornn plus Vi plus Talia, has a lot of combination possibilities there.
I'm
but
doing well,
Bwipo
Charm.
probably
I hope you're
prefers
doing
something,
great
a little
tonight.
bit more mobile. Okay, yeah. Cassante is more mobile. I know.
Middle ground?
Cassante has not had a lot of success at the tournament thus far, though. So definitely is a little bit contentious.
What do we think
there.
that Masu is
It
thinking?
doesn't really like.
For
It's not
ADC.
a hard counter or anything to Rumble, so it's not it's not
Yo,
too much
what's up,
spice.
OD?
I feel like it just
Dude, I
exists
really
in a lot of
just
these
need
drafts. You don't feel
Bwipo
good,
to
you don't
not
feel
int.
bad,
I think that's
which,
all we need.
knowing
Charm City, thank you so much for the
Cassante's
Twitch
past,
Prime
maybe
and the
that's
8 months of
Let's see what
support.
Doggo's
Let's
gonna be
get a
playing
fly
here. Just need to round out the
win.
bottom
I hope
lane
he
here for
Kaisas.
CFO as they've basically just taken away their
I
top
hope he
side.
Kaisas.
We'll now just lock in some picks for Doggo and Kaiwing. There's that Leona that I was talking about. See, I'm
Doug!
not going to make a suggestion for what Doggo's going to play,
Doug!
and therefore we can keep up the suspense.
You've manifested the whole draft.
Yeah, if,
There's
for
y'all's
CFO.
Bwipo
It's
sign.
problematic. If they lose, I will have to apologize to everyone. Ben's going to be like in my DM saying like, dude, please stop.
No, I mean, honestly, this is the meta, though. This is the straightforward meta here for CFO.
Oh my gosh, no. Do you think they were like
for game number 1 of
arguing?
A series? Doggo, of course,
like, because he was so mad.
Such a star here for CFO.
He was
so
mad.
Very aggressively, and I've really liked what I've seen from him. When he does have advantages, presses them really effectively.
Oh, I'm so
Double equalizer
sick
comp. I know packages
of Quirky, bro.
Valkyrie still kind of works and got buffed since the removal of said package. It's all right. Pussy are going to be hovering a Vayne. Don't know whether that is actually going to be coming in, but it's the right era for a Corki matchup.
Yeah, I want a high DPS champ here for Masu. I think we really do need more of a hyper carry style champion for Masu here. Since we are running Cassante, Alistar, and Vi, those aren't... Jhin is definitely not a hyper carry. Okay.
Well, why are they forcing this Jhin?
Leona is kind of a true tank at the end of the game. Like,
exactly. So Jhin has a lot of playmaking.
Why are they
forcing
this Jhin?
They don't have a lot of damage for.
Do you want me to send it to you, Maria?
Like you're saying though, Jhin can have really good damage versus non-tanks.
You can still create a new one.
It's just sometimes it's hard to work around. Like a
bingo isn't closed yet.
Hard for him to deal with. Leona can be very hard for him to.
Everybody got their bingo card.
Jhin doesn't necessarily like have his own dash to get off of.
Yeah, you can still create one.
Yeah.
So I prefer CFO's side.
All you have to do is exclamation point bingo in chat.
I do prefer CFO's side.
Kobe. I guess I can try.
I prefer.
BLG is playing next. BLG versus Top Esports is the second series of the day. This is a best of 3, and this is game 1.
And the shudder at seeing a Jhin is pretty standard for me too. So just understand.
Everybody, last chance to get your bingo cards. Last chance.
Bias against the champion. It just isn't something that I've enjoyed seeing here. Kind of feels like you're playing.
I can send it to you, Maria. If you want that one specifically, I can send it to you.
Your top end is 2 drops. You know, it just doesn't feel like it's working.
So I'm ramping from 1 drops to 2 drops.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. We're just not really doing too much more afterwards. I guess 4 drops is probably what I should have said because it's Jhin, and that would have felt a little bit better. But they do have a lot of setup. There is a lot of CC. Like, if you can get an accelerated Jhin in this game, he will still do work. And I still have nightmares. You know, it was T1 that was at the front of it, I'm pretty sure, earlier on in the year. Or was it last year? I'm not entirely sure. But it wasn't a great time. Anyway, let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1. CFO on our blue side to start us off. First dragon going to be that Infernal.
You found it? Okay, fire.
Fly gonna see whether they
can
get off to a good
I am
start.
locking bingo. Bingo is now locked.
I love Gyos, by the way.
Yeah.
Good luck, everyone,
so cool that it's also like
in your bingo endeavors.
You know, like, it's not an LPL team on the Rift right now. And we're still getting the Gyos. It's just super cool.
Yeah, you can actually feel the energy, feel the excitement. Last day of Swiss, making or breaking dreams. And we are going to get the makings of a Raptor Ward.
Well, we already audaciously charging on top of Quad here. Does get taken down to half health, but he doesn't drop. And speaking of drops, a reminder, the drops are active all worlds long, so be sure to log onto your accounts at lolesports.com for a chance at earning some digital loot.
250 HP lead, Atlas in mid lane. Yeah, that is a pretty good level 1. I like that. Now it's 300 HP lead. Hongq here on the Azir having a really good early start. Even small things as going for a Raptor Ward and Jija camping there with Hongq, so once you get vision of the enemy mid laner just jumping over for that early trade, can have huge ramifications for how this lane does play out.
And it used to be such a contentious lane matchup, even when the champions were in different positions, right, as far as power level was concerned. I think Azir taking the most recent nerfs, but Talia really lost a lot of power. And so I think Honky's going to be pretty happy
plays
about how
tonight.
This one's going, because a lot of our Azirs really learned
T1
how
plays
to play
third.
this matchup.
Yeah, and I also like how CFO are going with
There's
the Doggo
3
top
best
side
of
strategy
3s tonight.
again. Doggo has proven that
How
he
does
is
bingo
very
work for
good
next time?
at the AD
All you do
carry,
is you come in, you get your
1v1
bingo card,
situation on top
and
side of
as
the map,
the
and,
events happen,
Corki is
so
a very
like if somebody
powerful
gets a
1v1
solo
champion
kill
here
or
in
somebody gets
Cassante.
first tower,
You just saw
you
there
can
that
mark
we
that
had a
off on
look
your
at,
bingo board.
Honky and Quad
When
as
you
well
get
there.
bingo,
Shared
you need to
champion,
let me
a lot
know
of
in
control
chat.
agents
Make
that
sure I
both of
see
these
it,
players
because
do
I
like to
check
play,
the
but it feels like
cards,
Honky has been
and that's
allowed
how you
to have
win.
more fun this Worlds.
He's got the like Aurora and Akali, which are kind of missing from Quad, you know. So the fun of the mobility of those champions definitely can be on stage later in the series.
Bingo half
Currently,
the
though,
gun.
Quad going for the early recall, so is just going to have the early tier purchase.
World's
now,
really messing with my schedule. No,
didn't have
literally
any
same.
extra money, it looks like, for any
Literally
potions. So
same.
this will be a Talia with no sustain versus Azir with still Biscuit in inventory and both potions available.
Oh dear. Well, that is an aggressive Valkyrie here from Doggo. Remember, he's already done this to Doran.
Sheesh.
So it is going to be Bwipo able to walk his way out, but you know that he's always going to be aggressive. In goes Kaiwing, speaking of aggression, as Quad, you mentioned the lack of potions. I think that was a poignant thing to talk about there, Kobe. Well done.
Yeah, and it gives value here to all these ganks towards mid lane, all the extra pressure.
Well, Headbutt Pulve does come on down here as Masu. Decent Deadly Flourish. His driver stands still for a while, but does have the scrap shield. He'll be all right. We'll just be convinced to go home.
Okay, so we have teleports available for both Driver and Bwipo. Bwipo did cancel his Rico, and he's sticking around though, on 50% HP. As Jinja decides to call off the long play there.
Bingo cards are good for the entire night.
Still seems to be making his way up as Jinja is going to, at the last second, cancel that recall. Still looking for a way in.
Yeah, I think if you delay it too long, though, the defense gets here. Vi is on the way. Busio's actually not coming up here, though.
He cancels another one. Another Audacious Charge goes in. Wind becomes Lightning, connects, but hasn't seen Inspired. Finally does now. Looks like they were still
Doran
considering
hasn't played yet. Doran is during the third game of tonight.
This is going to significantly cost.
We've paused. FlyQuest are like, no. CFO would go for that dive. These must be different players.
We get the sepia tone view of Summoner's Rift for a while. Nice calming view. All right, we'll update you on whatever caused that issue. But since we just saw them stick around, see, you know, the cost of sticking around and threatening a top lane dive like that for Jinja is going to mean that he's pretty far away from second respawns of his camps.
Y'all are getting a lot quickly, bro. Y'all are getting a lot.
Just recall so he can get his purchase off and then go re-clear from Krugs up. But he's going to lose a few seconds of tempo. And Inspired never loses a few seconds of tempo on his second respawn. He is like always like, as soon as they respawn, I am up there. I am re-clearing. This guy is always trying to keep up his own farm. So we'll see if that ends up, you know, actually deciding anything in the game, because sometimes you'll get like second respawns of Scuttle Crabs. If you're there a little bit early and Vi does have like brush advantage, it means the difference of a Vi getting a full charged Q, in which that actually does give you a chance to beat a Xin in an early scrap.
What's up, Cardinal?
Otherwise, if they're just staring at each other on even timings, then you usually favor the Xin in, you know, starting and creating a lot of the plays around those early objectives.
Yeah. And I don't know whether it necessarily matters. The whole time you were talking, I was like listening and then trying to work out what this means for later on in the game, right? Because we look at these
added in some new ones.
Played by a lot of
added in some new ones today.
Many times,
I added Lucky 7, so a player gets 7 kills. I added in Unlucky 7, which means a player gets 7 deaths. I added in team gets first tower before 10 minutes today. I believe I added that in.
Later on in the game, unless Quad has like an incredible performance and lands a whole bunch of shoves. But we're gonna. I'm just not gonna get your opinion on that, because we're gonna get the opinion of the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Player reaches 300 CS.
We'll give you an update momentarily, but this does give us a little chance to hear what you two thought about the draft. We were talking about it. Do you agree with the casters? What do you think?
I mean, my main takeaway is I just
there's a couple of other ones today.
I do think picking Galio there would have made more sense, because I think since it's a game 1, like in my mind, Alistar is not so critical.
If Lucky 7 happens, it's likely that Unlucky 7 will happen.
Also,
that means somebody's
to go for some more counter pick on 5 and try to get a winning 2v2 bot.
Yeah, you're able to get bingo on your phone.
Or an enchanter angle if it is there. So that's kind of where I was at. Is, you know, if you just go Galio on 3, Galio doesn't get banned out. It's a great answer to the Rumble. It's something that Bwipo is super comfortable with. And then you go AD on 4, support pick on 5, and I feel like that could have set them up for a potential better draft.
What's happening?
But this is not like a bad draft by any means. I don't think that they can't win or anything like that. I just
would have to get 2-7. It doesn't have to be.
Are you worried about the damage at all?
I think because they're pretty squishy on the other side, I don't think it's that big of a deal as long as Quad doesn't get put really far behind. Like, Vitalia is decent damage. Cassante is like... Cassante hitting a tank is nothing, but Cassante hitting squishy champions is something. And Jhin is actually pretty bursty.
They've been going crazy.
Yeah,
also, this isn't a broadcast freeze. This is a tech pause.
Regardless of counter pick, we didn't see Fly do that. For CFO's end, I think their draft
this is a tech pause.
Just as
this is like the players
we've seen this exact draft a million times. Like, it really does kind of everything. I think it skills decently well.
The players paused in game.
You can play for a couple of early skirmishes as well with that Leona and Xin Zhao combo. So I really don't got no notes on their draft. For Fly, though, the one thing that I was talking about with Azil backstage as well, I would have loved to see Sivir. I think that Sivir is one of those champions that would alleviate not necessarily damage issues if you stay even.
Just
or
broadcast.
ahead. I think the combo on the right is fine. Also,
I'm not getting baited today. I don't feel like
way worse, but I
getting rage baited.
Well, okay, I was going to say it myself, but I do think that does influence how
See,
you
it
look
says
at
on
drafts,
screen,
right? Like
tech
teams
pause.
that you watch on a daily
This
basis.
isn't a broadcast pause. It's
but
tech.
I do think that this is the type of draft where as long as you don't fall behind, the amount of damage will be susceptible. If you have Sivir, though, it's a really good matchup in the core key.
A knockout game, as long as you don't fall behind.
Well, yeah, but that's what this comp screams to me. You do have good tools to find picks from behind.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as I was going to say is that you do have Fly. Your two best players are on playmakers. You have Inspired on Vi. You have Busio on Alistar. I think they're the two stars of the team.
What happened? They haven't said yet.
Picks. They can make things happen, and I do like that they have agency here.
I think it's
not
something
that there was
with
anything wrong with Sejuani in the game, against
Masu.
G2. Like I think he's great on Sejuani. He can play these things, but when he is on these types of picks, you just kind of have that feeling that he could make something happen for your team. Similar to when Busio was playing Soraka. Soraka, I think, was great there. I think he's a great Soraka. But when he's on Alistar, it just kind of hits
eating
different,
all day
right?
because of work. Bestie,
paint the
please
picture a little bit
eat.
for me because I've become a little bit addicted to
you
its
need
bar
energy
because
to
it's
fuel
so
your
good and I
body.
always want to see it. Do you think that in terms of Alistar, who of course can be a super playmaking support as well, that he's going to be able to really put a stamp on this game?
I did add the base race.
Really good
I did.
so far. He's very creative with his angles. He uses Hex Slash really well to try to circumvent vision. He's very good at tracking that.
I went through before stream and I added a bunch of things from yesterday as well as
encounters that can be very difficult.
took out some things that were
I do think if they wanted to go for a Bard angle, it would have had to be what I was talking about, where you leave it for 5th pick. But then CFO might have just banned it on their 4-5 bans.
You never know. He could pick it.
Having like the top lane already picked.
He could pick it.
Think with the opening, like Azir to me doesn't really scream a champion that you really struggle playing into as well, because he has so much innate mobility. I think even Rumble we've seen be able to dodge a lot, and then with a lot of mobility carries still being open.
But it's the Bard CO.
Well, you know I love me a good Bard.
It's so great. When we look at stylistically the strengths of these two teams and the fact that for me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think CFO is tremendous in finding the correct skirmishes and pushing their advantage forward. I wouldn't necessarily call them as good as FlyQuest usually at kind of setting up for objectives and getting those objectives. And I say that only, Isaac, because in LTA, they are the best team at that completely, and they almost never drop the ball. So how do the comps work in that regard?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just going to be about like who's getting early advantages, what sides you want to play to. Obviously, they did lane swap level 1. Kaiwing, not Kaiwing, I'm looking at the Corki, but Doggo went top, obviously. So are we going to see them actually just trading? Are we going to see them contesting on, on the
you think it's for
objectives?
the support item?
I do feel like FlyQuest absolutely wants to be first to objectives. When you are playing pick comps, you want to be trying to control vision, forcing them to walk in, and then having them scared that Alistar's in a brush somewhere. Having it be really difficult for Azir to walk forward because you don't have, like I talked about at the top of the day, you don't have a Scion just like walk in blind and tank the engage. Xin Zhao can't do that. Like, yeah, you're kind of tanky. Leona can't do that. Yeah, you're kind of tanky, but if you just walk into a full combo and get flipped in, you're going to die.
You're dead.
Yeah, to go towards the CFO win conditions, I do think that we saw their laning phase already started really well. Obviously, Doggo in the 1v1 was doing a great job, as you would in the range versus melee matchup. Then Junja was also able to find very early
Alistar is pretty fire.
VOD, who actually has, as a result, not really, I think in this matchup, neither player should die, but not having lane prior does make that Junja is freed up. And I do think that CFO's comps leans into their strength.
This has to be about a bug, y'all. It has to be.
Is able to go in very consistently.
Because none of the players are like doing anything.
They will. They will.
And they will. They very much will.
This has to be about a bug.
Junja, we didn't get to talk about it that much either. I think I've seen some huge Xin Zhao games the last couple of days. Like,
they have to be reviewing
super
something.
Carry performances. I think in that last game versus G2, FlyQuest also went for the Xin Zhao, but just didn't get. Oh no, in the Soraka game rather. Sorry. But it didn't really work out the way they wanted. Do you think Inspired has to somehow?
It's a tech pause. If you look at the top left-hand corner,
I'm just thinking about him in the sense
it is
of
definitely
he was the one who was most downtrodden in that series after G2. Is he going to change what he usually does?
A tech pause is when the players pause.
I don't think he will. I mean, I think Inspired
a
is
broadcast
very
delay
consistent.
is is like
prioritize his gold, he's gonna prioritize his farm, and then generally
the
he's really
broadcast
mechanically proficient and he plays team
is
fights well.
delayed.
And I
You
feel
know
like
what I'm
that's
saying?
kind of him. He kind of
Like
does the
that
same thing
happens
every
when
game,
like
but he believes that
the
is the best way to play
broadcast
League of
is having
Legends and to play
production
really, really
issues.
efficiently. And it's enabled
You
by
know what I
Busio.
mean?
This is something
You
I
know
talk
what I
about a
mean?
lot in NA, is that Busio is kind of their jungler often in the early minutes, right? Busio is often going to roam. He's going to leave Masu by himself to help quad push out a lane, to help Whippo be protected on his
They
eye.
trying to
Not that Inspired
figure
never
out the
does it, but Inspired
technicalities
is gonna
behind if
prioritize
they
camps,
can let
prioritize objectives,
fly
and really
class
try to put himself in
before
that way
any games have
ahead,
been
so that he
played.
can really kind of pay that back later in team fights.
Can someone get a tattoo real quick? I'm
We are
saying.
still in this tech pause. I think something we didn't talk about yet, and maybe we can now, is that Whippo didn't have a good series versus G2 specifically, right? A lot of situations where he got
Can
caught
y'all
out
tell
or
us
made
why
the
the
wrong
tech
decision, and I
pause?
thought that was out of character, because for me, Whippo is a player who sometimes does tremendous in lane, but even if he doesn't, he'll always find something to lift the team up, or a positioning, or a moment, and I just felt like maybe his
Do I
mojo was a
count?
little off, so if he resets today, it's going to be super important, and on the Cassante, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, I was just surprised that he
We
played
need
Rumble.
an
He's not
update.
known as a Rumble player at all. And actually, when they had
What
subbed
is
Gakkos in a couple
happening?
times during the regular season, it was to play Rumble, right? Because Whippo traditionally doesn't play the champ. He only has 10 games on it his entire career. It is, yeah, and it's just kind of like not his style. He has his own kind of unique Whippo picks, but there's a few meta picks that he's always kind of stayed away from, Rumble being one of them. In the Renekton game, it felt like it was a bit of hubris, like he was proxying a lot, got caught out a lot of times. But yeah, Whippo is an up and down player. He's hot and cold. If he can come out and have a really good game one, like Whippo at his best can challenge the best top laners in the world. Whippo at his worst can lose to the worst top laners in the world. Like, you just have to see what you're getting.
Broken Blade bad?
Hey, come on, guys.
I'm also not saying that the champ is too difficult for Whippo. I just think I think Rumble is really, really difficult.
It's a different play style
to play, right? And specifically when you have these important fights, it is a split-second decision. It's hard to do that ult. I think so.
Oh,
so
thank
I'm
you,
sure pros don't think
Marias.
it's as difficult, but we've
Thank
seen
you so
a lot
much.
of weird
I scripted
lines
that
in
out,
professional
planned it
Rumble
out,
games
and
sometimes, 'cause it
everything.
is
So
Yeah,
I'm glad you liked it. If you guys haven't watched it, make sure to watch my most recent video that I posted. Please like it, share it, comment on it.
Extremely strong opinions on Rumble. For anything ranging from builds to
even though it's only
equalize.
like
And I
30
think
seconds
Rumble, to
long, I
me, is
put a
an
lot of work
interesting
into
champion
it. So
because
please
it
go
feels like
watch
he is
it.
kind of like
Comment on
Xin Zhao
it. Boost
currently,
it in the
like Lee Sin was a
algo. You
couple
feel
years
me?
ago, at least in the
Osiris, thank
LCK,
you so
where
much for the
you
Twitch
need to be able to
Prime
play the
and
champ.
the
He has just been a
2
meta
years
staple. He
of
will remain a meta
support.
staple because of
I
the
hope you're having a
innate power
beautiful
of his
day
kit,
today.
No matter how many
Thank you,
mini
Lux. I
reworks we
appreciate
have.
y'all.
What I wanted to talk about for a little bit
I
when it
really do
comes to,
appreciate how y'all
CFO,
like
particularly with the Azir, which I think
y'all
has been a
support
crazy
in more
power
ways
pick,
than just like
is that
watching my
Home
Twitch
QCD
stream.
thus far hasn't been
Y'all
able to
always
live
show
up
up
to
on
the
my
expectations that were
socials.
set for
Y'all
it by his
always
previous tournaments.
y'all always
Both
like,
MSI as well as
comment,
First Stand.
and
Azir to
I
me
promise
is
y'all
kind of,
like
as a
the
champion,
reason why I'm
ultimate
able to
test
get
of this, because Azir, the
sponsors to do
line
really cool
between
things
having a
is
great
because
play
of that.
and having a
So
struggle
I appreciate
can
y'all.
be thin, and we'll see if he's able to clear that line this time around.
What's up, Sky?
Oh, thanks, Chronicler. And here we are. We're back in. And it is just the game as we saw it before. We just got to have a little bit of a timeout and a little bit of a chat to our lovely analysts.
Yeah, and I think what the issue was is that Kaiwing went a little bit early to the top lane, thus triggering the lane swap detection punishment.
Yep.
And CFO were contesting.
We had the same pause in the LCK. Don't you worry.
Yeah, so
happens to the best of us.
Kaiwing just missed out on a bit of extra, experience and support quest there.
Wait, you were right, Captain!
I believe
High five,
yeah, I believe we're just resuming.
You ate that.
So,
You ate
they
that.
just
You
explained
ate
the lane
that.
swap detection.
Yep.
Okay,
and
so
because it's now a little bit later on this patch, we are going to be paused once more.
well, why don't I just show you guys what they're talking about? Lane swap detection. I got y'all. Don't you even worry. Because Miss Chim Chim put out a video explaining the new lane swap detection. Let me just go to my YouTube channel at Just Chim Chim on YouTube to find the video so everybody knows about it. Real talk, let me find it. Hold on. Where's it at? Give me a second, let me find it. Here it is. Got it. Let's start with the game. Okay, this is Otacon. Let me just go to the description where I always have all of the timestamps about everything that I talk about in the video. Lane swap changes. Perfect. I can click this easily. Well, now there's lane swaps, and the League of Legends devs are not kind towards it. Using role binding and champion select, this new system will be able to pinpoint exactly who the support is. It will then give them the World Atlas item automatically, and then it will detect if the World Atlas item is in mid or top from 1 minute and 15 seconds to 3 minutes. It will look for the World Atlas item up until 2 minutes and 15 seconds for mid lane, but up until 3 minutes for top lane. The punishment for if the World Atlas item is detected means that the support will no longer get to cash in their stacks, and the support will not receive any XP or any gold from the minions. Defending players will still get perfect gold, their turrets will still do increased damage, and their turrets will take reduced damage. So y'all, they really don't want that World Atlas map going around the world. Next, let's get into the summoners.
Whoa! That was so easy and perfect. It explained everything so quickly. I should subscribe to Miss Chim Chim's Just Chim Chim YouTube video channel so I can get all of the updates whenever they come out. Oh my gosh! At Just Chim Chim on YouTube. Whoa!
Watching and stuff, and we're streaming for long periods of time. And I was streaming and with him on Discord.
Whoa! That's fire!
Don't go. It actually.
Oh my gosh, I feel so educated. Not only did I learn about lane swaps, I also learned about the punishments and the benefits for both sides. That's all this and more.
Cause some long-term problems if you do it too long. That's for sure.
All this and more. So that's exactly what's happening right now. So basically, they were contesting that.
Maybe
and
you were
it's
too focused
free.
on not what you should be focused on, though. You know,
he recommended
definitely focused.
He recommended that and matcha. He was really big on matchas at the time.
Okay, well,
1-800 Miss Chim Chim.
This is
wait, I need to make that a YouTube channel. That's kind of funny.
Different issue. This is more of a peripheral-based one.
Wait, 1-800 Miss Chim would work.
Peripheral issues,
because it's 3 and 4.
They're solvable. You can see the thing, and you can say, "I'll get a different thing," or "We'll fix the thing."
Whoa,
very easy.
That's fire,
Don't
Sky.
have to worry about stuff
That's
going
fire.
on inside the computer.
New mouse, new keyboard. We'll figure it out.
Yep, whatever it needs to be. So now we can talk about hydration and stuff like that. And by the way, I do know what electrolytes do, but I have always thought that the word is good. Like, you know, I just
Your
liked
brain
it.
is so
and
big
whenever
now.
I looked at the bottles and they had it all in really big letters, I'm like, they made that up.
Yeah, like you're gonna get some sort of superpowers.
Yeah, that's
from
what I always
electrolytes.
thought.
Inspired Perma looks pissed,
Maybe
y'all.
like it'll turn you into
Perma
Raiden or
looks
something.
pissed, bro.
Shooting electrical.
And I would have been playing
This
Mortal
is a
Kombat at the
second
time.
tech pause.
Raiden was always my favorite Mortal Kombat character. That's for sure. It's
Honestly, Marias, we've been in a tech pause for a really long
That's
time.
Mega Aura.
And he also just looked really unassuming when he was
This is the
walking
second
around,
tech
and then he
pause,
just
but we've
zaps
really
you.
just been sitting here.
It's,
the old guy that still beats everyone up.
Yep.
That's what I'm gonna turn into.
It's beautiful.
As we
I was really hoping that I would get
status.
to be able to sleep at a timely manner tonight, but the fact that we've been paused
and everybody
for
else is like, that's dumb.
approximately 20 minutes now.
The first Mortal Kombat movie, oh my god.
Quality
just
movie.
Yeah, no,
extraordinary.
literally, Mug, we got 8 games.
It's just so quotable.
We got
so many brilliant moments. And we
possibly
really are deep
6,
into this
possibly
pause. That's
9,
what we
6 to
decided
9 games to go through tonight.
Honestly,
Can
though,
we?
Alice, that's what today is all about.
Can we wrap this
Each
up?
of these teams will deliver a fatality to the other region.
Oh, see, you can always tie it back in, Kobe. That's why I love having you around.
Fatality is, one
No,
of the
literally,
earliest and
Dylan.
coolest, like
Y'all got y'all's tech pause, okay? Can we resume,
got a little bit
please?
too much when they started moving on to like babalities.
Can we
the
resume,
weird
please?
Thing. They should have just probably left it as fatality, I think.
But it is huge. I mean, this is a momentous
Hear me out.
series.
What if we just forfeit both sides game 1, and whoever wins the next 2 wins?
I mean, it's massive on either side, and I
How
think
about that?
FlyQuest wanting to make it back to that former glory, being able to get to the top 8 like they were
How about
able
that?
to, and got so close against.
Okay,
Chim
we're
Chim.
back
They
in.
got
We're back in.
it doesn't feel very good, but this does because now
We're
we can
back
see
in.
the video game and it's all in color and everything like that. We don't need to worry about the sepia mode that we had before, and everything is all good.
So after all these pauses and after all the swap, let's evaluate what went down with the experience. The biggest thing to me,
battle level.
Yeah, the biggest thing to me is top lane. Top lane having a full level advantage for Bwipo is huge. Cassante ultimate definitely very, very threatening. And
so they're not going to tell us what the second
more heavily
tech pause was
CS, with the lane swap, with the 2v1s.
Oh, Emperor's Divide does get the flash out of quad here. Nice little attempt from Honky. That means that another visit, they should be able to get a kill.
Meanwhile, Inspired got to the second Scuttle Crab, getting him to the level 6 breakpoint as well. So they are going to have experience, slight experience lead for the jungle, much larger experience lead for top lane.
Nothing a few pedals can't fix, right, Kobe?
True.
That was a long bathroom break for a man.
Honky does avoid
Men
the
normally
seismic
can go
shot,
in and
but he
pee
does
real
so by
quick and
hoovering
come
up
back.
a whole bunch of rocks. So that doesn't exactly feel fantastic. This does, though, because these Sand Soldiers are really
Somebody
starting
must
to
have
hurt.
ate before the game.
With the recurve bow and blasting one now completed.
Yeah,
he fell in, I
Inspired
guess.
also showed here. So every time you show,
they're going to tell us about the second tech pause during the third one.
Because CFO know that Inspired cleared up towards that side, and so by showing mid, they can now guess, all right, presumably for the next like 30 seconds, he's going to be clearing the rest of his red quadrant. Your red buff,
there
your
are no
Krugs,
girl players, no.
and then re-clearing down. It's not the biggest of deals because they do know what your jungle path was from the beginning, but it just makes it certain so they can.
Getting the confirmation is, I think, a big deal.
Yeah, especially when you finally have your level 6 on Vi, and
all right, let's look at the gold leads.
What we were talking about
already, top lane is up a kill worth of gold simply from CS. If you do not know, if you are up approximately 15 to 16 CS, you are up 300 gold or
I also think that
a full kill.
Now is exactly
So
what they
that's
want
why
to be doing, right?
CS is so important. You don't always have to get the kills. It's a very little amount of CS to give you that edge.
Moving later on into the game as Bwipo, this seems to be his new thing. It's just farming behind turrets. Doesn't look like he's going to have too many issues though doing it. As you can see, still retaining decent experience advantage. Also tempo advantage now, and we'll be able to move into the fog of war. Could be a little bit dangerous as we do see CFO going for these grubs.
Yep, we're going to get the objective trade for the early game. So CFO, they're going to have the extra pushing power of the grubs for these turret plates. We'll see how much extra money this does result in the early game especially. And if FlyQuest's focus on the dragon stacking will pay off. Of course, this FlyQuest squad is looking a lot at these mid-game fights. They want to focus on dragon stacking so that they can put that pressure onto CFO in the mid-game.
And
Doug Gaming, welcome to the Mother Redacted Eternal Squad. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
So we'll have to see what is going to be
rainbows.
the soul moving later on as we do get that second Drake going down, but it's not going to be Infernal or Hex Tech. They could have just won the game, right? If you get them with this composition, if you can make that snowball work, it doesn't quite matter as much what the composition is if you can keep rolling that one down the hill and grab that soul early. As Busio taking a lot of damage here. Pulverize onto 2 as Masu trying to get that follow-up damage. Doggo does just use the barrier to make sure that he stays as healthy as possible, and it's a good trade for CFO.
I need to wash my hair.
Is. Get that Alistar fairly low, healing back up with a passive. A little bit of sustain there for Busio. And Inspired is trekking his way over here on the Vi. So we'll see after Krugs if he just goes back into another re-clear and heads up down towards the other side of the map. Most probably he'll just go Raptors and Wolves, but there's possible options for them to get a little bit fancy with it.
Technically, Fields 2K already has
solo laners as well. So
like what the fricky?
Back down here.
It's 10:41. World started at 10, bro, and we 10 minutes into a game.
AP threats.
Yeah, feels a bit good, doesn't it?
Come on, y'all.
In this game as far as itemization.
Yeah,
no more pauses,
if you're gonna
bro.
lane
Please.
a melee into a mid lane matchup, into one of these mages, having the early phase start out pretty smoothly and getting a bunch of money to just buy a bunch of magic resist, and especially the extra regeneration that you get off of the cowl is so nice for laning. Because even if the Azir is attacking you with soldiers and stuff, you just move on up there, and Cassante has so much survivability with the extra shield and the early itemization. But here we go. We might get a little bit of a scrap as
yawn.
Jinja heads up towards the FlyQuest duo.
Yeah, we do have level 6 finally hit for Kaiwing as he's waiting in this brush. Doesn't look like they really want to find too much though, and especially with the Unbreakable Will there. Busio isn't really a target. Masu's hard to get onto because of the range that he does have. So we've just got a little bit of a snare coming on through. Junja is going to walk over that captive audience, and out he will go.
It is interesting because the experience leads still hold for all the places that we talked about for FlyQuest. You know, Whippo still with his. Bottom side, Driver is going to be the target, though.
This could be really dangerous, right? Because he's already behind. It could get even worse. The Equalizer goes down just to clear out the wave, and that looks to be exactly what FlyQuest wanted. Now they're going to slink back towards the river, and Inspired going to see what else he can collect. Looks like it's going to be Scuttler first, and then possibly just Gromp into clearing out as much jungle as he possibly can to continue getting himself in a good position. But so far, everything has been pretty quiet.
Pretty quiet. A little bit of extra efficiency, I would say, on the FlyQuest side.
Yep.
You know, namely from Inspired with his jungle farm. Junja, we've seen a couple times where he hesitates around top side, kind of wants to make a play, either calls it off himself or gets interrupted.
ADC was
so
last
Junja
pick,
is
right?
slightly behind in the jungle, but that being
Picks
said,
was 2 years
the
ago,
carries
not
for
gonna lie.
CFO have their own leads here. Both Honkyu
They
and
did
Doggo,
last pick Jin.
with some slight extra gold to their names.
Yep. Honkyu, of course, very comfortable on this Azir as well. His record is pretty impressive. They do a lot of winning, so it is hard to really gauge exactly what it all means on the international stage, but I think Honkyu's proven himself well enough.
So Jin was
for us
last
to be able
pick.
to trust it.
Yeah, it is actually crazy how much winning this team does. I mean, Jinja has won 7
Phil, you got
regional
bingo
titles
for real?
in a row. Everyone that he has played in there in the LCP/PCS. And
I was about to say,
see if they can
sheesh.
continue
I know
on
y'all
the
checking stuff
international
off, but
stage.
dang.
Again, in the early game, experience is valued a bit more than gold because the small gold differences don't usually result in a full item breakpoint. And so the extra value of a full level is a
base
lot of...
stats are much more important.
Exactly. That's the guaranteed power that is going to be there. But we haven't seen anyone use it yet, really.
Oh my god, the burst damage out of Doggo. He's got
I
that
hate
Trinity
Corki,
Force, and
man.
yes, now we definitely know
Corki.
So the item breakpoints definitely do hurt when one of them is a Trinity Force.
Maybe this is one of those lessons, like AD carries really like items because
2
they can
minutes
do that
for
with
if they
them.
don't get any kills in the first 15.
Ooh, Soulflare double slow does come on through, but that's not quite enough to go for too much. Oh, I say that. Honkyu's Sand Soldiers, they've been training hard.
This could be problematic for FlyQuest. This is CFO really making a good effort to interrupt the dragon stacking. Inspired is on vision.
Yeah, and Doggo saw him, immediately clicked towards him. As Inspired is going to wrap his way around. Looks like CFO are going to get off this dragon as Teleport is going to bring Bwipo in. Junja actually just going to waste no time, flashes away, but Bwipo might be able to get on top of him. The ulti not going to work out because Bwipo ate the CC, and that is first blood over to Inspired here. FlyQuest on the board.
Well, there's
the
that, guys.
fall. A 14-minute first blood is not exactly the earliest, but the
Wait,
fact that they get
stay
a second
off a drag real
is
quick.
huge.
They could teleport Quad to go answer the top wave as well. If they
It's
don't
a
want to
race
drop
against
the
the
top
clock.
wave, send the Talia over there.
There's the flash out. Curtain call comes on in.
Kill.
Yeah, Masu's just going to be able to pick that one up because Whippo is not scared of turrets.
Well
and
done.
again, it's such a critical timing for FlyQuest because they have to keep dragon stacking. So because bottom wave was pushed in, they don't
the free
teleport
space
Quad
is
to top
random
side.
at the moment.
They keep Quad
Once
on
we
bottom
hit
side to catch that
semifinals,
mini
everybody
wave.
will have a free
and it
space.
is going to cost FlyQuest a lot of damage on the top turret. Due to the Void Grubs as well for Driver. It barely stands. But again, it's so critical for FlyQuest, with this comp to actually keep the dragon stacking. So I do really like them contesting on it and forcing the play, using Bwipo's teleport there. That plus the CC from the Jin, and now...
Oh, Quad could be in a little bit of trouble because Kaiwing does have Zenith Blade, does connect.
Alright.
But even through the exhaust, Quad will be okay. Busio comes in, just says get out of here with a little bit of a headbutt, so not too much else to worry about.
I
But
appreciate
CFO, they've been
Busio.
so good at being able to actually make things stick
Hello.
in the early game.
How
they
are
haven't
you?
been able to
Street,
at
I wanted to
all
ask you a
here
question.
so far. Still don't think it's end of the world. I still think their composition is going
I
to
wanted
feel
to
just
ask you a
fine
question.
moving further on. But with all those experience hiccups, things like that, the fact that the gold is now well and truly sitting in FlyQuest's favor and those two dragons, man, like everything is coming up FlyQuest here in this game so far. As Quad might be the first sign of it not quite working out. It's despite the flash, Honku still able to pick him up. The redemption comes down as well, as we do see picture in picture that it should still be
but did he
this
stall?
Rift Herald going down.
But did he stall?
So they will be able to collect that one,
stall?
and that is also going to be
I think we
some
take
feats of
those.
strength almost gotten towards, as well as Busio could be in trouble. Level 7 here, so he does have the unbreakable will, but he is still taking a lot of damage. These Sand Soldiers, man, they are really hurting. Not quite enough to get the kill onto the cow through the ulti.
Really good early flash from Honku. Preemptively flashes to gain the...
Two turrets immediately?
Yeah, they take that one down. Topside's going to go to Honku as well. But really good early flash from him to create the play. And Quad still flashing and dying is really going to put a bump here in the FlyQuest path. I think CFO, huge gold injection into those solo laners is going to be exactly what they want.
Yeah, and have a look at Honku's lead now. 1.3K, 1.4K. That was FlyQuest's lead prior to that play. And it is now just on their superstar mid laner, a young man that has been the talk of so many this
so
whole
he's
year.
up, what, 30
CS? Every
CS?
single time, no matter what event it has been.
And a kill?
Still, this
so,
is only going to equalize things, right?
Like
300
3
gold,
kills,
not something that we're going to be too
so
worried about.
369.
And
where's that
there is
extra
still feats of
300
strength on
coming
the table.
from?
Whoever makes it to that third one is going to be able to collect it here.
Did Quad have
See whether
shutdown?
FlyQuest can just get one more kill to get some better shoes.
Yeah. Honku, such a promising young talent here.
I hope it doesn't go bad after 25 minutes.
On the world stage. We'll see about the next Azir play, as there were a lot of people converging on mid.
Yep.
But after the wave gets cleared out,
I can see you were tensed up. You're like, hang on a second.
Both sides, you can see almost immediately, both of them kind of spread back out to go catch their side waves.
Silly.
And those side waves are going to get a little dangerous for FlyQuest. Both outer towers are down, so CFO using their extra advantage there to get the early push.
Yep. Does mean that there's some standing gold here for FlyQuest, but unless they're able to take these turrets down, they're now just helping make sure that CFO has as much control of the map as they can at this stage of the game. Man, this next dragon fight is going to be such a big deal. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock for that one. FlyQuest Soul Point in their sights. Mountain Soul is a big deal. Like, I mean, I don't know how you kill Blippo after that one comes through. So, a pretty important one to fight for here. See whether CFO have any plans for it.
All good, Streep. I appreciate you.
Yeah. 2 items in 0 already. We're talking about, oh, how meaningful is gold versus experience? Well, when gold is 2 items fully completed on your Azir, then gold is massive. So
Honky went back and bought a Leandri's, and Quad went back and bought a little book.
Ooh, would you rather have a book or a cool mask?
I don't think I've heard
a cool mask, Kobe,
yet.
every single time. Although some of the books, you know, are cool as well. There's a lot of them that you can buy.
This is a short story, though.
Yeah,
that's like a little picture book.
Yeah, this is the first. This is like baby's first book. You know, like it's not quite the fiendish codex.
Girly, how is your sleep schedule? It isn't.
Quad throws a whole bunch of rocks into his back. The seismic shove connects, and I think Quad wanted to let us know that the book's pretty good.
We're finding the picks.
Yeah,
we're getting the kills.
That one all the way to
That's what I like to see.
CFO though with 4
That's what I like
people,
to see.
They're also going to answer with the last remaining
You're still learning
outer
Echo?
turret that
Not at the
FlyQuest
moment, no.
Yeah. And Doggo is, of course, Valkyrieing forward into Busio as the slow comes through. Masu is in so much trouble. He has to get out of there. Does have the curtain call to follow up.
But, like, we've got the kills.
More, but takes the cannon.
But we need to start getting these
Home.
turrets.
CFO, though, they are just
taken 2.
tearing things off the map over and over again. And now, with the outer ring dead, the map is so dark. FlyQuest can have a real tough time at making their way over here to contest this dragon.
All of the turrets.
That one is gone. That is an oyster dragon.
What does an oyster dragon look like? Oh, like a mountain drake. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Very
you just
similar,
told me what it was.
Very similar to a mountain dragon.
Except
Roy,
you have
thank
to
you
know
so
that
much for the
inside
gifted
the
sub,
mountain,
love.
there is indeed an oyster.
Exactly. You crack it open.
Yeah.
For some delicious meat.
It sounds kind of sinister. I don't like it anymore. I'm not going to mess with the oyster dragon.
I don't think the
right.
casters
Doggo and
play
Masu back
weak.
here in this lane. I think Masu knows now that if the Corki goes anywhere near him, it could be problematic, but he hasn't bought in quite some time. It's okay. Drive it back in lane, maybe back in trouble again.
A second ago.
We're going to try and take him down. There's the all out. See whether Driver can actually survive this one. Deadly Flourish will be avoided. There's the curtain call as Driver desperately trying to get out of here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. The last bullet doesn't connect, but Whippo does have a
guys,
Q.
they're on Audica, brother.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, because there were two that showed top, CFO have decided that it's time for Otacon, and then they decide it is too dangerous.
Okay,
Not
good.
a decision they often make, to be perfectly honest, as Rift Herald is going to be thrown into the mid lane. Shelly a little bit confused about where she is. We'll be able to wander towards... Okay, never mind. She is just going to be herded back down the river once again. Inspired will be able to just...
my favorite part of this...
Driving.
My favorite part of this were the blue Flying Oyster question mark pings that were going down on it. They're like, where is he going with this? Regardless, though, the best thing that this FlyQuest comp does is make picks on the map. CFO, though, they're starting back up the Otacon.
Is this just gone? I mean, Honkyu
Why
does
didn't
need
he
to be
just
there
let
if
it
they
go
want to have the
mid?
DPS, but things are very, very dark on this map right now. Busio is going to rotate his way down. CFO have all the information they need. This is just gone. And you were talking about
I'm purely confused on what he was doing.
Crisis of the early game of this series. That might be mitigated as
What's
Doggo
going on,
does get
Irene?
himself over the right side of the wall.
What
Driver
the
desperately
frick
wanted to
did
do
we
the same
just
thing,
do?
but there's a little bit of brush, and FlyQuest realized that I think their only real option here is to try and push down mid.
You can tell FlyQuest were so confused there. They had no idea where CFO were because Whippo just teleported to his own secondary tower when he was split pushing on top side and had finished up that top tower. FlyQuest had no idea. They were completely bamboozled by that play from CFO, and then they saw them and they got the Otacon, announcement. Even he still panics.
Yeah,
he thought people were coming for him.
I mean, they do have a gold advantage.
Max.
There's at least that. I'm trying to figure it out, Kobe, because feels like CFO just kind of got away with murder.
Yeah, FlyQuest. Oh man, they are confused.
Well, Kaiwi might be
Okay,
confused
so
now,
me being confused
because,
is not
just come out of the
abnormal.
brush, but Driver
Everyone's
comes in,
confused
slow
right
him down
now.
with a couple of harpoons, and
Got
that should
it.
be enough. It's all right.
If everyone is confused like that, we need to be putting down wards.
They at least managed to lock
We
that
need to
one
be
in.
we need to be lighting up this jungle.
So it's not end of the world or anything.
And in
like
next game,
that.
we need to make sure they don't
It is
take every
concerning,
single
though.
last
I
turret
would say so.
in the first
I think
15
this
minutes.
Was this is one of the issues when we were watching them just a couple of days ago as well. Is like fully understanding where to be to make sure that things could happen. But
the waste of the
FlyQuest did
TP,
manage to get 2 Barons in their last game, even though they
the
lost.
waste
Right? Like,
of Rift Herald,
I don't know.
This
Even
was a weird
the
moment.
backing while they're on
because they had
Otacon, brother.
already started
Like,
fighting them by the Otacon, seeing multiple members.
so he did
Technically
try to
not all of
escape.
them,
He just
but
wasn't being
assumed
traced.
reset.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. Well, good plays from Flying Oysters, though. You know,
definitely worked.
In the last few minutes, they stopped the
Crazy
Dragon
work.
Stack and got the Mountain one first. Then they got the Otacon, and they were able to get a teleport off of the Cassante here. After
Maybe it
the
was like
split pushing.
there was like a vision bamboozlement that we missed.
Yeah.
And there's a really clever
We had to have
vision
missed
bamboozlement
something.
that happened as the wall is going to come on down here. Kaiwing just flashes over the top. And it's going to be able to keep him safe, but that is a big investment as far as Summoner Spell. It is going to be employed. So CFO without that to engage some fights could be a big deal, as under a minute until this next dragon.
Next dragon. Let's see if they get back on track here, because CFO have got to be so happy with this game state. Already having the Otacon with 22 petals, plus having the first of the mountain dragons, you know, taking that one away. It just gives them so many luxuries here. And Honkyu was already doing well in this game. The Azir is just so comfortable split pushing, has an arm guard. We already mentioned the 2-item power spike, but this champion with flash up is so mobile. At CFO, have a lot of options here. And Honkyu is even going to see the approach.
Well, Sundisk is going to come on up here, and that is going to mean that Inspired will take a little damage, but not too much more. Does have the upgrade of Merc Treads, as CFO are looking to move up and protect their mid laner. FlyQuest moving over as well. Teleport to bring Honkyu down, as they just want to take this inside track, move over towards this dragon. And they should be able to get this early setup. Masu already 50% of his health bar taken away, as Doggo's rockets are really starting to hurt Quad. Wrapping around the side, doesn't have the Weaver's Wall up just yet. There's now Driver on that flank angle, checking for Inspired, who should be able to get himself in here. We'll see whether they want the turn or whether they want to get themselves the dragon. FlyQuest moved their way in, though. Inspired biding his time to make sure he gets in at the opportune moment. Solar Flare goes entirely wide as Inspired gets his way in there. Junja having to flash his way out though. Seismic Shove going wide.
Fly. Lock
Equalizer
in,
is down.
Fly.
Not doing too much though.
Lock in,
as
Fly.
we can see, as the Drake already low as well. The exhaust comes on down. Whippo gets into
Fly.
that back line. Kaiwing's in a little bit of trouble. And down goes the Xin Zhao. That's going to be the Drake.
We got the dragon.
All
right, let's leave. Everybody exit. Everybody exit. Everybody exit.
As Hongq gets on in
Everybody
there.
exit.
There's Whippo looking for the angle. Emperor's
Hey,
though.
everybody exit.
And it's Doggo that picks up the kill. Look at these health bars. Doggo desperately wanting another Valkyrie, but he will not be able to get in there.
Okay, it's a heist. It's a heist. It's a heist. We're on Soul Point. Let's go, Fly. Let's go, Fly.
They do.
Let's go, Fly. Let's go, Fly.
To go after the Azirs to try and put a stop to that chase. And is the
God bless.
sacrifice.
God bless. Got the dragon. We're on Soul Point. It's Mountain Soul.
Able to secure
Only
the
one
dragon.
person
Let's look at the
died.
setup here.
Whippo sacrificed himself for the rest of the
Leona
team.
ult going wide there is actually
God
quite
bless.
big. That being down, Kaiwing also misses
Oh,
his E.
y'all, I'm like anxious AF, bro.
Seismic shove, but you know, they back off from the equalizer reset
Because
with the
like
redemption.
Masu looked like he wanted to kite back. No, babes, just run.
Quite close because
Just run.
Junja there, they focus him down, get the kill, and then it's
No, they really did, Charm.
So
they really did. There was a lot of patience used.
and then get the objective.
There
Here's
was
where
a
it
lot
gets very
of
risky.
patience
Yeah, look at all
used.
these health bars. They're nothing.
As Hongq dashes in, though,
Whippo made sure
goes
that
in.
Hongq
He
wasn't going to
Well, you can see
chase.
Whippo not feeling too happy about it, but I think it was a worthy sacrifice for what they were able to pick up. 3.5
agree.
minutes until a potential Mountain Soul, which will be a huge deal. Not to mention getting
Deep
the Elder
breaths,
onto the
y'all.
map.
Deep breaths.
Certainly does help closing out the games. Let's see.
Certainly does. I think there's a lot of pressure in the next 3
Hey,
minutes.
so Whippo, step into my
We're going to
office.
slow down Inspired. Doggo is, of course,
Get him,
Valkyrie
Kiki, get
over a
him.
wall, as he will be able to blast going his way to safety. Doggo only has one mode, doesn't he? He's just
I love
going
it.
in.
It's
I think Whippo thought he could kill Hongq because Hongq is kind of low, so he thought he could trade his life for
Especially
his.
when he has double summoners. He plays so aggressively with them. CFO, though, once again, they start up the
Dang,
Baron. They're
CFO
trying to
is
force
putting
FlyQuest
on
into
the
this early-
pressure,
Hongq is
man.
doing so much damage to this objective. FlyQuest is going to have to make a decision. Teleport is going to come through from Whippo as they get a nice knock up onto Kaiwing. He's thrown back with a shove. Equalizer goes down though, and Quad is just dead. An overextension, as we can see, as now Junja goes in. Busio, the next one to fall, paying for his mid laner's sins, as Doggo is, of course, flashing forward. It's Whippo to go down one more time as he tries to all out his way to safety, but that is not going to stop CFO from taking this Baron and getting a big lead. Never mind, though, it's Kaiwing that's going to go down first.
Okay.
Inspired collects that, but Emperor's Divide pulls him back.
That's worth.
And they'll trade jungle for support after the end of that fight, and CFO should be able to get the Purple Worm as a reward.
Huge for CFO. They turn around on Quad and immediately punish him for taking that wall so close.
I'm
to
not gonna
their
lie to
team.
y'all.
Quad goes
Like,
in. He jumps up right
Quad
into Kaiwing
definitely
here, gets
has
stunned
his
up,
good
and
games.
immediately deleted. So CFO are very,
But
very, very
I have been
happy
very
with the start of this
unimpressed
fight. And
with
then they
this
just run
man's
down
gameplay
FlyQuest, chasing every
throughout
last
Worlds.
member here. Huge critical moment at the Baron.
Throughout
and
Worlds.
CFO destroy FlyQuest.
You can see CFO pretty happy about it as well as far as the coaching staff are concerned.
Like,
that is going to
this
finally
man
even
has
out the kill score here in
had
this game. But the
some
Baron
really
is the
bad
biggest deal. And keep your eye
plays.
on that Rebel Baron power play. Currently at the neutral setting, which is 1500. The more they can get is going to be the use of the buff. As Doggo back in this mid lane once again. I feel like whenever he's on screen, I tense up.
Was that a throw at
there was no
Baron?
one else on the screen, but I was like, is he going to
I
solo
think
kill
so.
that nothing over there?
I think so.
He just might. That dog definitely has bite. So does Hongq as well, by the way. The bird also has bite, and Hongq still has his flash. He didn't have to use his flash in the last massacre that we just witnessed. And so it's a level 17 Azir with a big lead. Junja, though?
Yeah, Junja is in a little bit of trouble, able to flash out of
Please
the way
kill,
of the
please
seismic
kill.
shove, and
Oh,
there's
his
not a
whole
whole
team
lot
is
of
coming.
damage available to take him out when his ultimate's running. As now Busio likely to just die. Driver will be slowed down, but it's Quad that's dead again! Oh, it's a disaster for FlyQuest. It's into the backline, goes Inspired, but I just don't know whether that was a great idea, as Doggo's going to be able to take him down while he's trying to ult him into the sky. And CFO, this could be them just marching up the mid lane and taking out the first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, I think they might destroy quite a bit of the FlyQuest base here with the Baron buff still on for a long time here. They get to continue pushing an inhibitor down. You also see Jinja pushing in on the bottom side wave, but he's gonna run right past it and look for the end.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it right here, right now. There are 2 siege minions making it so difficult. The curtains have been called. I don't know whether they're for CFO. They will be able to stay alive. So
Is there a
FlyQuest,
sub?
they do survive
There's a sub
the push
for
here,
top
but
lane.
CFO have broken open the
There's
base.
not
They
a
take
sub
an
for
inhibitor
mid.
turret on the bottom side as well. Honku deals with that one, and now on their way out, they'll be able to collect another Mountain Drake.
How do we
that
win
Soul
this?
is ever further away
How do we win
once
this?
again. And I would say 6K is
I think
a pretty
we need
good
Mountain
Rebel
Soul.
Baron power play. We were talking about keeping your eye on that
And
one.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
we need.
good number.
Yeah, CFO here just
We gotta
looking
back the
dominant now
gag.
in game number 1. Let's take a look at this as they try and pick off Jinja for FlyQuest side. And it's a good equalizer from Driver. Quad then, you can see on the Talia, gets nailed. Kaiwing, ulti
I don't
him,
think there's
immediate
any
follow-up,
realm
and
they
just
put
delete
Gakkos
that
in.
Talia
As
once again.
unfortunate
Nice
as it
ult there
is,
from Kaiwing
I
to
don't think he's
snipe him.
ready.
Inspired then goes in at the end.
Inspired.
They know they're just kind of throwing their bodies at
Yeah.
CFO at that point,
Pissed.
because having given over to this team comp, the Otacon as well as the Baron in that last
Because honestly,
fight,
if
and
you
all
think
this
about
gold
it,
adding up,
FlyQuest
CFO
shouldn't even
have
be playing
a
today.
chokehold on
They
this
should
first
already
game.
be in quarters. But if they
Now,
can't
Inspired,
win
it's
this,
gonna have
y'all,
to be these
they
Hail
don't
Mary
deserve
plays. And I actually
quarters.
like this. We've seen this from a lot of players in the past. Inspired
I
himself has done
think
it
they've
before.
shown us
When
that
you're
they
feeling
like
down and
low-key
out,
don't deserve it. They
just
need to
find a
work
spot
for
to
it.
stand as
Because
Vi,
like,
so you
if
can
you
kill the
get
guy
into
that does the
quarterfinals,
damage.
you just want to get there
This
so
is
you
what-
can
this is the
and
social
lose
play.
immediately.
You
No,
go
bro.
and get an enemy
Show
camp.
us that you gonna pop off.
Well, this is going to be an enemy team that CFO are
Show
looking
us
for.
that you
Lucio
gonna be
does
able to
have
win.
the
Show us that
unbreakable
you
will, and he's gonna
can
need one if
take
they want to
down
stay
these
alive in this
high-level
game.
teams.
Well, not just a camp.
But if you
that's a
can't do that, then
crowd.
what's the point of going to quarters? Just to say you did it?
People call it different
No,
things.
bro.
To me, when I do that, it's a
We
bit
go to
of
quarters
rage.
because we want to freaking win, bro.
I'm rage clearing enemy
This is
camps
Worlds
at that point.
2025,
Rage
not
clearing is so,
That's-
the
that's
rage
quarterfinals
counter jungle clear.
2025.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I think just rage
Like,
clearing.
let's
That's-
lock
I'm gonna
in.
use that. I'm definitely going to use that. As Doggo Valks over the wall, will be able to keep himself alive. But now the wraparound has happened. It's not only a rage clear, it might also be Driver going down, but he does spot him here. Inspired, not quite with the surprise play that he
Ooh,
wanted. But
nice
it's the all
ult
out to
from
bring them
Whip
underneath
Whip.
the turret. Junja is going to be the first one to go down as Doggo is, of course, over the wall. Honku goes golden as the solar flare is going
Masu,
to interrupt
why didn't you save that last
curtain call.
shot?
As, my God, how
Okay,
did Doggo
wait.
do that much damage? That
That
was
was good.
disgusting. But still,
That
he
was
is
good.
now dead. I think Fly is still alive.
Atlas, rage
That was good.
clearing
We're
is a
still in
viable
this,
strategy.
guys. We're still in
It was
this.
the best. It's a stroke of genius.
It turned into the flank of all time for FlyQuest. What they needed.
Yeah, didn't our
to
NRG
win the
just
base.
win
It set them off. And then they
Valorant
just went. They flew underneath the
Champions?
inhibitor turret.
It's called.
Inspired didn't even really have to do anything. It was mind control. It was extraordinary.
Mind control is the best strategy. Here we go, though.
Holy,
You can see on the
what are
minimap,
your top
Inspired
3 favorite
approaching,
teams in
and
Valorant?
Whippo is able to get the kidnap basically under tower.
Yeah.
And they basically create chaos. When you are down like that, you want to create some more chaos. And so they're going to
speaking
continue to do
of,
it.
Yeah, Driver could be in a whole lot of trouble. The wall
Yes,
comes down.
let's
I
get
don't
these
think
picks,
this,
y'all. Let's
Rumble is
get
gonna
these
survive. And he doesn't think
picks.
so either as he
That's
ults
what
the
I'm
wave.
talking about. Get
Make
hype,
sure
get
that he can
amped.
at
Let's
least get
go.
something. But
I want to
these
see that
little picks,
hustle. I want to
all
see
of
that
these dents in the
ambition.
tempo are getting
That's
Fly
what I'm
back into the
talking
game.
about.
Exactly, that's what you have to do. Continue to try and make picks across
Let's
the map.
go.
Go through the fog of war.
We have to
Why
have
aren't
the
you
freak
on the
conversation
FlyQuest
about
coach
you
roster?
shouldn't
I'm
take the
saying.
mid inhibitor
I'm saying.
because you deny yourself gold and stuff. Do we need to do that?
And you
It's been a
continue-
while.
Well, their wave clear is not the best. We'll see about the teleport out. I say just keep on fighting.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to do as Junja, once again, potentially in trouble. Does now have Honku and Kaiwing in the area.
Why does it feel
There's
like
a knockback
Whippo
from
doesn't
Whippo.
do
There is
damage?
another kidnap, like you said before, but it's going to be flashed this time. Blast Cone makes things problematic. Oh, the rocks go down. Honku, so much trouble, but still the damage is there because Doggo shows up.
Oh my gosh.
Massive amounts to come on through. But
Get
it's
in there,
already
Masu.
two
Get in
for
there, Masu.
FlyQuest.
He
Doggo
just wasted
trying
his
to
flash,
survive against
low-key.
Whippo. He flashes over the wall.
Oh my
and
gosh,
picks up
Doggo
a
is like
double,
low-key
but Fly
unkillable.
still
Wait, that's
able to
huge.
win that
Let's
fight.
Baron.
Should be the
Let's
Baron.
Baron.
is
Let's
alive.
Baron.
It is-
Let's
okay, Doggo's
Baron.
still alive, though. You have to respect Doggo.
Driver is turning up as well, but I mean, Doggo's health bar is not exactly high. As Masu gets himself in there, it's looking like they're not going to go for this Baron, but FlyQuest, I mean, I was writing the obituary, man. Like, this is not what I was expecting this game to look like.
I don't know about this. Keep the chaos going. They want to keep the chaos rolling here, forcing and forcing. They're definitely going to turn off the Baron, but CFO are doing a good job. They're not taking the bait here very quickly. They know it takes FlyQuest way too long to do the Baron, so they're not running into it.
Yeah, because we locked in Jhin every game that we play League of Legends.
There, but the Equalizer is still going to do so much work as the Baron, they're still on it. The spikes are really hurting. Inspired, still lower and lower. And Doggo wanting that wraparound. Driver gets in there with the flamethrower, and there's Doggo. It is going to be the Baron secured by FlyQuest, but can they keep anyone else alive? The Empress Divide comes in. It's a double in the end for Doggo. And so there are a few Barons left up here for FlyQuest, but there's no people.
Yeah, there's only an Alistar and a Cassante to defend the base. CFO are going to come, and they're going to try and finish.
All right, let's see whether they can make that one happen as Honku shifts some sands to get himself towards Bwipo, whose health bar is extraordinarily large. Driver
He's trying to proxy. He's trying to take the wave.
Because he's walking up mid lane to get back to his team. He's holding the wave. It's the Mara strategy yet again, but I just don't know whether it's really going to work.
They just redemption the wave.
They're going to move back. They're going to get
oh my gosh, y'all are going to get the square of both teams kill 3 dragons.
This game is just ridiculous.
This game is insane. And it's about to hit 40 minutes.
Coming back to the dragon anyway. However,
I added a new square where both teams get 3 dragons. Where's it at?
Stop the end of the game.
Yeah, it does buy them some time. Triple Mountain Dragons now picked up for CFO, but FlyQuest live a bit longer here. Again, gotta clear out some of this vision and continue to try and make some picks.
Both teams slay 3 dragons.
CC
Holy freaking moly, bro.
We're not able to stop the back
this
here.
This game is a fiesta.
Once again, but not going to happen this
I came here to ask you, what am I watching? Bessie, if I knew, I would tell you. If I knew, I would tell you.
Quite crazy.
I would.
Is that a Flame Horizon for Bwipo?
I would tell you if I knew.
Yeah, that's valid. Over 100 CS
I questioned whether I was looking at the right number. I was like, surely not. That's a Rumble.
The second question is, does that Flame Horizon matter?
Probably.
Or does Doggo being full build Corki? That certainly is a full extra item.
He does have 9 times the amount of kills to his opponent.
This is an
all right, well,
game.
FlyQuest, they have to continue to be scrappy here. They're trying to play in the darkness here, but the flying
y'all got 2 minutes and 30 seconds
now, staying on their side of the map where they have vision.
And the problem is
nobody got bingo yet.
If you were FlyQuest, you're like, well, this is definitely doable because the game was basically over. And so it feels like the tempo has kind of moved back into Fly's
just have
favor
7 deaths.
Well, the enemy team just won. We've got nothing to lose in this game. Like, it was a done deal. And so now every opportunity they get back in this one, it's kind of like a freebie. And let's see whether CFO can keep themselves in it because they have almost thrown it away.
Biggest problem to me for FlyQuest now is when you try and make a pick.
Anybody can play bingo.
There are 2 Zhonyas on both solo laners for CFO, and then the Guardian Angel
Did
on
you
Doggo
know you had
is already
30
available,
minutes?
and Jinja's is close to being available.
Yeah, so the 6 items on the Azir is problematic for the...
for everybody.
Yeah, everybody. Like, Doggo wants to get a pentakill, he can't because his mid laner does way too much damage. I mean, it's not just FlyQuest that have issue with it.
I'm freaking stressed, Jin. I'm stressed.
Just clearing out this mid lane wave. Thankfully, it is mid lane.
I can't breathe. I'm having to remind myself to breathe.
But we have synchronized timers between these 2 objectives.
I gotta remember to breathe.
Quad stack Mountain Soul.
Y'all, this is the first game of the day.
Let's track Inspired
I just want to remind y'all.
Inspired is taking another long venture into the other side of the map.
First game of the day.
Now, so I don't think we can call it the same thing.
I mean, it worked last time. He went for Raptors and then topside Scuttle, and then they saved the game. So now he takes Krugs.
Did y'all see the redemption on the minions and how it healed the minions?
Golden experience that
Was
they
that
wouldn't
not
have been
insane?
able to get before.
Yep.
This time, they had confidence in CFO not pushing for the end. So he is able to steal that one away. He's kind of deep.
Gonna be up all night, Bestie.
Here as the control ward is going to be taken down. Jinja, no idea that there is a Vi line.
It healed minions.
Highwing might get word of it. Will the back actually go through? It
God
will.
bless.
Nicely done. And emotes on his way out. That's clean. This game's weird, Kobe.
Honestly, I'm having fun.
I love it. Weird is good.
All of the pressure, it kind of distracts you from the fact that this is the last day of Swiss, and this is elimination promotion.
And you can tell like there's so much more layered on top, right? There's so many reps of
Yeah,
playing
it is,
out
John.
these late game like set plays, right? But then there's also
Cardinal,
the
honestly,
terror
yes,
of
we
having
do.
to go home here and missing out on that top 8. For
Thank
both
you
of
for the
these
follow,
teams, that is a
B-Sun.
huge deal. CFO,
Or is it
an
B-Star?
incredible year for this team, and FlyQuest wanting to make it back to that knockout
Come
stage
on, Fly,
once
come on.
again. See whether they
Y'all
can get
came a
further.
long way. Don't lose it.
CFO
Don't
looking to
lose
try and
it.
get a little
Don't
bit of
lose
siege
it.
happening. It's not a massive amount of range
Come
for
on,
this
Fly,
squad,
come
so
on.
not quite working just yet. Solo
Okay.
player once again, just going to be a pretty
Leona
circle
ult.
and not much
L
more.
Leona ult. L Leona.
Junja
Can't spell Leona without the L.
Oh my god, look at this. As soon as Honkyu does anything,
Dude,
someone
he
almost
has-
dies.
He does so much
So they
damage.
have to be so incredibly careful as the inhibitor going to be coming back up very, very shortly. As Driver, possible flank angle here, but there is a teleport back to bring Kaiwing towards the mid lane. There it is. Thank you, picture in picture. I feel like this game has almost 100% equalized.
We'll ask Driver about that one in the next fight.
I felt it coming. And I'm
Yeah,
glad
I
you did
know.
that.
I didn't even want to do it.
I know. It felt like you had to.
I did, exactly.
Now you know how I feel every day with
Okay.
every dumb joke that I make.
Biggest difference, though, of course, extra full item on both CFO carries. So they have so much power here, but FlyQuest...
Whippo going in. There's the wall as well. Quad, though, keeping himself relatively safe this time as Honkyu goes golden. Seismic shove is going to be avoided with the flash, but Whippo picks him up, and he's not going to be able to withstand
disintegrated.
the Emperor's Divine.
That's game.
The backline goes in. Spine boost goes there. They need to kill Honkyu, and down he goes. Quad's getting flashed on, though, by Drivers. Looking
Can
to burn
Masu
down
put out
Masu.
damage?
Doggo's still alive as well, and the rest of CFO have dealt with the other onslaught on the other side of the fight. Down goes Inspired as Junja.
Okay,
with
so
full health is
Masu and
gonna be able to
Quad
make
are
his way
still
out.
alive.
Now they're pinging on the mid lane, but I think a Mountain Soul might
But
be
that's
coming in
Mountain
first.
Soul.
That's the soul for sure. Quad
Why
and
is
Masu were at the
Masu
very
going to
least
Baron?
able to take
That's
down
warded.
Driver. So that is both solo laners that have been killed on the side of CFO. Now, though,
Why
there's
is
a ward
Masu
behind Baron
at
that
Baron?
Soft FlyQuest go over to this. So this desperate play from Quad and Masu.
Why are they on Baron?
It is known to CFO, and they're not going to let him get away with it.
Why are they,
Doggo
guys? Why are
will
they
be able
on
to spot
Baron?
them out here. There
Why
is
are
the
they on
Mountain Soul
Baron?
to come on in as
Why are
Doggo
they on
walks
Baron?
forward.
Guys, why are
Sees
they on
Quad at
Baron?
extraordinarily low health. They're going to see whether they can get themselves out. It is
Guys,
just
why
one
are they on
auto,
Baron?
and Quad will die. Gives him the thumbs up, but isn't able to kill him. And the blast cone for the disengage. But still, CFO, they don't lose the Baron, and they should be able to take it themselves here. And with a quad stack Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, and a sweet purple buff, and an open door on the base, they should be able to finish this game. But I've said that before. This time feels a little bit more true.
Well, well, well.
3 holes in the ground.
Now we'll approach the FlyQuest base one more time
No,
for
yeah,
CFO.
they
As
definitely
you said,
could have gotten that
they
Baron
have
because Jin does
everything
Baron
in
like
their
so quickly.
arsenal
You know what I'm
just
saying?
ready to finish this game.
Do I think that they are going to? No idea. Still no idea.
Masu on
they
Jin
really
again.
need
I
the
don't know why they're
magic
doing
now.
it, Cone.
Can
I think he just
they
likes
come up
Jin.
with
I think he
something
just likes Jin.
spectacular?
Oh, Inspired was going for it again, but
Phoenix,
this time
that is
was
literally
spotted by
my face right
CFO.
now.
Kaiwing and Junja together.
Literally my
Try and
face.
collect him. I think he's out, so should be all right.
I will say there is now no Guardian Angel on Doggo, as well as no Flash. But I think that CFO, as long as they just play safe with their battle lines, and they don't have both carries right next to each other, then they should be okay to just slowly move it in.
And now we've just broached
Thank
10
God
seconds
it's Fearless
over
and he can't
the
pick it
longest
again.
game at Worlds, which we did just have yesterday.
I think
Great
our
job
fate
all
is
around,
sealed,
everybody.
guys.
51.
I think
the games
this
are
is
getting
it.
longer. As we're
I think our
seeing
fate is sealed.
These inhibitors may not have much longer, but we'll see. This bottom
I don't
one's
want to
certainly going to go
watch.
down as Whippo
I don't
looking like
want to
he's
watch
defending
this next
When
fight
becomes lightning
because
comes
they
through, man,
have
that
to fight
Hellfire,
it.
the Cassante is
It's
so
fight or
massive.
lose the game.
But these inhibs
It's
are
fight
still going to go
and
down the
lose the
flank
game.
angle there from Inspired. He still wants to look for it as they're under Nexus turrets
He's
now.
got to kill Doggo.
Driver. Wanted to see what's going on. I believe spotted him just there. The first Nexus turret going to be lying on the floor. They need to pull the trigger if they want to stop CFO from taking this. But you can see they're playing so carefully as CFO not wanting to take any undue risks as Seismic Shock will
Wait,
be
Gengia.
Sonya's. And there is the Emperor's Divine as well. Honkyu keeps himself alive. They're still desperately trying to get on top of him, but it does
It's not enough.
work. The young player is
there
able
was
to
just no
say
damage.
no to FlyQuest.
There was just
and
no
will now be
damage
able to
whatsoever.
take down the Nexus. It took a little longer than we may have expected, but the Oysters strike first.
CFO finished the job in game number 1. FlyQuest scrambled
Who
and
is
made
this
them
team?
work for it, but in the end, CFO are victorious.
What an incredible game, and what a
Who
long
is
one
this
as well.
team, bro?
Now it's time to hear from the analyst desk while we try and figure out what just happened.
What a long one as well. This is what elimination games are made of. Blood, sweat, and tears, equalizers, missed positions, turnarounds, comebacks. Oh man, I've seen it all.
We have lived eons from the beginning of this game till the end, from the draft to now. Mountains came up and down. There's so much.
I'm gonna give you some space for a crash out, if you would like to take the space.
Can we watch Quad int the entire game at Baron? I just want to watch it. I felt my soul leave my body as Quad Talia ulted with no teammates around him.
Here we go.
Onto a Leona in melee range. Brother, what are you doing? We're on soul point. It's a 3K advantage. This was the game. Like, that is the game. You just can't do that at the international level and expect to win. Like, yes, there's 100 other things that happen. Yes, there's 100 other things that could change, but mistakes are not equal in League of Legends. A mistake like that at that moment in the game by the Baron is just horrible. And I mean, I think Quad had some tough moments where he wasn't able to flash abilities in other games and other series here, you know, that he would be unhappy about. But this one is just straight up unacceptable. And I feel like as soon as I saw that, I'm like, well, that's the game. You just lost the game. And the rest was kind of just waiting it out.
But then
it did get crazy.
They didn't lose, actually, from that point. You gotta give them credit. But the thing is, it feels so bad to now go like, hey, you kind of came back in that game because you didn't.
And they never were actually like on the front foot, even with after all those comebacks. I mean, I think Inspired played an incredible game. He was really, really clever. Him and Masu were the standouts to me. Yeah. I think really did well. I think Buppo, you know, he was always up in goal, but there were some head scratchers like that teleport to his own tier 1.
It almost turns.
Super dizzy.
That play from Inspired
I just want to
here,
say,
the fact that he's able to knock Doggo over the wall, like, speaks to the quality of the game.
I just want to say,
played, obviously in a game as long as this, everyone in that moment
Inspired loses 4 dragons. He didn't play a good game.
Really?
He lost 4 dragons.
What is kind of insane
because
to me is that it feels like we had a flip of what we praised both teams for, because I was expecting Fly to be way better at objective control. I think CFO ran the early game here in tempo, even not taking into account the quad play.
After the dragons,
they did.
The first dragons.
There were multiple occasions where Fly would get a pick, yet CFO would get the objective. And that's something that I think normally I would expect more of from this team.
I mean, we got the first 2 dragons. We were up in gold, and then we were super late for the 3rd dragon, kind of gave that way uncontested.
There was the 1 pick.
Then the Otacon play, where we were just kind of nowhere to be seen at the Otacon.
The
So
Otacon play was abysmal.
And that is like,
abysmal.
maybe you're just sweating too much and you're thinking about all these things and you're losing track of like what is the obvious play you should be doing next.
That's an elimination game for you, right? It's like all these things that sometimes in the LTA you would have done 17 times per weekend, you cannot do here because of the circumstances. And then if we have to look, or if we're gonna look at CFO, I think
her shirt.
It is very impressive that they had the presence of mind to be ahead on those plays. Let's say the Otacon. Also, to pilot a game where it is incredibly close and they can feel it. They know they cannot take 1 step out of order or they will also lose the game. I have to give them tremendous praise for that.
And I wanted to see more of Honkyu. I think we saw it in this game. I think he really stepped it up compared to what we've seen so far. Giving him the Azir was a gamble. We've seen this champion, when piloted well, completely take over games. I think this was a really good example. You could see the importance that Fly could put onto trying to take out one of these extremely fed carries. But Honkyu, even though sometimes I was holding my breath for him, I think was able to have tremendous impact in this game.
He really was. And though FlyQuest made some really clever plays to like, make sure the game didn't end after that Baron play, the problem is when you're playing this style of composition, you know, Vi had an incredible early game, but when you lose that Baron and when you get this late into the game, you look at the people you can ult. There's 2 GAs and 2 Zonias and a Leona, right? Yeah. Who are you supposed to be diving? Like, it's almost almost impossible at that point to have a successful play.
Can I ask a
and I was going to say,
question?
Doggo, this guy just plays with no fear. We already saw an incredible Corki game from him.
Can I ask a
This one,
question?
again, he's playing in the face of FlyQuest.
Am I
He's getting
wrong
chunks
for
before the
hating
fights
the
that are
Gen
dissuading
Gen
FlyQuest
pick?
from even being able to take the fight. And I've just been
Am I
non-stop
wrong?
impressed by Doggo. It feels like he's rarely stepping a foot wrong.
He keeps impressing and might have one more foot to go, and then he's in the quarterfinals. Azale, a
am
rally
I
cry
wrong
for your boys.
I'm not going to lie, after that, I think it's a 2-0 for CFO.
If you don't even have faith,
I got no faith after that. After the last two series, I feel like this team is mental
No,
boom. I'm sorry to say
literally.
it. I hope that I'm wrong. I
Literally.
hope that they can pull it back.
But he's so
the
real.
looks on some of their faces on the player cams after some of those plays, to me, it was like, I think it's over.
He's so real for that.
G2 versus FlyQuest and MKOI versus TSW is that I'm not going to be a game one Andy. We'll be right back.
He's so real for that. The series, the last series that they played, G2 versus FlyQuest. The last series, these were just, this is not the FlyQuest that we know and love. It's not. This is not the FlyQuest we know. This is, they're just choking, bro. I think they're pissed. I think the games from last series are still in their head. I think that there's probably some dis-synergy going on right now because they mad at each other. Inspired came into this game. I saw Viper and I shut up.
Thank you, Beijing fans. See you guys in Shanghai.
Cute. It was just they got me to shut up real quick. You lost your card. I can look it up, but I want to go on my rant real quick. FlyQuest, they're probably mad at each other because of the G2 FlyQuest game. Inspired came into this game looking pissed. Like, I think they're halfway in their heads, but also I don't know what Quad is doing. All of Worlds, I don't know what Quad is doing. This man has low-key been trolling since MSI. Since MSI. Why is Masu picking Jin? Masu has so many other champs that he can take cheeks on, absolutely devour on. Why is he on Jin? And like, I understand he's getting these ultis off, but he is missing 50% of the ult shots. I'm not gonna lie to you. We need to be in there autoing. What's the point of ulting if you're not gonna land the ult? What does Tristana say? You can't do damage if you don't shoot him? He not shooting him. He not shooting him. I don't think he's a bad ADC in any regards. But I also think that, like, we gotta lock in, y'all. We gotta lock in. It can't just be Inspired. It can't be just Inspired and Busio. Matsu, I expect better from you. Bwipo, he tried. He tried. What the frick are we doing with the using Rift Herald in mid lane, then riding the mid lane Rift Herald, which could have gotten a charge off and gotten a turret, riding the mid lane Rift Herald into our jungle, right next to them doing Otacon, and then resetting. Bwipo in the top lane TPing for fun. Bwipo wanted to go on a roller coaster ride. He said he wanted to go to Six Flags real quick and VR a roller coaster ride. So he TP'd to his own turret. I just don't understand. Why do we fight so hard all year? Why do we go undefeated all freaking year to show up to Worlds and be absolutely donkey? I don't care if we having these team issues. We need to put that to the side, bro. We can hash that out through the weekend. But right now, bro, right now we need to lock the frick in. It doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me. Why stomp everywhere but where it counts? You train all year for Worlds. You play all year to go to Worlds. You stay at the top of the top to go to Worlds. So why go to Worlds if you're not gonna show up? It's like they reversed T1.
During this series, actually, I want to talk about the preparation you had coming into today with the few little time that you had. What did you guys focus on specifically?
Yeah, obviously at Worlds, when you're this deep into the season, you're not going to be picking up a whole load of new champs. You're not going to be able to reinvent yourselves.
Like Jin?
I think a lot of people saw that the loss to G2 took a lot out on FlyQuest emotionally.
We saw that.
A reset there was important.
It was.
Now that the best of the West side story has kind of like been shelved for now, it's very much about focusing on our opponent today. And obviously we didn't know until the last minute, but CFO is a team that we've been kind of like eyeing for a long time. They've obviously been going to internationals and performing just like we have for the better part of the year. So this is definitely an exciting game for us. And so I think our heads are on right today, and now it's about performing.
As you said, from
so let's
being
perform.
Best of the West to a bit more struggling situation as you're in right now. How
let's
did you
perform,
readjust
brother.
Players' expectations?
Yeah, it's not all me. Obviously, it's like the whole group coming together. But I think most of it is just when you're in Worlds, when you're in this like time chamber of being in one place for a long time, being in a foreign land for a long time, scrims against tougher and tougher teams than you have domestically, it's easy to look at things you can't do, like, oh, we can't draft that against a good team. We can't do this against a good team. And you start to lose the things that made you special domestically or at other parts in the year.
Okay.
It's always good to take a step back to reassess those things and to remember what the good times look like. And I think we've been able to do that very, very well.
Have we? I need us to remember, bro.
Great to hear from Papa Smithy, of course.
I ain't seen Inspired smile in a good 180 days.
Anyway, let's see how they're going to adjust, because they're going to require a lot of that pep talk. Because of course, that interview was done during this game.
We need a pep.
Witnessed, and
we need a pep talk.
It was messy. I'm going to go with messy.
That is one.
Inspired don't be looking inspired.
Yes,
he sure don't.
It's certainly.
He sure don't, Sam.
Honestly, yeah. I mean,
hey,
you know,
hands on the keyboard, Whippo.
To refocus after a game.
Let's
like
lock
that does
the
take
frick
a lot of work,
in.
but you have to be able to do that at the pro level. You know, sometimes. Especially even just as a normal League of Legends player, there are games
at this point, y'all need to have hands on QWER and the mouse at all times.
Cleanse what just went down.
Whippo, you need to walk around like this.
Takeaways from the previous
when you
game,
go into the bathroom,
the mistakes that were
made. You need to walk out like this.
Honestly, both sides. It was not.
Okay?
It was not clean from either
you
side.
Go into
but
the coach
CFO
room
obviously
like
looking
this.
way better and performing individually.
When you sit down,
as well
you
as
sit down
much more
like this.
cleanly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Making up for the
I don't want to see no hands nowhere else.
All of the experience
lock the frick in.
Which is
lock the
enough
frick
to get
in.
them over the line, but there were ups and downs on both sides, right? Because of course, not quite figuring out the lane swap mechanics effectively on CFO's side, putting themselves behind early. But I still think that the draft was problematic on the Fly side.
Let's play like we want it, man.
I think now we can see what's going to happen.
Let's play like we want it.
Champion select for game number 2 and see where the pivots are going to be.
Yeah, what I would do is just go for comfort champion so you can focus all on your gameplay. Just focus all on your gameplay so that you can reduce the amount of mistakes and, you know, go back to basics of tracking enemy champions, calculating the next possible move for them, taking into account what their next big goal is. And
freaking
CFO,
draft
they've got to feel
I done
very
ever
confident,
seen
I feel like, heading
in
into
my
this one. Now with
entire
some extra room to work
life.
with. I think
Where's
CFO
the
are
fly
in a very,
quest
very good
from last
headspace
Worlds
as far
when
as
they were
progressing
picking
this one.
Nunu Jungle and had the enemy
they,
team had Gen G
have a
going,
very good setup,
uh-oh,
but they also just
not
perform way
knowing what to
better
do.
in the actual game.
Yeah.
Where's that
Speaking
fly
of setup,
quest?
we have a slight peripheral.
Where's the innovation?
And so we are just delayed a little bit getting into Champions Select, which hopefully is going to give both of these teams some time extra to settle.
I'm perplexed.
That's what it was. Peripheral.
I'm
issues.
confused.
Yeah, we couldn't see out of our peripheries effectively. Something like that. There's certainly some humps to get over here for both of these teams. I think FlyQuest putting their best foot forward until the one big whoopsie.
Where are they at?
See out of that gentleman
Where
on the
is
screen
the
right
team?
there. But I think that they're going to
With
have to
bright
rally if they
eyes.
want to stay here, right? Because if it is one of these situations where
Where's the team that
mentally you're not necessarily as in
that
it,
wants
then,
to
I mean, it's only
win?
going to get worse from here, right?
Where are they?
The semifinals, the quarterfinals, the finals, they are all the most mentally strenuous things you can do
Where are they
on a
at?
League of Legends broadcast. And so therefore, I mean, if you can't handle this, what are you doing?
Exactly. Then you don't deserve to move on if you're going to lose. So let's see who will be able to perform under pressure. Always talking about the poise on stage here. This big stadium that we have here, compliments of JDG, filled with cheering fans,
where's
putting
the team
extra
that
passion
that would
into
make
the day
their own
that we
meta,
are seeing. And
not
it is gonna be
played
a
by
long
the
day, by the way.
conventional
Remember,
rules?
this is
Where's that
just
team?
The first of 3 best of 3s we have in store for you.
Yep, and we're going to be casting all of them because it's kind of like...
He's a
No,
liar!
I'm a liar. We don't do that here. Because we know that if you get to a third best of 3 and that it's been all the way, then you get very, very silly commentary, and we do not want that on the world stage. He says after... talking about oyster dragons in the last game.
Straight from minute 1,
Yeah,
baby.
I was like, I have to make up for this. I'm going to pretend this is the third best of 3. As we can see, Chowie starting to get a little bit animated here, so I think that's telling me that we might be getting closer and closer towards a draft starting. And you have some confirmation because there might be a little bit of a spoiler here on the stage. So getting very, very close to it. And looking forward to seeing what the adaptation is going to look like. They don't need to worry about a whole bunch of the champions, though, that we've seen already. I think the Talia and Azir are going to be big ones as far as things that are being taken away. Vi's being banned a whole lot this Worlds as well. And so a lot of things are going to change as far as the ban list is concerned. I think Oriana's still going to stay there and things like that.
And I think in the last game, CFO had a pretty good read of FlyQuest. You know, just deny
You ever
them
be eating your literal
Oriana
favorite
as well as the
food,
Wukong.
and you can't even enjoy it because your favorite esports team out
meta,
here
but also something that FlyQuest
going dun dun
really
dun 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 dun
create their
on
own
stage.
structure around. This FlyQuest
That ever
team,
happened to you?
They're at their best when they form
This how I'm
like nicely
stabbing
scaling
the
into
cake.
mid and late game 5-on-5 team
That's how
fights.
they got me right now.
Front to back structure. I feel like they do other strategies, of course they do, but I simply feel like that is their most comfortable approach. Meanwhile, FlyQuest.
This better be the best draft I done ever seen.
I would still ban the Scion because.
Unless you want to first pick it, but then I guess
then they can trundle you. They can trundle you, and Jinja is a really good trundle.
Ban Trundle. Force the Scion ban, and then get yourself something that would otherwise not be banned. Okay, they're looking for a Rise angle potentially. Of course, Quad is just a really good Cassiopeia player regardless.
Yeah.
But I would expect.
I don't think T1 will lose tonight.
Interesting. They remain perma-banning Doggo's Caitlyn as well. He did perform very well on that one, but Doggo's performed well on a lot of champions, so.
Yeah.
Let's see what is going to be their final choice here, because this discussion between the Scion and the Rumble it gains more priority here. Like, Scion looks so good, not only because the Trundle proposition,
Caitlyn
but
OP,
Mbessa is banned.
and Doggo has absolutely annihilated on Caitlyn.
Answer into the Scion. So that puts a lot of pressure here on first pick Scion if CFO don't ban it.
The problem for me is if they don't first pick it, then, I mean, if Rest picks that up and they get something else, because like you leave Wukong up, I imagine Wukong would also be very high priority.
If you are banning Mbessa right now, you got to first pick the Scion, even though they can trundle you. I think you still do it.
And we have seen the Trundle picked, even though it's trundleable. Trundleable, fun word. As we'll see whether it is actually going to be the decision. Obviously, the Kaiser Hover is going to come in first, but then Whippo, will it just be... Okay, he's the little grin is
you know, yeah, you know, okay, yeah.
It's like, enough funny business, enough funny business.
I was sweating a little, you know, they did give the carry a bard to T1, but let's see what the answer. Okay, here are the cheeky hover.
Imagine if he did it, though.
Yeah.
Imagine if he did it.
Right back into Whippo, who has been a fan of this champion.
Isn't it ridiculous? They're not even smiling, you know? Yeah. It's like...
I mean, should be Rise Trundle, right?
I mean, Rise Trundle feels pretty good. Going to be a lot of, like, pretty short range, so might be an opportunity for Fly to be able to capitalize on that.
I'll feel better after this draft, maybe.
Let's see. Expecting the Troll King.
Expecting it, but what would they then be worried about Inspired doing? Like, theoretically here. Okay, yeah, just do it no matter what anyway.
Zed.
Yeah.
The Zed into Trundle angle. I don't know. Inspired, of course, has a lot of.
If T1 loses, I'm done co-streaming.
I mean, he could Ivern. So if I'm thinking about it theoretically, he could Ivern. Ivern is quite good into Trundle because you make it hard for the Trundle to move around the fights, and it would be a FlyQuest classic of doing the front-to-back team fights I was talking about, where they build for just a crazy 5-on-5. Okay, Kiana is the other way. You can go for the extra mobility here, try and dance around him and burst him instead.
This is a pick that I imagine LPL commentators would be like, oh, wow, this is such a really good Kiana angle. I, on the other hand, and I've been talking about it all worlds, I'm sorry if I'm
Has Inspired ever played Kiana?
I think the champion doesn't necessarily work all that well, but let's see whether Inspired can teach me otherwise. Is Quad going to go back towards
Has Inspired ever played Kiana?
Yeah, I feel like if you're not Kanavi or like Tien or Tarzan, then it does reduce a little bit of the excitement. But we've definitely had other good Kianas as well. So,
Inspired,
all right.
pretty good at the video game too, so I think that we could
What's his win rate on it?
Trust him.
Phil?
To make it work.
Let me look him up.
Let's see what he's going to be picking up here, whether it's going to be something for Rest or whether
Inspired.
it's going to be something else. Rest looking for his Rek'Sai license. There have been only a couple of players that have made this work, as Keen did manage to pick up another win outside of just Flandre.
Yeah, I mean, Keen was brutalizing that lane. Like,
3
Keen
games
got massive
played.
Tower plate advantage. Absolutely
66% win rate. So he has won 2 out of 3 games on Kiana.
Huge extra gold value. Played the lane really well, so we'll see if Rest can replicate that success into Whippo's Scion.
And now some bans to come on through here. I do feel like CFO want something with a bit of range, something with potentially a bit of safety. Like, I'm thinking either you go like max range artillery type style, like a Varus or something like that, but you could also Ezreal this if they would like to. But first going to be focusing on banning away some support so the Busio isn't going to have anything that he likes. Of course, Annie Rakan, fantastic combo.
And FlyQuest already have like really straightforward, explosive engage. You know they're going to try and quickly engage on you. So the other possibilities of counter engage for CFO are things that you also have to worry about. But the Kai'Sa possibilities no longer here. FlyQuest will deny at least that from Doggo bottom lane. Maybe they were thinking like a Kai'Sa Nautilus or something was going to show up.
Kai'Sa would also actually
He's had no games on Kiana this season.
They did manage to get their hands on it because they don't necessarily have the most magic damage with this composition, and Kiana does have a fair bit of damage herself. Does make you less incentivized to build armor.
Maybe he has a secret account.
Hybrid build, but the Ezreal actually going to be banned on CFO's side. So maybe my manifestation is actually turned into champions that are going to get banned rather than what's actually going to get picked up. FlyQuest with Braum takeaway. He's going to get rid of that one. So Doggo, what's it going to be? I expect he's going to lock in an AD carry here.
Yeah, and then you're looking at the engage supports like Rel. Some of them have been whittled down here. Rel.
Okay, so he has practiced Kiana.
No more.
He has practiced Kiana
or Rakan
20 days ago.
So
he played 6 games on her with a 50% win rate.
If you don't want to like pick a Xayah or something.
He went 8, 6, and 7, 10, 3, and 13, 6-8 and 4, 9-1 and 4, 9-3-3, and 14-3 and
slipped under
9.
the radar in this one, but I guess that does make sense. A bit of a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
I hope he can
let's see what they're
recall.
going to be rounding out this fly composition with.
And they have the radar on their team with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, true.
So they control the radar as well as the one that will slip by it.
Yeah, this was
here we
solo
go.
queue.
Elimination, your entire year on the line, and we get North American Lucian Nami. This is backs against the wall elimination game from Worlds 2025. The entire year for FlyQuest here, such
Do
high
y'all remember what happened when
They are going
Masu
heavy
locked in
engaged,
Lucian
and they are going Lucian,
at MSI
Nami,
in their elimination
must-win
match?
into
Does any-
CFO.
There is
Genuinely.
so much follow-up as well from all
Does
of,
anybody
like, the
remember?
CC that can land, right? You get an
Does anybody
unstoppable
remember?
onslaught, Supreme display of talent, Tibbers, Wave, everything comes in as Doggo's Draven. Okay. Oh no, if I'm Busio right here, I'm like, oh, Nami, Lucian, this is such a powerful lane. They're going to be great. And then you see the Draven, like, those axes, even at feels level 2, take half of your health bar.
Yeah, Doggo Draven is fearsome. All right.
Well, it's probably going to be a lane swap again. And that makes me feel even more worried because we saw what he did there on the top side of the map. We'll see whether it can be another early cash in here for Doggo. As CFO, they are not messing around. They want to finish this up 2-0 so they can focus on the best of 5s.
Oh man, so much extra pressure too on the scouting for level 1 to play the guessing game of who is going to go top, and are you going to guess that they're guessing that you're going to
I don't even want to watch
lane
this
swap?
game.
How far deep do you go on guessing if the guessing is guessing?
Plus, then Kaiwing, don't go top before 4 minutes. Do not get detected.
He may have had some discussions with the coaching staff in between the series. So I think that one will be shored up. And that's if indeed we do get a lane swap scenario. It could just be that they're willing to go toe-to-toe and see whether they can win out in the early stages of the laning phase. But I kind of like FlyQuest composition a little bit more than last time around. I think I can see where the damage is going to come from late game. I can see that there's 3 threats that are legitimately terrifying on this squad, and then a lot of CC to back it up. And here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. Fly desperately trying to stay alive here at Worlds.
Nami is an enchanter pick, and we've had Draven in Worlds before. You can check off Draven pick though if you have Draven
Could
pick.
very well be that
there's a Draven
mid-lane.
pick square, and then there's an
18-year-old
enchanter pick square.
Massive year for him, so much hype behind him, and you can see the progression from him over every international event that CFO have been to this year. Meanwhile, Quad really
Draven's or
had
Doggo's Draven.
Really bad
This man
plays,
was
honestly.
getting solo kills on solo
In the previous
kills.
game,
I was waiting
This
to see
man
the
was
longer.
annihilating.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and it was just bad. But we'll see if they can clean it up here. Doggo is deep. Doggo's behind enemy lines.
The
Both
axes are
Draven and Nami
spinning.
have been picked in
As
Worlds
the Blooming
thus
Burst comes
far.
on down. This is a flash, definitely. Does have a blast cone there as the rest of CFO. I mean, if you knew that they were looking to get as much information as possible, maybe you weren't expecting all of CFO to just be hanging out here in the jungle. But now, Busio's coming back to lane with one potion. Does have, of course, the ebb and flow, so he's going to be able to heal himself back up again, but that's going to eat through a lot of his mana at this stage of the game.
And it's just what you want to do when you have a Draven lane for bottom side. You want to split jungle pressure. That's the huge reward here. They're trying to go for invade and splitting jungle, all for Doggo and Kaiwing here. You want to isolate this lane, especially with the early damage that you're talking about, burning through both of Busio's potions and summoner spells already. This is just set up so tremendously well for CFO and their bottom side of the map to snowball here. Inspired on the Kiana,
We about to get danced on IRL, y'all.
map here and just say Masu and Busio, you just have to defend for yourselves.
And right now, they do have a lot of vision around this area, so no dive is going to come in. But as you say, it's not about the dive. It's about just making sure that this 2v2 will always exist without CFO needing to worry about any sort of Kiana making her way down.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to remain the case here as Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to lay down the pressure. Inspired
I have to believe.
Those, Raptors and is at a decent clip
I have
as far
to
as clearing
believe.
out the jungle.
Yeah, and you kind of just have to accept it because it is a Trundle.
We have to believe.
So Trundle is king in the early stages.
I think
Both those
Inspired
junglers,
is at a
though,
mental
have
point where
really
he's like, you know what? I'll do
their
it my dang
regional
self.
leagues, as you can see.
And that's why he locked
Ginger, we
in
talked
Kiana
about him,
jungle.
7 in a row.
I really do.
And Inspired, I mean, he's
I
been
genuinely
talked
think
about
that's
as the
why he
Western
picked
GOAT for a
Kiana.
really long time. And I
He's
think
like,
he's had
you know
a decent
what?
Worlds as well.
I'll
I don't
carry.
think it's necessarily going to be on him, right? But certainly they need to come together, and we'll see whether they can utilize some of the aggression from Inspired to make things happen. Because Kiana, if she's going to work, she needs to do stuff. You know, you need to get that ball rolling. As Ardent Blaze, with a little bit of a double tap there, is going to soften up Doggo momentarily. But Ginger still here towards the bottom side after taking down that crab.
And it's always interesting,
Oh, I
too, with
forgot
split
about you
maps.
too.
Okay, Honky's going to roam
Thank
over
you for
really
reminding me.
Oh,
I'll start it up right now.
Inspired's here. They know that this is a possibility. They're going to try and counter.
I got you, Jordan.
You can see they can actually see the rise as well as the bubble is going to go wide. CFO, I don't think this is a dive angle, as they did want to utilize some of the cannon
Whip.
tech, but it's not quite going to work out. Inspired, good defensive play to make sure that his bottom lane stays alive. But as you can see, as far as the CS numbers, it's almost 2 waves that Doggo has in advantage. As now you can see Rest actually going very aggressive onto Whippo. The Soul Furnace is going to be there, but not for too much more than just keeping himself alive.
Yeah, Rek'Sai sustain really, really advantageous up there in the isolated lane.
Ooh, Tangle Barb's going to miss. Probably keeping Masu alive there, as we can see. Doggo not off to as good a start as he got last time around. His quad taking a lot of damage here from Honky. Landing that last Q was actually a big deal, as level 6 is ticked over here for quad. And CFO, I feel, just riding the tempo of their victory in the last game.
They're going to try and spill their advantage over to top lane and go for a dive possibility here. Honky helping with the invade. Junja at least going to steal away Gromp. Just get guaranteed value there.
Yeah, Pillar goes down. Inspired trying to dance his way out of here. Going to pick up some terrain, but reset on the Gromp. This might be a little bit over-enthusiastic here by Ginger.
Yeah, I mean, for Smite Bites, Rock Q for Kiana is very good.
Dear. Here's the dive, 2v2, the flash forward from Doggo, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Masu, he flashes away. There's the stand aside.
my gosh.
And there's also a kill in the mid lane. What the heck is going on?
Why?
It's another one as Rest gets
How
the
does
beats
he
of
not
warfare,
die?
and CFO just won everywhere on the map.
Yeah, it's a 1,500 gold lead for CFO. Once again, the Nico can always just turn into a cannon minion and tank tower shots for days.
It was actually days. It was ridiculous the amount of time that he ate.
That's so dumb.
Regardless, yeah, you have to knock him out of the cannon form. You got to get like a bubble or something on him if you want to put a stop to those dives. And so Doggo does get the kill early on the buff, so before it goes down. So he got the kill before losing stacks. So he was able to cash in on those. Draven getting
No, like that
paid
actually needs to
extra,
get out of the game.
leading to extra gold
That's
lead
not
here. But then also in
balanced,
mid
bro.
lane. Stop.
Just flash forward from Honky when he just killed him.
Like that needs to be
Great
fixed
punishment.
freaking
And he truly has
immediately,
been
dude.
outperforming in the mid lane. Continued on. So we get another look at this. So one tower shot with the heal and good dodge of the bubble, by the way, from Kaiwing. I actually
Look at
stopped
that.
counting because
6 turret shots, I'm pretty sure.
Busio, though, he does finish the job, so he gets the kill afterwards. But
How
critically,
is
the
that
Draven
fair?
already cashed in. You don't have a tremendous amount of stacks super early on, but you have some.
How
And
is
so
that freaking
it's really
fair?
nice there for Doggo. 700, over 700, the gold lead for him.
That is a big deal. We'll be able to potentially see where the Adoration stacks came up as far as the amount of money, but that is Feats of Warfare also over to CFO. We haven't seen a dragon taken just yet, but you can see junglers are towards the bottom side of the map. It might be somewhere that we're looking. 50 seconds until the grubs are up as well, but Fly well and truly on the back foot in this game. They are going to be swapping Masu towards that
Someone
top side
said
of the train.
quad just loads into the game down 10 CS.
Bottom lane out of turret.
Gosh, dude.
So CFO winning every single lane in this game and affords them the luxury of controlling the early game map as well. So constantly having priority there to move in and make the extra move on FlyQuest. We'll see how this continues towards Grubs. We're approaching the 8-minute marks here. So this is kind of the break point of, do FlyQuest actually get to change something since they have a Scion, but no ultimate. As you called out, the ulti was used to get back to bottom lane. So Bwipo's actually just using his time to walk up as FlyQuest start this out.
There's no teleport either for Rest, so he's in that bottom lane as well. With the fact that the Scion is here, FlyQuest should be able to guarantee these grubs, and that will be exactly what
is
happens.
super early game.
So they're going to sacrifice bottom side turret plate money to the Rex side then, and Junja wants to come in and use his smite.
Well, they're looking for an angle. Supreme display of talent does come down as Junja keeping himself alive there with the ulti. The rest of CFO move over, and that is going to be all three of the grubs in the hands of FlyQuest. Nicely done. Standing their ground, making sure that CFO don't get anything that they're not allowed to have. As you say, though, Rest is able to answer with that cross map in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that was 2 turret plates that the Rek'Sai is able to earn, as well as minions that were denied as the tower killed them off with nobody around. So FlyQuest investing decently heavy into getting these Void Grubs.
It feels so inevitable.
Burst comes on down. Tanglebobs is decent on Busio, but
I have to believe. I have to believe.
The culling.
I have to
That
believe.
is going to allow FlyQuest to stay at least within touching distance of the amount of health that CFO does have.
They could do a roam from mid. Honkyu has Realm Warp. If they Realm Warp over, that could be 4 people diving FlyQuest, and they're going to do it.
Yep, the Realm Warp is going to come in. Junja looks to turn up. Honkyu. That's so much damage already. Why is this Ryze doing so much work? As Masu in so much trouble, the Pop Blossom is going to connect on Busio. Another cash in, and it's a double for Doggo. 5-1 the kill score, and with 3 of those kills on this Draven, it's looking real good here in game 2 for CFO.
Very successful play. They're able to make it before Busio can soak level 6. Busio on the Nami, still no ultimate. So he didn't have that to create the extra time for the teleport from Quad to come in. Quad's teleport gets nothing. Inspired trying to finish off the Dragon in time, but...
Yeah, it's a 2v2 here. Dragon and Rest against Inspired and Bwipo, and it's the flash out from Inspired to get him to safety. Rest just feeling like he can do anything that he wants here in this bottom lane on this Rek'Sai. Tunneling around. I really like this skin, by the way. Full party Rek'Sai, absolutely fantastic.
Same. That is the
That's
best
the go-to,
one.
right?
That is the best one. Regardless, CFO are very rich.
Yes.
CFO, investing a lot in money, whereas FlyQuest are scraping together some of these early game objectives that don't give you much power outright. So CFO are really well positioned to just
How did they put up more of a fight in game 1 than game 2? Like, are they really mental booming this hard, bro?
They do just that. They're going to push in towards this
Like,
tower.
are you so for real? Y'all actually like give up before the game even starts?
Advantage. It is just so well
Like, real
done
talk?
here for CFO in the early stages.
Like, real talk, y'all don't even want to play. Y'all traveled 12 hours to get to China just to go home.
Might be able to deal with this, but
because y'all can't get out of your mental.
He's got a bloodthirst
like, real talk.
11 minutes into this game.
Like, be so serious with me.
Quad is going to be allowed to live
real
for
talk.
the moment. And I think on this wave, this turret is going to be dead, and I don't think you'd want to push your luck, and that's exactly what he considers as well. So that should be that first turret falling. The last plate picked up as well here by Doggo. And it's already a 2,000 gold lead. Make that about 2.2. Just for the Draven alone.
All right. They're just getting turret plates all over the map at the moment.
I think it's
Atlas.
a garage sale or something like that. All right, there's another one here, but maybe
You
they can
can't
kill Bwipo
FF.
at the same time.
I'm pretty
He gets
sure you
knocked
get
up. Junja
fined.
turns up as well. And now Killer is going to be put down, and the ulti comes on through for Rest. Tries to get himself out of the way. Junja was tanking the turret. Bwipo is pretty tanky. So they're not going to be able to kill him. Great Bubble is going to catch the Rek'Sai as he tries to flee. And this time, Busio has the wave and takes down the Rek'Sai. FlyQuest answering back.
Putting a stop to this snowball
That
that
was good.
CFO had
That was
been
good.
creating. They do get the extra money countering the
Masu
dive
carries
here
off of that
after it is
shed.
unsuccessful.
Yo, Holy, I
onto Bwipo.
admire
Also allowed them to
your
push out on the rest of the
enthusiasm.
map,
I
so
really do,
they
because I am
gained a little bit of
pissed.
breathing room.
Yep.
From the onslaught that CFO
I
had
am
been delivering,
tilted, brother.
That takes care
I
of
am not
the
gonna lie to you.
Ryze teleport. but
I
it is still
admire your enthusiasm
extra
right now.
teleport back and available for
I
rest
am
as well.
down
so
in the dumps, bro.
As well as the bottom wave.
Like, I do not see the light at the end of the tunnel right now, man.
So
I am surrounded by darkness.
It's probably going to expect
like I am pissed, brother.
We're still at the garage sale, as it turns out. There's just
the
team fights
Lulu
and
is
stuff
the
like that.
Lulu.
At the garage sale. And Doggo wants to collect some more plates. He's got a very busy dinner party coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing one of the reasons why, if you're a team like CFO that had all 3 winning
But how do you play when your jungle has that bad of an attitude problem?
Basically sell
like,
out, sending everybody to get void grubs.
I wonder if it's just inspired, Tom. But you're correct. You know how when people like get pissed and they start trolling in solo queue? Like I wonder if that's the extent of like what is happening to the team. But like we will never know. They will never tell us. The only people that will know are those 5 individuals. You know what I'm saying? And the coaches. We'll never know.
Like the defense is going to come on. Extended side comes down. The wave avoided. Doggo able to
I
press
wonder if
W.
Lucio can wants to take an interview.
Sign as well, as it could be on the 10th year since it was the LMS at the time, but an LCP team has made it to the top 8. It could be CFO making it back. It would be such a huge thing. Because in that year, it was AHQ and Flash Wolves. They were both there. As the culling is going to come on through here. Now with no turret plates, this turret is under a lot more threat. And especially with a big old Draven there, they will be able to take that one down. Second turret here for CFO as they keep this snowball a-rolling. Whippo, in a little trouble. You can see Rest looking worse for wear as well. And the defense going to continue as Whippo is just clearing out all of these holes that this Rek'Sai is
I think there was an interview where Masu hinted at them losing trust in each other. Do you remember who it was by?
And I do
and I wonder
that
why.
Doggo is showing, you know, the history here.
Why did every single NA team
so proud of Flash Wolves? Wait a second.
Absolutely implode this
Still
year.
gets the stun onto
FlyQuest
but the
to
phase
Liquid.
rush as he gets out of the way. Supreme display of talent is what he was looking for, but he fails to dodge it. And the shutdown money goes to Inspired.
Well done.
FlyQuest scraping together some mid-game
What
kills.
happened?
This does not close the gap, but it
What
does get them
happened,
some
Cupcake?
money to work with.
And the door was opening, and now at least they've moved it into the direction of starting to close. As Rift Herald immediately going to get started up as well, trying to snowball the play into something
100
else.
Thieves was the only team that like,
it's going to be difficult for CFO to fight, but of course
because
they are
of
going
Dokla's
to
attitude,
fight.
like just turned.
Because they have a very large Draven and the will to do so. Should be this Rift Herald going down, and that is the eye collected
that
by
was
Inspired.
out of body experience,
So
low
the pendulum
key.
swings once again. Now back towards FlyQuest.
Yeah, like you could see
CFO,
through Dokla's
I feel like they are
attitude. It was just
they know what this comp wants to do, right? They are playing
No,
with so
literally,
much gusto.
Holy.
Everything needs
Thank
to
you
be,
guys.
we're moving in the,
Regen
into the
pressure,
enemy jungle, we're ready
synergy
to dive,
issues.
we're ready
But
to
like,
try and
why
get kills.
all out of a
Understanding
sudden
the
are we
longevity of
having
the comp
synergy
isn't
issues?
necessarily what they're thinking about, as that is going to be Junja able to even out these dragons. This is, you're in a turret, that is so much money.
Chim
Over to CFO, it's
sneezes
collapse
on the
this game
next
as well.
bingo.
We'd love to see that. FlyQuest unable to defend. I'll just leave Whippo to deal with the rest of these minions.
Yep, CFO keeping up the pressure. Nice rotation.
What's an
from them,
Etsy witch?
into the bottom side. Again, the Rek'Sai answer this time around. Constant harassment, constant pressure on the Scion. We'll see about FlyQuest's response for the other side, though.
Finnick, thank you for the follow.
Are you sick of seeing stats that come up and we're like, oh, this player has great stats? I'm kind of sick of that.
You want some bad ones?
Like, because we get Junja is like 19 and 5 on Trundle. Man, he's so good at Trundle. How about this one? Doggo's Draven, 4 and 10 over his career.
Nice.
And guess what one of those 4 wins was recently? And he looked pretty good on that one against a team that I think are pretty good as well, if I remember correctly.
4 and 10?
Yeah. He did get that win over T1 with the Draven, and it was in spectacular fashion.
It was.
Solo killing
A
multiple
cheap
people
witch?
in that game.
You hire a witch on Etsy to put a curse on the enemy
wasn't a solo
team?
kill,
Is that
but they haven't been
legit?
solo kills for him so
Is that a
far. They
legit
were,
thing?
You know, assisted. But it was constant pressure from the opening of the game, and that has been true for CFO.
What's up, Stars?
As we see them take another tower
What
here.
the heck? I've never heard
you know,
of such a
again,
thing.
Pushing with all lanes. They are not relenting.
What if we hire a pastor to bless our team
not so much
rather than hexing the enemy team?
from Inspired, and he will be able to just kill Honku. That's,
You can hire them to
choice.
hex your X's. Is that
Another
legit?
quick kill for
Very nicely done.
FlyQuest. While CFO have
But that's
kept up the
less
pace
fun.
and have cashed
Oh.
in, taking all of these towers.
Hex works
4
better.
towers for CFO, 0 for FlyQuest.
Porque no los dos. I like the way you think, man.
Kylin is going to be able to find him here, but
I
it's
think
fight
that's
on
my
multiple
favorite,
fronts. Bob
my
Foster
favorite
invested,
saying.
And the flash and ulti
Porque
will be in exchange
no los dos.
as Whippo is able to make his way to safety. The fight didn't eventuate anywhere else around the Raptors. And so we are going to have a bit
It
of a
was
stalemate.
big on
But
socials
still that
last year.
4,000 gold to lead for CFO.
Do y'all
They need to keep their
believe
foot on the
in
gas.
witchcraft?
I mean, there's 2-item Kiana. Inspired
One
does
in
a lot of
chat
burst
if you
damage.
believe in
He has no
witchcraft.
ultimate now.
I've seen this movie before, the one that's happening in the top lane. So we are
This
going, no,
woman
we're back
bought
here,
a-
and he's dead again. It's the same movie. It's on repeat.
Hey,
Profane
shout
Hydra,
out
baby.
Maya to
2-item power
Inspired.
spike for Kiana.
Shout out Maya to
That
Inspired.
plus the Umbral
This
Glaive. I
woman
mean,
bought an
these are some
Etsy
cheap
witch for
items.
great
Profane
weather
Hydra was
conditions
reduced
for
in
her
cost,
wedding
so even
day,
though,
so it could be
you
positive.
know, FlyQuest have
That's
been behind.
crazy.
Inspired individually has the sole gold lead for the
I
team.
like-
Level 12 on
I
the Kiana as
believe
well.
in like
and if you make these quick
angels
bursty plays,
and demons,
that
but
is
like
exactly how you want to try and abuse this
Can
champion. Of course,
people-
they also have the Rift
I'm
Herald to work with.
skeptical, I guess.
So next time when they make one of
An
these quick
explicative
bursty
is a
plays,
curse
they
word.
could cash in
I'm
on their
skeptical
first
because
turn of
aren't
the
there
game
like many
and start
fake
to make more and
people,
more headway
like they just
towards
pretend
closing this
they're
gold
talking
lead.
to
They have
spirits or
taken
whatever,
little
but they're
chunks
not.
out of it.
Yeah, every little by little. And it could also be another opportunity to pick themselves up another dragon, right? It's currently even, so it's not like a race to get themselves
Like
a
I
soul
definitely
or
do
anything like
believe
that,
there
but
are
having a
people who
dragon
are like
advantage
satanic
is so
and
incredibly
demonic
valuable.
and like
See CFO though, all
talk
moving towards
to
his top side, looking to
spirits
steal
or
away this blue
demons.
buff for now.
I don't
Honky's
know if
decided
like
that he
spirits
just
I
wants some
think is
bodyguards,
I don't
and
believe
do
in
not
like
blame him
dead
based on what has
people
happened over the last
still
6 or
alive
so
on
minutes
Earth.
of this game.
I believe in like
I think his Azir was absolutely
demons
phenomenal in the last game, but
playing with your
Rise has
emotions
been
to
targeted.
where you think
See how he
it's
manages to cope with
a
this.
spirit
Once again,
of a
they're just
loved one
running
or
towards
something
him.
like that.
Does get stunned up as the tidal wave comes in as well. There's a great knock-up flash out of the way from the
But like
bubble.
putting spells
That
on
is still
people.
Honku once again under a whole lot of threat as Masu with the cleanse.
Again, I think that's like
As Kaiwing needs to get himself out of that
spirits,
situation.
demons,
I don't think this
angels
Otacon is
type-
going to be an
type
option for
vibe.
them as Masu dashing in. Supreme display of talent goes wide.
Higher
As
the
Inspired
witches,
also able to get into
4.5 or
stealth.
above.
That will be able to keep him alive against Doggo and Rest, but you can see that CFO, they want nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, that is flash on both Honku and Doggo. So FlyQuest actually
yeah,
got
but I'm
value
saying
out of
like
it.
spells.
And it
I
wasn't
think
actually
spells is just
the
dealing with
dragon that
like
they were looking
demons
for. It was the Otacon
and stuff like
instead,
that.
down to 50% here as Junja puts his own pillar down as they want to take
But very
out Tibbers before
interesting
this fight
to think
is
about.
going to break out. But I mean, there just aren't very many people here for CFO. It'd have to be a steal as now Rest looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here as out he goes as Doggo just takes down Quad. They're all starting to explode and now he presses W, runs forward. Masu trying to get out of there. The axe from downtown, and he gives the thumbs up as he looks to chase out Masu here. There it is, grabs the triple, and Doggo on this Draven, looking like it won't be adding to that 10 column.
The Realm Warp Nico Ultimate, beautiful engage from CFO. Honku is able to get Kaiwing right on top of FlyQuest, and they take down every last member. Clean ace.
Oh my goodness, CFO busy trying to count them out here, and it looked like with that Rift Herald they might be able to make the play, but it wasn't the case, and CFO now move to an 8,000 gold lead as we have a look at it again.
Here it is, Realm Warping in, the Pop Blossom. Here comes Skywing, they get the lockup onto the front line. Inspired gets killed before the Otacon is within stealing range. And Doggo's just chasing down all of the extra members. Once again, he did go with the same experimental Hexblade build that he did versus T1, and he chases them all down.
They know.
Okay, well, we have been in this situation before, Kobe. It was the last game.
They know.
This is CFO with a huge advantage here. 7.5 thousand gold. They're going to grab themselves this next dragon as well as Honku. Going to try and get some revenge here as Inspired is lying in wait. Looks like Honky's not going to be pushing too far forward. That's a lot of gold there for that Draven. now with a 4.5 thousand individual lead and the most money in the game. CFO, let's see whether they can cleanly close this one out or whether Fly is going to miraculously find themselves a way back into this game.
Yeah. Historical game this is going to be for CFO, as we have mentioned. You know, for the region, 2015, the last time LCP/PCS/LMS made it to quarterfinals, and it just seems so right for this CFO team. The progression that we have seen from them at international events over the year, really impressive stuff. And it does seem like Honkyu and Doggo really deserving these carries.
Yeah, it's
for the team to move on and to try and impress.
I think it's so cool that we've got such a mixture of like veteran talent and brand new players, and then players that have been some of the best over the last few years. It's not like you've got one age group, then an old guy, or just a few veterans and then the young gun like carry. Like it's, you know, you've got Genji with Duro as the little baby, but then everybody else is old, and then you've got T1 with Faker as the old guy, but everyone else is young. Yeah. This is, I feel like, a mix of a whole lot from CFO. But all of them just work so beautifully together. All 6 of their players on this team, as Rest has come in now on the Rek'Sai and looking to play a little bit more of that aggressive style. We have seen a few different builds. Sojin seems to be the one that is a little bit more popular as far as a second item, but we did see more tanky options. I do kind of like being able to just try and assassinate your target while still being a bruiser.
Yeah, I think it is important to have that extra damage threat to really be able to threaten lethal on the back line. Definitely a big fan of the Sojin on top. FlyQuest going to do their best to withstand the onslaught of CFO, but at this point you are so outgunned just due to the giant wallet difference resulting in these item breakpoints here.
I do think we'll see some tweets after this game.
So it's not, and people say this all the time, right? It's the defensive items that you get to build as a luxury item can really be the difference maker, because you already have the damage. We saw he already has the damage, and now you can't CC him anymore. And that's going to make things really, really rough. Obviously, they have a whole bunch of knockups as well, so it's not just like Annie stuns and things like that that you do need to worry about, but I don't think Doggo is going to be too concerned about that one.
Yeah, and he's very tanky with this build, with the like bruisery build, with the Bloodthirster and the Hexblade. So we'll see.
They're
split
taking
push.
It very slow.
Yeah, the split push is.
Yo, thank you for the cute little corgi, Mike.
They've got teleport ready
I
on rest.
appreciate you.
So the rest of them going to apply pressure towards this Baron for one split push, and top lane's already going in their favor. So FlyQuest are getting kind of trapped in their own territory.
This is my team because I'm North America.
It's just looking difficult to identify what the next play you should make is. As Bwipo was trying to find a little bit of an angle, the pillar comes down, Tangle Barbs as well to hold him in place, but he's not exactly a priority target. Rest seems to have found Quad here, who's looking to clear out this minion wave underneath the turret to avoid that one falling down to the Rek'Sai. And CFO just moved back towards this Baron. Cheeky little ward there is actually
I want to be positive, but like there's literally no way to win this game with a 6-1 Doggo.
He finds the ulti onto 2. That is going to be another Pop Blossom connecting though out of Kaiwing. He finds the double. And Bwipo able to make his way up, but Doggo finds that last. That supreme display of talent doesn't work at all. And Doggo keeps himself alive because, like you say, this guy's a tank on the Draven. Boostio's turned into fish fruit. It's another multi-kill here as the ace comes in for CFO, and
please
it is clean once again.
And they are looking to
like,
finish their 2-0 and move on to quarterfinals.
And I've made a lot of ending calls about decades and things like that before. Here is another one.
It's literally just like MSI, OD.
10 years.
The elimination match of MSI.
Here at Worlds 2025.
Copy paste. Control C, Control V, bro.
So far, it only gets better for the Oysters.
And now we about to get emoted on, bro. We about to get emoted on.
And
like I know it's coming, bro.
Deserved celebration. Smiles all around.
We're about to get emoted on.
This team has been an absolute breath of fresh air. And now it's with some trepidation that we throw it back to the analysts.
No trepidation needed. No trepidation needed at all, because we are going to start with the celebration of CFO. As you said, a decade in the making for this region. And not only that, as they take their bow in front
he
of
went
this
and
crowd,
got
I think you could
Driver.
see the
That's
improvement
actually
from
super
every
cute.
tournament they attended. You could see their grit
Aww,
and their resilience,
and the hug.
and it
That's
has all
actually
led
super
to
cute.
this victory.
And I mean,
He's
they
like,
just
let's
played
take
an
the bow
incredible
together.
series, you know, especially
That's
game
actually
2, so
super
dominant.
adorable.
I love the early game plan, the confidence for Doggo to bring out the Draven. They force into a split map situation right off the bat, get the summoners, you know, off of Busio, pushing him out. FlyQuest's going to take their final
The
bow,
way
but
Inspired
to me,
went
the
to
all
the
about CFO
opposite
and their
side
incredible
of the
tournament,
stage.
because they've taken down FlyQuest, they've earned themselves this berth in the quarterfinals, and now they have a real opportunity to deal some damage here, to take someone out in the best of 5 and show that they deserve to be in the conversation among the very best in the world.
And the poignancy of both Rest and Driver getting their win, right? This team that I still think has been...
Against Sion.
I know!
Without Sion,
the best example that we've seen of a 6-man roster actually working. Both these players clearly full of respect for one another. So many close calls for CFO, but finally, and I'd say decisively, they actually make it work and are in the quarterfinals.
The first LCP team to qualify for quarterfinals since AHQ and Flash Wolves in 2015. Some of the newer viewers might not know this lore, but this was a region that everybody was afraid of. We used to call them the OG
We're getting
Korea
emoted on,
killers.
guys.
Oh, there it comes.
And now they're
The
back.
dance.
Let's go!
I don't know, is that
What
like a
is it?
champion dance? I'm not sure what that was.
Wait, I'm not sure. Are we inting it? Maybe
it's a death animation or something. I'm
Yeah,
not sure,
it's
but
for
that was
FlyQuest.
fun. Yeah, fair.
Who knows? And here, the casters from the LCP, I think, you know, if we go back and watch the VOD, which I'm going to do for sure, we're going to see that for them. Because you know what it feels like, right? As someone who works for the region, that watershed moment finally comes.
Absolutely. I mean, we live and breathe
You really
this stuff.
can't hate happiness,
know,
bro.
And that's
You
kind
really
of what gives me
can't.
solace in these
You
moments.
really
Like
can't.
when I watch a series like this and
I
I'm
can't
feeling
hate 'em,
heartbroken,
bro.
I know that someone on the other side
I literally
is feeling that
can't
opposite
hate
emotion,
him.
right? That is the beauty of competition.
It's impossible
is that
to hate
FlyQuest
that
failure
man,
is
bro.
the success for CFO, is the joy for CFO, for these people that live and breathe the LCP, that have dedicated their lives to covering and cheering for these teams. I think it's just a beautiful moment.
It's beautiful, and what is also monumental is the way Doggo stepped into this game. I mean, he just
I gotta go to a
slams the
rage
Draven
room, bro.
In this
He strutted into this game.
the most important match of his career.
I love my
mind you.
positions too much
Nico
to
is
break
cheap. Let's
anything.
just get that out of the way. But this
But I
is
wanna-
a great play, and they played it so well. I mean, honestly,
I
not a
wanna
lot
hit
of
one
people
of
are
those.
even going for this. They use the Nico cannon trick, which you can tank 10 plus
That
power
was
shots.
Driver.
It uses heal for the move speed to dodge the bubble. If you don't get CC'd, it doesn't break the cannon. So that allows Doggo to basically just 1v2 them under the tower. And then it was just off to the races. In this moment, that engage is sick. Realm War, Pop Blossom. All the key cooldowns were missing from Fly. You could tell they knew they were so far behind. They're like, you know what? We just forced a bunch of flashes.
I think while it's all in good fun, doing it on a team who you just eliminated is a bit in bad taste. I would agree, but he does it after every series. Like he's been doing that all year, like literally since January. After every single match, this man does some type of dance. It's just his. It's just his bit.
Can they really do it? That
It is
step
truly
further,
just
and I think
his
on
bit.
their minds, it's just like, let us get T1 again. Let us get to that game 5 again, perhaps. A job we could not finish. I'm not saying their play was perfect here. They have a
Wait,
lot
the
to work
on-screen
on,
celebration,
but now
did it
they've given
work?
themselves a chance.
Did it
They've
happen?
given themselves a chance, and they've given themselves, you know, a couple days here to try to
Oh, yeah, I
polish up
didn't
exactly
see it.
what they
I have
want to polish.
OBS open.
You know, no one is going to give them Sion. I think that is going to remain true
Maybe I
for the
can
rest
go
of
in
the
the VOD
event.
and see it.
But they have proven that they can win against it, you know, against FlyQuest at the very least without it.
I hope that NA doesn't lose Inspired, but I do think Inspired does not want to play with that team anymore.
have this feeling
And
this
he
is the last time
expressed
we're going to see
that
these 5 players playing together,
after
and it is absolutely
MSI.
not the way I want to remember this roster. You know, I want to choose to remember some of the incredible series that they've shown us at MSI at last year's Worlds. They couldn't bring it together here, and it's definitely a huge disappointment. No one is going to be more disappointed than them.
Yeah, on the other side of the break, I'm going to try to talk to one of them. And then after that, we will have TES versus BLG, which is going to be an absolute banger. We'll be right back.
Every single series tonight is a banger.
Looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here. As out he goes as Doggo just takes down Quad.
I don't want to see this. But as I was saying, Inspired has already like kind of expressed his frustration with FlyQuest. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oop, not LS. Inspired. It was either Last Worlds or it was either Last Worlds or MSI. He said, well, here's this. Sad was very close, always close, but we always lose. So like when it comes down to the wire, obviously this man like does get tilted. NA near airport is known as the second fastest region to arrive at the airport right after EU, as they gave up on the LOL MSI. Let's see. He said something about like he doesn't understand how they can get better. Where is it? I wonder if he deleted the tweet. Maybe it was at Worlds last year. He doesn't tweet very often, so. There's so much ads. Wow, it's actually winnable. Hope you guys enjoy the series. Sorry that we couldn't win in the end. Maybe he deleted it. Maybe it was too raunchy to keep on his profile. But basically he said something along the lines of like, I don't understand how we can, I don't understand how we'll ever get better. Like it was a very pessimistic tweet. But I don't see it. I don't know. But yeah, fun game for sure. What does your perfect NA team look like? Honestly, welcome. I really don't have one. Every single last player is inconsistent. All of them. All of them. But I will say I really like Yun. So I'll definitely put Yun as ADC. I guess Inspired is jungle. He's the best jungler in NA at the moment for sure. So Yun, Inspired. Who would I want top? I guess Dokla. Mid, I guess Quid. And support, I guess Busio. But like really everybody is inconsistent. All right, Roki is claiming bingo. Let me find your... Bessie, you got 19 cards. Which one is it? Holy freaking moly. Okay, this one. Spotted a Tatty Daddy. Player dances IRL. Free 5-minute gank bot. Chim yawns. A caster says an explicative. Did they curse? Did someone curse Roki? At 5:30, they said heck. In the last game? I think we're about to get an interview.
Welcome back, everyone.
Let's watch the interview and then
as I am joined
I'll look
here
at
by
it.
Masu. Masu, my commiserations for the end of the run of FlyQuest this tournament. Let us start maybe by the match today, that all-important match versus CFO. Where do you think it ultimately went wrong?
I feel like in game one, they messed up their swap pretty badly, and we got a decent early advantage. And I feel like we just didn't execute well in the team fights. We had, I mean, our team fighting was just not very good. And I feel like the Azir got too far ahead, and then it was pretty hard to beat them. And then game two, I think their early plan was just better than us, and they anticipated what we were going to do better. Because they picked Draven, so we can't swap anymore, because if I swap and go top into him, I will lose pretty hard. So we thought we could fake that we're swapping, but I guess they realized that we weren't actually going to swap. And then they walked into our jungle. Nami lost all her sums and HP, so it was pretty hard for us to lane. And then they also split the map, so...
Yeah.
She looks so good.
Yeah, both of the games seemed pretty rough. You did have a quote about kind of the mental of the team overall, and that's what we got from the Inspired interview as well. Do you think the recovery after your previous match maybe didn't go the way it should have in terms of how you mentally recovered, how you recovered from a confidence perspective? Because I don't feel like I saw the FlyQuest that we know and love here today in this match.
I feel like for sure we didn't recover our mental fully, just in general as a team, as individuals. I feel like there was just a sense of kind of losing a bit of our confidence. And I feel like we carried that a bit into today, and we weren't able to fully reset.
Finally, maybe when you look across the whole year and the lofty goals that were set for FlyQuest, also because of how well you did last year at Worlds, right? And the fact that this is the end of the year, what do you want to say about the whole experience?
I mean, this entire year has been very fun to play. We made pretty much every tournament, and we played for like 11 months straight. So it was a very, very long season. It was really fun. It was really hard at times, but that's part of the competition, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. And as for our expectations, I feel like sadly we were never able to actually reach them or play up to them. And that's just something we're gonna have to carry on with.
Yeah, it's just
my man's is about to cry, bro.
For you here at Worlds, thank you so much for being so candid and taking the time. I really appreciate it, and good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Sharks and Masu, and shout out to the rest of FlyQuest, of course, for their amazing season. Now let's focus on the second matchup we have coming into today. It is going to be BLG taking on TES for a rematch of the LPL Split 3
That's actually
finals.
super sad,
so
bro.
the expectation here is that these teams, they should know each other pretty well.
Yeah, they know. They're somewhat familiar, one could say. I mean, it's an exciting matchup for sure, and it feels like that yesterday when we heard the reactions, we weren't sure if the LPL fans were ecstatic or if they were disappointed.
Yeah, we couldn't really read the room in terms of where their heads were at, but you already pointed out, Betty, BLG and TES, we've seen this matchup before.
Literally only.
Throughout the
Literally
history,
only.
you can see that these teams have matched up so extensively, but I wanted to focus in on this year, where you can see that BLG has kind of had Top Esports' number. It was only really in Split 1 where we saw Top Esports representing the LPL at that first stand tournament, where again, those allegations of their international performances resurfaced because they didn't meet the expectations that the LPL had of them. But as BLG kind of took the mantle from them, was the international representative alongside AL, question marks still surround Top Esports coming into this tournament, even though they made the finals once again in Split 3.
And something to keep in mind, though, is that no matter regional results, usually things are really different when it comes to all the preparation, the nerves coming together, and the LPL especially is really familiar with region kills. LPL versus LPL teams battling at Worlds is something we see pretty often, Emily.
Yeah, so I wanted to investigate this just because sometimes it does not go as planned, and it feels like, especially when two LPL teams face each other at the World Championship, everything kind of goes out the window. They get really, really, really comfortable because they are
Well,
already
guys.
comfortable with each other. So some of those
Oh,
nerve
they're
issues we've seen both teams
definitely
talking about
reorganizing the
actually
FlyQuest
might not
roster.
apply when they're facing each
We
other.
will
You can
not see the
some
same
of
five
the
on that
results
team.
swapping back and forth between regional
100%.
finals and worlds.
Oh,
Some
yes,
results
your
going to
bingo.
chalk, as we already taled about with
Before they get, you said it was 5:30. They cursed.
For both teams here, which I think has been kind of disappointing.
It's going to get rid of that. Knew that they were looking for CFO. We haven't seen it.
On him if you want to put a stop. Helping with the invade. Junja at least.
Grump. This might be a little. He flashes away. There's a stand aside. And there's also a kill in the mid lane. What the heck is going on? It's another one.
Okay, so heck is not an explicative. So explicative is the F word, the S word. Here, I'll pull up a list of explicatives.
I think his worst international showing in his career. So we'll see if he can step it up. Again, these two top laners super familiar with each other, so I can't wait to see what happens.
A lot of nerves from both sides, and we know that it's gonna matter.
So these are like they're explicit words. Explicit words. Think of the words that I don't say on stream. Those are explicatives.
Candice, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, because normally people get fined for explicatives.
What do the LPL fan think about this matchup?
I think most of
But
them
you are
are
close.
kind of happy because
But
we
you are
at least
close.
have one LPL team in the quarterfinals.
All right, yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah, we saw that the fans were actually cheering for when these teams drew each other.
No,
Do
they curse
have
on stream.
any
They cursed
preference
yesterday.
on who they want to see advancing here. Both teams have been
I think they
struggling
get a
so far.
warning.
Yes, both of them struggling in this kind of Swiss stage. So maybe we will wish the better performing team can get into the quarterfinals.
When I was on LCS or whenever I'm on like a broadcast, they'll tell us in our ear. They'll be like, "Hey, remember to try not to curse and stuff like that."
Into it. We are back for Top Esports versus BLG as we have a rematch of the LPL Grand
We
Finals.
need to hear you say it for audio
where
reference.
BLG managed to pick
I
up that
personally do not
3-2
curse,
win, forcing Top
so
Esports actually to go through the regional gauntlet to make it here to Worlds as the 3rd seed. I think a lot of people look at the battle between these two teams as BLG is a star-studded lineup that wins through their solo lanes, and Top Esports have some great players, but are much more macro-orientated and objective setup-orientated as a team.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean, the surprising thing, I think, for a lot of people has been, you know, not just at Worlds, but specifically at Worlds, Bin has not been playing to his standard. I think this year in general has been more of a down year for Bin. He has obviously had his moments, but still, even for a down year for Bin, you're expecting him to come
So
in
what I'm
Worlds,
hearing
and
is I'll
against a lot
never
of the
get that box
competition that they've
check.
had, which
They
is
literally cursed
lower level
yesterday.
competition, you kind of expected him to be stomping, or
Yesterday.
at very least be competitive. He's been getting solo killed. He's been having a lot of these shocking moments. And it has become less
Can't
about
wait
the
for
stars
T1 to go
on BLG
home.
and more about the
Diabolical.
star on BLG, which is Knight, because this guy
Diabolical.
I felt was dragging his team, kicking and screaming yesterday.
Especially in that second game.
Everyone wanted to go home, and Knight is like, no, we've got Worlds to play.
The LeBlanc game, he just gets that quadra kill down towards the bottom side jungle. The question is, will Bin step up? Will both these teams
I'll
step
keep
up?
an
Because
eye
both
on
of them
Twitter
have
to
been
see if any of the
underperforming compared to
players
expectations that we
tweet.
had for them coming in. Both of them have been underperforming compared to how they played in the LPL.
You would
And
probably
perhaps having
not
that domestic rivalry
be allowed
will
to
allow
curse a
them
lot.
to refine some of that form.
That's what I was going to say, is this is often one of the phenomenon you see at Worlds, is that at Worlds, you are really out of your comfort zone, right? You're playing against teams
Everybody's
and players that you're much less
tweeting,
familiar
like-
with. You don't really have that level
Everybody's
of familiarity.
tweeting that
Now you
this,
come into Worlds and
like
you have a
everybody's
really shocking
worried
tournament, sometimes, and
about
you have
the
these regional
team.
matchups, and it's just right back to business as usual. The team seems to be
Inspired
right back in
tweeted,
form
sucks.
because
So
you've played each
disappointed
other
in our
so many
performance.
times.
Let's see what next year brings. Thanks for watching all the and all the support.
So they've played each other a few times, to be sure, and there's none of that fear, I think, and that kind of like uncertainty when you look across and you say, oh, you know, I'm playing against this guy, or oh, I'm playing
Do you
against
think
that
they'd
guy.
let one inward usage slide? Like if it's a banger.
That level 3 are for a top laner that you've only played against once in your career. Instead, you know these
Judging
guys,
from
you've been against them through thick and thin, and for a team like BLG, who
97% of
were
the
in both of
cast,
the international finals, now coming
I
into this year,
don't
have
think that they
struggled
would
to
let it
refine that power,
slide.
to refine that glory. Perhaps this can be that stepping stone for them towards quarterfinals, and hopefully for them further
I think
on.
there is
And I mean, for
one
LPL
individual
fans, they're damn well helping it is,
who
because the
could
feeling
say
for a lot
it,
of LPL fans really
but
is
does
that
not
they are
have
losing
it
a
in their
step on the
vocabulary.
LCK, that they haven't been able to be as competitive, that it
So
is
I do
becoming,
not
you know,
think
back to the old
it
days
would
where it was kind
ever-
of LCK and everyone else, and then LPL had
It
gone
would
on
ever
a tear
go-
for a few years where they were really starting to pick up steam, winning a lot of internationals.
I think it would
and
make
now
the
it feels like it's
room
going
very
back the other way
uncomfortable.
once more. So BLG, TES, both
Yeah, Raz is
trying
already
to
back
find
in
their
NA.
way into the quarters here. Azir, Ori, both up. Wukong going to be banned out. Nico up. Obviously, some of the high priority champs. It feels like it's probably just going to be that
The old
potential
guy
trade
you're
of
in love
Orianna
with.
for Azir.
But then you also trade away the Yanara. Having left that up, BLG can grab Yanara and Azir here, which puts them in a really strong position when you get to those later game team fights.
It absolutely does, and I was going to say, I actually would love if they grab Nico here, because if you take
Yeah,
Azir, it
I don't
doesn't
think
really
I've
matter, you
ever
can grab
heard
that later.
Raz
And the worry when you go Yunara
say
sometimes is
that.
that then they go for like a Nico and a power lane and really try to bully that Yunara early, but by taking the Nico, I feel like it's often the band-aid that allows Yunara to get towards the later stages of the game. But this is a great comp here
I
so
keep getting
far
Yone
for
banned,
TES.
but they don't ban
Very
Yone.
clear
They've
way to
picked
play the game,
Yone,
right? Ball
but
goes on
I think you're
Jarvan,
right.
he
I
jumps on
might
Yunara's head,
take that one
equalizer over
out.
the top, shockwave over the top.
But I feel like
and you're
as soon as I do
clearly
that,
giving, you know, yes, you are giving over that Yunara, but you have a plan really to deal with it.
It's also putting people on comfort, right?
They ban him.
Kanavi's most played in summer was this Jarvan, 84% win rate on it. Cream's second most played was this Orianna with 9 games on it in summer as well.
Yeah, and Kanavi, I feel like, hasn't really shown up at Worlds just yet. But to me, when I was watching him a lot of summer in the LPL, I was thinking he might just be the best early game jungler in the world, right? Like, he's clearly one of the best junglers, but in particular, his early game pathing, I thought, have been so intelligent. And so I do love seeing
What's
him
up,
on champions like
Byron?
Jarvan, where he
Brian?
can really affect
Byron.
the map, really kind of throw a wrench in the gears, and it's just one of those players that you have to always be wondering where those pocket visions are. Could he be there? Is he already behind us?
We'll note as well, BLG sticking with Shadow
Was
for
he
the first
second
game in
pause
this series.
player
I wonder if
pause?
we'll see Beige1 perhaps subbing in later in the series, but for now the Corki and the Cassante
Wait,
banned
what,
away
Holy?
as we move into the second phase of this second round of bans. Barra's the next man.
Galio might be the next ban, is kind of what I'm expecting. I mean, Sion was already banned out, obviously, on red side. You can't give that over, but it does feel like
Faker.
BLG needs some sort of big front line
Faker's
right now
not
to be able to
old.
kind of bring things together. You know, so Galio could be a potential option that they want to take away. I think that
Was
makes a
the
lot of
player
sense.
the
Good
cause of
matchup
the
into
second
Rumble.
pause?
So now you've taken away a lot of
I don't
those key
remember what the
tanks.
second
I
pause was
would
for. Somebody
say-
speculated that it was
I mean,
because
it's
of a bathroom
not a big
break.
champ, but like Orin to me
Can
feels
we
like
get Fearless
compositionally what would kind of make
plus
sense here.
draft? Any banned champion is perma-banned for the rest of the rounds.
I think it's something he's put on because
He
it
is
fits
playing,
the team,
yeah.
and he is playing it, and there it comes. I agree with
Any
you in
banned
terms of
champ.
stylistic
So like once they're
tendencies.
picked, they can't be
Not to
picked
bin
at all
chat, but
ever
it's something
again.
BLG have reverted to using this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing a lot more this summer. I think just compositionally it makes a lot of sense.
Faker's
it's also quite a good
reflexes
matchup
are over,
into the
not too
Rumble,
much now.
And it's just what the comp needs. Like, Orin
Not too
gives you the
much.
hard engage that you need. It's a decent matchup into the top lane. It's the only
Not too
tank that's
much.
really viable and still available unless you're going way off meta into kind of some of the weirder picks. So I do think it makes a lot of sense here. And now we just have to
Is
see what the bot lane
speculation
is going to be for TES. Are they going to try to go for something really aggressive, look to punish?
Valid enough for
Or
bingo.
is it going to be more
Which one are
standard,
you
just try to
confused
match
on?
scaling for scaling? I think Lucian would fit the bill.
There was
It does sort of fit what you want
There
to do.
was
It's
a
little bit
tech
weak
pause,
into
if that's what you're
Lucian
asking.
Braum gives you a
Especially
bit of
into the
protection
Ornn.
into the Ornn, as you're
Yep.
saying. So there we are. Lucian Braum is where
I'm
we will go.
triggered,
It allows you a bit
but
more power
Jackie
later
loves
in the
Lucian
team
is
fight.
fire.
Unbreakable. That shield
But I'm very
from the Braum
triggered.
can stop the Call of the Forge God charging back.
But also
towards
Jackie
the
loves
Ornn.
Lucian is
BLG
fire.
looking
He's
at
the
their
reason
mid
why I
laner,
started
giving
playing
Knight
Lucian.
Last pick, giving him counter pick. Azir's still available if they do just want to go for something scaling. For the moment, hovering that
Y'all
Aurora.
speak on my man too
Yeah,
much.
it'll be interesting to see where he does go. We already have seen
Who's
him
your
play
man?
Ziggs once. It was into the Azir matchup, and he did play well on it. And
I got
now, this
tech
time gonna be into
pause
the
because
Orianna,
player
so Azir gonna
pauses the
fall all
game.
the way through picks and bans.
Oh
It
yeah,
will
no,
be
that
this Ziggs.
tech
And
pause
now
because player
they're gonna have not only some
pauses
really
the game.
powerful
You can
wave
check
clear,
that
but
off.
some
That
good
happened.
backline access of their
It's
own.
just like if they're
You can
in game
throw
and it
out that
pauses. knows?
to follow up.
Chizuki, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Which is going to make things very, very difficult. you always have to watch out, with that Call of the Forge God. If
A lot
Bomb
of
has shield
Ziggs
up,
mids.
It's not really going to be reliable whatsoever.
You're never going to be able to connect with it, assuming that Hung plays it well and uses that Unbreakable properly.
Is maybe a dangerous assumption based on some of the things that have happened in this tournament. There have been some mishaps.
I'm sick of everyone playing what the world's players
not
play.
Not even knowing the build path on Nico for Proto Bells.
The Kindle Gem first item wasn't the best for that Rocket
Factual,
belt when
my
he was
brother.
playing Nico, but we'll see how Hung does coming into this team in summer, replacing
So
Chris,
LCP has
who,
never
went
made
over
it to
to
quarterfinals.
Weibo. Hung coming across from Weibo, and after he came in, actually Top Esports started doing a lot better. In winter they lost to Hanwha Life in the first round, obviously, but then when they were in spring, they lost to WE, placed 6th even after they topped the regular season, and then the introduction of Hung got them into those finals. Weren't quite able to take down their rivals today, BLG, losing 3-2 in the end. We're going to make our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this LPL clash.
I mean, one of the big questions for me today really is how is Cream going to perform? Because I feel like he has played so far below his standard, his usual standard. And when you're looking across the other side of the map, Knight has just been such a monster. This guy's been absolutely on a tear, it feels like, here at Worlds. So if Cream is not on it, you do have that concern for TES that Knight could just really start to run away with the series.
I'm also concerned because he's playing Orianna into an early ganking Xin and a satchel
Can you
charge
imagine
from the
if
Ziggs. You burn your
Inspired
flash
goes
early
to
on,
MCoy to play with
there's a lot of
JoJo?
that can happen on that Orianna, and if you get Knight ahead, we saw how much work he can do on this Ziggs yesterday. Went 5-1 in their first game versus VKS.
Yeah, absolutely did. Has been really strong. A lot of comfort, you touched on it. 16-4.
Yo,
career
Quentin,
on
thank you
Jarvan
so much for the
Kanavi,
8 months or 9 months of support. I hope you're having a good day today,
A
love.
lot of comfort being drafted by both these teams.
I do wonder if we'll see a possible dive from BLG with the Nico. You're already seeing the cannon minion dives a few times here at Worlds. It's really powerful early on, being able to tank 6 or 7 tower shots with just
That
the
mid
cannon minion
laner for
Nico.
T1 is my wonderful BF. Sorry to break the news like this.
It's incredibly strong.
It should not be in the game.
Y'all be on my man for real.
Abusing it properly, but it's really hard to abuse into a Lucian and a Braum. Because
y'all really
even if
love
you're
to be
trying dive,
on my
will just
man.
lock someone up for an absolute age. Your jungler can be there as well, but if the Zing goes in, how does he then get out afterwards?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, I still think it's one of these things that is really underused by pros. Even if they have CC to be able to stop it, that means you're having to spend the CC on this cannon Nico, right off the rip here. And you can see the all-time head-to-head. Very close, 44-39 here.
44 for BLG, importantly, to 39. A few more LPL titles as well for BLG, and the last series was that LPL Finals just a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago or so, that BLG were able to just claim. Very close series between these two teams. And I think that's also partly why we expected a bit more of them coming into this Worlds, right? We saw them have a tight series, and so far neither of these teams have really managed to impress. BLG on day 1 losing to 100 Thieves, who put on a great performance, no doubts about it, but I think the expectation is
Kanavi.
that LPL #1 seed can do a little bit more as Jacula flashes forward, flag and drag onto Elk. No escape for the Yanara. We talked about a gank bot.
Honestly, how do y'all feel about this matchup, though?
Yeah, really well done there. Kanavi on his Jarvan, I touched on it.
Because
Been so successful.
I feel
and
like
he's just such a strong early
BLG
game jungler
is kind of
here.
in the same
Does
spot
get
as how I
interrupted
felt
on the
about
recall,
FlyQuest.
so
Like,
a little
I
bit
don't think that
annoying for
BLG
On.
deserves
We'll
to
see if Shadow
advance.
can do anything
They have
with
to
that
really
additional
show
time that
up
he has
and
been
win this
gifted.
game.
If he can get at least like a double scuttle
Like,
or
they've
something
looked
to try to
very
claw that back, but at the
fraudulent
very
for the
least,
duration of this
you're
World.
pretty far behind now. You
They
lost
really
3
have.
summoners on that bot side, and when you're playing Nico,
They've
you want to be
looked
playing
so
in the face of your
fraudulent.
opponents, utilizing this ranged advantage that you have from this support.
Even after
You
yesterday.
do have this ward in the pixel brush, but by the time you see it, it just doesn't even matter. Hung flashed forward, got
I mean,
that
after
Q
them
onto
going to
On.
finals last year, I
That
thought
just
they
meant
were going
Elk
to
is
do
kinda
some.
left out to dry. They both try to flash and no way out.
You just push so far forward in that lane. As soon as Jarvan shows up around the corner, you are pretty much done for.
My pick'ems are so freaking toasted, bro.
Stuns off. The Scuttle Crab does go over to Shadow on this bottom side. You can see he's about
What Jackie Love things do we have? I put some Jackie Love things in here.
Because Jackie Love and Hung both use their flashes. They only have a barrier left between the two of them. But with the wave pushing in,
did I
Hung
not?
can step forward and always jump back to Jackie Love with the stand beside me.
JK, I
Top
took them
esports
all out,
respect
I
it.
guess.
Put a ward in the bush, spot out Shadow. This will allow
I thought I
Kanavi to
put some
step
stuff
up
in that
towards
was
that top
about
side.
Jackie
Scuttle Crab,
Love.
if he wants
Does
to,
anybody
no
have anything
Shadow
about
hasn't
Jackie
taken
Love
it.
on their
Looking
bingo
at his
board?
CS numbers.
Yep. Surprised Shadow didn't just try to actually just kill the ward when it got placed on top of him.
Yeah,
but,
also true.
Uses the W instead. We'll just reset. And, yep, at the end of the day, not going to get double scuttle, not going to get anything really at all. It's a good read from Jackie Love and Hung. knowing that they could be behind them. They push in the wave, they back off.
Not gonna lie, my pickles are looking kind of good. I've got
whatsoever. Trying to hold the wave and keep it into an awkward
potential of
spot
5 correct into partials. Okay.
Jackie Love around, see if
Okay,
they can
pop
lane lock him
off.
something.
Koodleys, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, fam. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today.
Because it was clever, you know, from Elkanon, Shadow's down there.
If you mentioned Dokla, can we check
Jackie
the
was low on
square?
mana, so had to base, but 369 just goes bot, pushes that out, and by the time the wave crashes top, Jackie Love's going to be there to catch it.
And Bin's built double no magic mantle, so if Bin does stay around on this top side, he's going to be dealing with a Lucian.
I will specify next time that it needs to be by broadcast, but if it happens today, then
We will
yes.
see if Bin decides that his matchup needs to be in that Lucian. He is walking out that way. And, it's a possibility. No, now TP's down towards the bottom.
We got any new squares from draft onwards? I don't add squares like once world starts because it resets all of the boards. So I will never add like new squares.
Does have a slight advantage, but nothing too big. Very
yes, we have quarterfinals draw after all of the games.
Really off of that first blood from Kanavi. That is the only thing separating these two teams.
See if either team decides to go for that dragon. Still a couple of minutes before we have the grubs, so it would be a slightly undermanned fight down towards the bottom side. Call of the Fort God being used. Good brittle procking here from Bin as 369 might have to invest his flash to get out of this one. Scrap shield down, 369 down to 200 HP. Bin just walking forward. Now 369 has the equalizer, gets a bit of health from the level up as well and forces Bin away. Shadow's coming in from that tri-bush. Meanwhile, a Mega Inferno bomb
oh my gosh, they really want to kill him.
To the side of it. On the top side,
but on the top side, they're getting kills on Jackie Love.
Equalizer down towards bot to clear out the wave. Shadow trying to flank 369. Elk needs to run away. 369 flashes
moly, the flash.
Lightning. Elk backs away from the tower. And Top Esports come out on top
Esports
of both sides.
is
weak side king,
winning on both sides.
Absorbing the pressure. Bin looking for a very good all-in off of that level up timer, but 369
not me hoping they say bad words. Honestly, I do think it will happen.
The pressure from
so
Shadow, and meanwhile on the other side, they get the kill. They
square.
zone Elk entirely off this wave. Elk still has not been able to walk back to the tower, and they're going to keep staying here. He's losing so many minions to this tower. This is brutal.
Yeah, just a moment ago, you talked about the small lead in the jungle for Top Esports being the only lead that happened on the map. Jackie Love is now 700 gold ahead of Elk. And they're just going to keep forcing Elk away from this topside tower. 15 CS down, does now have his sums up, but he's only sitting on a cull.
I mean, Elk just watched about 3 full waves die to the tower, right? And there's nothing he could do about it. You try to walk through there, you are dead. Especially because we saw Shadow show on the bot side. We see where Knight is. There's no one there that can just kind of surprise and bail you out. So it's just really good aggressive play here from TES. Knight trading well, but so far, it's been the TES show, and opening up that advantage for Jackie Love. Him and Kanavi have the lead, and 369 is doing a really good job just kind of hanging on that bot side. He was able to
what is actually going on with 2025 Worlds?
Lane where Jackie Love's out of mana,
and crazy.
On the weak side,
the teams that you would think would perform well have been
he's just going to be able to ult that wave and continue to
crumbling.
He's been around for so many years, and there's always that meme, are you going to roll a 3, a 6, or a 9? Well, so far today, at least 6s, possibly a 9. We'll say surviving the dive was relatively well executed from him all around. TP coming out from Hung as the grubs come up, and we'll see Top Esports trying to set up a bit of vision towards this top side to deny BLG their second neutral objective of the game. They did claim the Drake after the dive happened on the bot side.
The coach for FlyQuest just tweeted, he said, at this point, we've accomplished a lot together, but it's clear we are broken. There will be changes, and we will come back stronger. Sorry to the fans for a disappointing run at Worlds this year.
Just doing that red buff. Will be 3 grubs going the way of TES, but that's a pretty big win.
I wonder what that means.
Have been able to push pretty heavily with Jackie Love, you know, putting pressure on that lane and maybe able to farm a couple more plates. You can see 1 is an auto or 2 away on that top side, so that is standing gold that they're going to be looking for.
Elk has to be really cautious. If he uses his E, or even if he gets hit by the Winter's Bite, the culling just immediately comes out. There's the barrier, and as I say it, Jackie Love and Hung show exactly why Elk needs to back away. Now hits the level 6, does have that transcend oneself, but it doesn't really do a huge amount into an Unbreakable. If Hung just puts that down, you get some damage back. On still only level 5, doesn't have his own Pop Blossom. Hung about 2 minions away from getting his level 6, while Bin trades down towards this bottom side again.
Yeah, been trading really well in the 1v1. And you are always in that really nice scenario when it's double AP soul laners. You just rush.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll see new players probably.
So Ben definitely in his comfort zone. We'll see how he can perform towards the later stages. I mean, not only do the solo carries scale really, really well, the Unara, the Ziggs, but also you have Ornn items potentially coming through. So, you know, BLG, while they are behind, they do have some very
I don't feel like Lucio was a problem though. You think Lucio was a weak point?
Golden Forge shot down again. Bin flashing forward for the second knockup. Well played by Bin. Gets the kill down towards the bottom side while Top Esports try to set up around top. The wave cleared away means that BLG will survive any possibility of a dive, and BLG are on the board.
Yeah, clean little Ornn combo there from Bin, giving no ability for 369 to react. He pops the R and then flashes forward to redirect it even closer. Elk's going.
Elk looking for it. Arc of Judgment coming out. There's the heal as well. Jackie Love still has the flash on the barrier. We'll just use one of them. And TP coming in behind. Elk still has a flash. Double TP, as you say, invested on. One more
I think
will be enough
quad
for the
was an
concussive
issue,
blows.
and I
Cat
think
out. Elk flashes away from the flag and drag.
was an
locked
issue
up
as
in
well.
the cage.
But he also had
will be
good
chased
plays. I don't think quad had any
Great collapse from
good
them
plays. Yo, top
to get two in the top side.
esports
What a
is
play from the solo
crushing.
laners there. You know, 369 eating so much pressure down to that bot side, gets killed, and then double
Rushing.
TV up towards that top side. 2 more kills going their way as they thought they had Jackie Love painted into a corner, but not only do they bail him out, again, they get that kill, and 369 just takes over the wave. He's going to push in, get a plate off the back of that. Yes, they are losing plates tonight, and they are going to lose a plate or two down to Bin, but still nice moves here from TES, who I definitely think want to stay aggressive and keep pushing this pace.
Satchel charge away. Hung going forward here on there in time with the Tangle Barbs. Glacial Fisher going out though, and Knight's already used the flash. Concussive blows for the stun, and Top Esports find
This is the
another
BLG
out
we've
of
seen all
nothing,
worlds.
really. Knight just thought he could walk away.
Kanavi and Hung, 5 for 5 on the KP so far this game. Deadly duo just walking around the map there. You know, in that initial flash forward from Hung, I was thinking, are you really going to be able to have enough to actually chase him down? But they knew their limits. They catch up, proc the concussive blows, and that is more than enough to get the kill onto Knight. And Knight has been playing pretty aggressive, pushing constantly. Now Ziggs with no flash is going to have to play a lot more defensive.
You talked about it in the draft. Kanavi's
We sure
one of the
this
best
is
early game
first
junglers
seed?
in the world, if not the best at times. Here, 5 kills, 5 kill participation out of 5, 100% for him and Hung. And they're just everywhere on the map. Now, BLG have been able to get a little bit of gold back into their pockets.
Yeah.
You can see Knight still relatively even.
Let me
Bin
take
still
off this
ahead,
jersey,
but
bro.
that gold lead, 1.2k right now for Top.
Top is playing well, but they need to be able to actually convert this into some objectives, right? That's the big concern now, because these kind of games always make me nervous, where you're getting kills and you look at the gold lead, and it's 5-1, but the other team has a dragon, you're
Thought we
only
were
at 1k
locking
and they
today,
scale really
y'all. I
well. So it
did.
doesn't really mean much unless you can convert it into
Thought we were
something else
locking in today.
afterwards. So now they're going to try to turn this into a dragon here. TES in the area. Knight pushes out top, and now he's going to TP mid to try to cover there.
Jackie Love has flash. Crescent Guard coming out from Shadow. Jackie Love's going to have to flash, but Bin's on the flank, and they just have to
Girl, what do we
abandon
think
him.
happened to
Jackie Love
BLG? The
charged
fall from
down by the
grace
Ornn,
needs to be
unbreakable out from
studied.
Hung. The call of
Honestly,
the
like,
a prayer to the heavens, but BLG, as they begin to turn it around, 2 more kills to them, and now the dragon in their eyes. BLG collapsed perfectly on the bottom side.
I'd like to
That's
say
why these
that
kind of games sometimes
I
make
feel
me
like
nervous,
just a
right?
lot of
You know,
league
you're doing well,
teams
you're doing well, you're doing well, but
have
hasn't converted
struggled.
into anything. And now they show up to the objective, they
They
get
heard
punished.
us talking
Kanavi's
and
spotted on this
locked in.
board, so shouldn't be any opportunity to actually steal this away. It will be the dragon, it will be the kills, and now the gold lead is essentially meaningless, right? It's nothing at all. And that is back-to-back dragons. It's going to be an Ocean Soul as well on a team with an Ornn. That is always a concern here, so we can watch this one more time. Shadow just full sends it onto Jackie, and Jackie flashes fairly late, doesn't really have a good angle to get away. And then
They
when
didn't
the
get much
Unbreakable is used,
much
Vince says,
rest.
"Great, it's a strike."
They in
Knocks
their
them both up. You're gonna be able
hometown.
to get even
Everybody
more
else
off
is
the
on a
back
different
of that.
sleep
Elk
schedule.
grabbing the kill is ideal.
Just gets BLG right back in this game. Elk only 500 gold behind now, has finished that Kraken Slayer.
Okay, so
35
what you're
stacks
saying
before
is I need
he
to
gets that
say
extra gold infusion from
T1
the
definitely
cult. First items
loses
completed
today.
across the board. Cream will scale up as Knight's caught out a little bit. Redemption
T1
being
is
used
going
for
to
the extra
get
damage. Cataclysm,
absolutely
Satchel out,
crushed
but
today.
still the Demacian standing enough from Knight to get the kill, from Kanavi to get the kill. Shadow flashes and blast cones to safety. He's going to give up his red buff for that 369 covering to make sure that Bin can't come and collapse.
And Knight almost gets away, but Kanavi spear to the back, finishes him off there. Maintaining 100%
Is that what I need to do?
KP. This guy is everywhere. Feels like his most impressive game at Worlds thus far.
Agreed.
Definitely looking strong. But again, the gold lead on Jarvan, that's not going to be enough to get it done here at the end of the day. You need to keep these carries in a great spot. And Jackie Love, wasn't able to kind of convert all of the pressure that they had been giving towards him, right? They had really been trying to enable him. And he was in a pretty good spot going into that fight, but they didn't have the proper
Chim
setup
with
at that dragon. Ends up getting caught out and just kind of going down in a hurry. And now TES pushing here, trying to see if they could potentially look towards first tower, which
gotta do some stretches.
I was going to talk about that because if you're top esports, this early game has gone well if you have good split push threat. If you can 1-3-1 well, because you've got grubs, you have a bit of a gold lead, your solo laners are in okay spots, but
those
you can't really
games
push
hurt my
into the
soul.
on because he just survives
Tell
any push
him,
that's happening. And you can't push into a Ziggs because he just puts that explosive minefield down as on, flashes forward for the double pop blossom, and they lock up Jackie Love.
Whoa, they're
Elk will
locking
get the kill,
in.
Hong's gonna fall second, BLG collapse again in the mid lane. They're setting up for the Rift Hold.
Jackie's
They're
not loving
locking
that.
in.
Elk grabs another kill, and now it's going to be objectives off the back of this here. BLG just tearing it away.
It's huge because you're going to get tower as well. It's actual charge down from Knight. That tower is gone. First tower of the game for BLG. They'll get the objective, as you say. That's the feats of strength. Unless Kanavi can somehow steal this, but he can't get in range for the smite. TP coming in as top esports are looking for a little bit more of a fight, but it's going to be a 3v4 in BLG's favor. And they just walk out. You used your teleport. Yeah, Cream can just walk down towards the bottom side, so it's not too wasted, but still. A little bit of desperation there from top esports trying to collapse on that fight.
I agree. I think they're kind of feeling it slipping away from them here a bit. And Jackie goes up the trade onto
I will Sam for T1, but they don't need it. Give it to our boy Chovy Genji 2025.
He has the flash, even able to give that kill over.
W rage
Kanavi,
bait,
though,
brother.
He's not giving up.
W rage bait. I'm not falling for the rage bait today, bro. I'm not falling for the rage bait. Y'all got me yesterday. I'm not falling for it today.
Behind 369 has to try and flash away from the explosive might bin in the back line. 369 put in the trash. Cream having to flash away. Jackie Love with a culling, but that is doing nothing. Top esports have to retreat as BLG collapses well once again.
BLG just fully taking over here.
You're falling for the depressed bait? Oh, I fell for that.
Normally, ever since these TP changes, TPs are like
Genji
back to farm,
fans are getting too bold.
We've had
Tell
so
them.
many nice aggressive
Tell them,
TPs
John.
in this
Get them,
game
John.
thus far. Both teams
Get 'em.
really making it work. But it does feel like BLG pulling further and further ahead here.
We need to add a
Closing
bingo
in on
box
level
for
12,
Chim
getting closer and closer
Blessing.
towards those ornaments.
What would that
Elk
square
now with a slight
define?
gold lead, but a slight gold lead on this Yunara, who had been focused very heavily. Kanavi was down there early. They're utilizing 369 multiple times to get preferential lane setups for Jackie as well. And now you're just bleeding out towers.
In the last 2 minutes, we've gone from a 1,000 gold lead for top esports to a 2K lead for BLG. Shadow here, look for the damage on the Hung with the Rift Herald charging in. There's a Drake up in 40 seconds, so they just want the pressure. Meanwhile, Cream is pushing in the top lane, but Knight is answering that with pressure down towards bottom side.
But this is just such nice map play here from BLG. Of course, Cream doing a good job.
You almost got me.
But you do not
You
win
almost
trades
got
like
me.
this against Herald and Ziggs. The
You
tower
were
is going to
close.
die here as well. On's looking.
On Pop Blossom onto 2, 369 the target,
Dang.
and Bin calls
Did they realize?
in the gods.
Did they realize
On the
turn
next
this
target,
game?
Unbreakable no longer. BLG find another couple, and top esports are just left reeling.
They are getting
Thank you, son.
ran around the map right now.
I'm trying to get y'all a
They even
discount
got
for
the tier
it.
2 tower in the midst of that, so
I'm
it is getting worse and
working on
worse. Now you have this incredibly low. Great engage
Working
once
on
again
this.
here from On. There's the Protobell, gets him in range. They have
Wait
that
on me,
Ziggs
okay?
ult to
Wait on
follow
me.
up. Everyone piles
Wait
in.
on
They
me.
knew Cream wouldn't be here because he had been recalling on that top side. So they just full send it. They kill the tier 2. They knock down the players. They take the dragon.
It's so illegal
and
what this guy
BLG
Ziggs does to
are
towers.
really
No,
looking
truly.
strong in this
That
game.
Hatchel
5 minutes away
Satchet-
from an
Satchet
Ocean
hack-
Soul. You look at the other side.
Sa-
Jackie Love has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's Cream has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's it. You got an Essence Reaver, a Navori Flicker
Satchel.
Blades, only 1 item on Kanavi. They're not in a strong enough
Sound
spot
it out.
to fight
I was
BLG
getting there.
at this next Drake. They really need
yeah,
to
no,
get
it goes
as much
crazy.
gold as possible, and they're trying to do it through picks towards this top side. Bin the target yet to die this game.
Make that
Top esports
thou
begin to
drop
collapse.
to at least
It's a 4v1,
$200-$300, and I'm
One is
sold for that
known
discount.
To survive
well,
quite a
man,
long time in these
I'll
calling
make that
down.
work
Bin's
for
just gonna charge his way
everybody.
away. Meanwhile, in the mid
doesn't
lane,
try to
trying
rage
to
bait me on
defend against
Chovy.
Boar, but he's not doing it as well as Bin can. 1-for-1 exchange. A
Free
tier 2 in
Secret
mid,
Labs chairs
BLG will look for more
for
as they push down the
everybody
inhibitor.
Exactly. Bin knows
who
he's gonna
doesn't
die, but he
rage
just
bait
wastes
me
so much
on
of their time.
Chovy.
On again. Gets a wraparound here. Finds another great engage.
That's gonna be the discount
and not only
code.
do they get 1 tower, they get 2 towers.
Oh,
and guess what Shadow's doing? He's taking your whole jungle in the meanwhile. So yeah, you killed Bin. Congrats. But you lost everything else.
And this is much more what we
Oh my
expected
gosh.
from BLG coming into
Tristana
this
before they
tournament.
changed her
Everyone
and you go AP mid.
aligning and being synergized on
Too
their
much
goals.
fun.
Everyone feels like they know exactly where they need to be, when they need
Not
to be
you
there,
can
when they have
act
to teleport,
for
when
a
they can look for the
bit.
engages. In other games, you've seen On going in and the rest of the team running away.
Not you
Here,
gonna
BLG
act.
much more aligned on exactly how they want to play.
They really
What's up,
are.
True? How you doing,
They
boo?
just be that. Oh.
Oh!
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's that kind of game.
It's the reason he's won. Like, this guy's won the most titles of anyone in the LPL. There's a reason for it, and things like that just show how good he is. It's because he steals red
That's
buffs,
what you
Zell.
picked the Ziggs for. It's not
Exactly,
about
man.
the lane match.
No. Come on.
I really like Knight though, y'all. I really do.
Oh, that's a statement.
It's an incorrect
Elk.
statement, we can
But it's
both
a
agree, but
statement.
it was funny in the moment.
And
As Shadow
Ben when he's not
pulled out a
in
little
team.
bit here, down to about half HP, but all he's trying to do is get vision with On. You can see a slew of vision for BLG around here. Top Esports, can he have that Tribush warded? Cream's going to be the one to step up, has that Horizon focus now complete. Articon is up if either team wants to play around it, and BLG seem to want to take that Barney. There's a flank from Shadow. He's all the way behind them here, Azale.
We'll see. Shadow's looking.
Oh, it's On, actually, who's got the flank. It's all the Zin on the minimap, and On's going to find a Pop Blossom here. Top Esports, they don't know what's coming. Pop Blossom onto 4! The call of the 4's got a eulogy for TES. As a great collapse comes out from BLG, they continue to flash forward. Cream trying to survive, and he just can't do
Poopy
it.
Blossom.
The TP behind. BLG don't want to leave.
said, what about me,
standing.
Shawty?
Knight makes them kneel.
On said, what about me,
A
Shawty? You
double
named
for
everybody on
him.
this team
A
except for me. Talk to me.
perfect flank, and that's what
And then he
BLG
landed
are
a
all about.
He is not
four-man
off. This
Poopy
man
Blossom.
is on today, and he
That
is
is
on one on this
crazy.
Nico. How many plays have we seen started
For an
off by these
ace?
beautiful Nico flanks?
For an
This one
ace?
was perfection. Started by On and finished off
For an
by
ace?
Knight. TP's down. The flanking Ziggs to finish off the play. They
Good.
grab the Otacon.
Good.
Nearly a 7,000 gold lead now. This game
Next
started,
bingo square,
and it
we
felt
have to
like
have
it
a
was
super
about
wombo
Kanavi and
combo.
Hong, but that
I'm
was just
down,
the
but
opening
we have
chapter.
to
The
define
climax is
what a
this
super
play
wombo
right
combo is.
here, as On finds a picture-perfect engage. Deep flank, never spotted, gets all 4. You die, who cares? Your job is
Did
done.
Orin
You
get
have
the
one
ult
to
off
fight
though?
for the
I don't think I
squad.
even see
And
that.
then you think
I don't think I saw
maybe
the Orin
Hong
charge
Kanavi
back.
can get away, but not even that will happen because an earlier ward placed
I feel like there will be-
On. Another assist for him.
Just beautiful. BLG as
I
well
think there will be
engaging just
confusion
before
on that
On's in
one.
vision range to get the flashes out of Top Esports so they can't flash away from the Pop
That
Blossom
was
when it
very
comes
nice.
in. That's the coordination you come to expect from the LPL #1 seeds. Elk now with 516 international kills, surpassing Gala, another incredibly decorated LPL player for 9th all-time. And I think Elk
The Bronze
today
Shield.
having
Okay.
a great
I
performance
was
on
like,
this United has
he
been well
said that Orin
protected
got a
by
great
BLG.
ulti, but
Exactly where
I
he
didn't
needs to
see
be.
it.
Drake up in 40 seconds. Ocean Soul available for Billy
yeah,
Gaming.
no.
For Top
On
Esports, you're
ate
looking
them
at a
up.
6K gold
BLG, I'm
deficit.
sorry
You're
I called
wondering,
y'all
how do
for
we get
seed
back
at the
into
beginning.
it?
Nah, because they...
That is the question on your mind.
They popped
I think
off.
the answer maybe you don't. When you're
I
looking
would
over
say it
at
would,
this
Jams.
massive gold lead, Soul Point, ornaments have already been coming through.
I would
It's the
say
Knight
that was an
Classic. You get the
elevated
Mage
voice.
Eyes again. The Infinity Edge just got finished. Everything is so in their favor that even Kanavi's starting to look like paper.
There's bouncing balls as well from Knight, just shredding through Top Esports. They don't have a true tank. It's a Sundered Sky Black Cleaver on the Jarvan. The Braum perhaps, but he's had to go Redemption because all supports do in this day and age.
Ocean
The Drake
Soul.
begun by BLG. Top Esports trying to collapse, but they don't really have the vision in here. Kanavi almost had another bouncing one. How does Kanavi get in there? Forced away by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Hung having to run away. And there is the Soul, the priceless moment of the game for BLG. They'll look for more. It's On.
Doobie
Not going to
doobie
go for
dooboo.
anything as they decide to back away.
Well, if you thought Finn was tanky before, Yeah. Well, good luck. As you have Jackie Love here, who's quite
Someone
far
gotta
behind
have
now,
bingo, bro.
And you're trying to kill with your double AP soul laners, the Koenig Rookern, so much MR. Ornaments coming
4,
through.
8,
this
12.
Bin Orn is not going to die again this game, I don't
16.
think.
Yeah, you can look at that small red number under the 47.7k and say, okay, BLG are 6,000 gold ahead. You add in a soul,
21.
which is about between 4 and 6k worth of stats,
21
12,000 gold
squares.
ahead. And then you see the fact they have 26 more petals from the
Wait.
Articon than their opposing team.
Sub
And you say,
25
okay,
minutes
that's probably
sold,
another 2K.
too.
So it's around a
Add the ornaments,
15,000
too.
gold lead.
Free
And the
25-minute
ornaments.
Dragon Soul.
20k. Just
How
give
about
it
some scaling advantages
Good
as well?
catch, bro.
What else we got for
They're
us?
just in such a strong position right now. For
Good
top
freaking
esports,
catch, Gold.
like you're looking for a pick, you're looking to try and catch someone out, but it's hard into double TP, it's hard into Crescent Guard because he negates so much damage, it's hard into Pop Blossom. Hung tries to step up to get a little bit of vision, but it's immediately cleared by BLG. 7 seconds on the Baron, they'll just push in these waves, and then
There's
turn
one more
their
series
eyes
after this.
towards
T1
that
versus
team buff.
MCoy.
And it's also hard because no matter where you go, it feels like On just spawns in behind TES with a perfect flank ready to kick off. And here he comes again.
Oh my gosh,
Looking for
Mark
Kanavi,
1, I am
gets it
so
right
sorry.
on the tip of it. Kanavi with the Cataclysm will be able to survive. Call of the Forger comes out. Bin flashes for it and claps him down. Top Esports now at a man at disadvantage. Jackie make it 2 down. BLG might just push in for the win here as Cream is being chased out. Instead, they decide the buff is the prize out of this. We got the jungler, we got the AD carry. Let's take the blue, let's take the Baron.
Cream just did a shockwave on multiple members, and I don't think I saw their health move.
He's got Horizon Focus, 10 stacks rod, man. This guy does not do damage.
It's scaling. Give him a few minutes.
Well, one thing
You
you can
know
say
I
about
am
On is
that
he's never
girl.
chicken, as he's hiding in this mid lane.
Fair. It's a new jungle camp. Coming to the Rift next year.
And there we go. BLG will take the Baron.
T1 Baron.
The resets to come out here. I wonder if Elk actually has a 4th item already complete. Yeah, 2,500 gold ahead. Gets the last Whisper and just a control ward. 14 stacks as well on Knight's Medjais. They can look for a 1-3-1 if they want, with the Ornn and the Ziggs being this big.
Yeah,
Does anybody
they
remember who
absolutely
gave
but
first
I don't
blood
even
this
know,
game?
You know, if they will, or if they'll just play through 2 lanes and just kind of really try to ram it home when you're this far ahead. I feel like splitting up is maybe one of the only ways you could lose. And Knight even completing the Shadow Flame off the back of that, so the burst is going to be that much more terrifying now. And they really do feel like they are one fight away from closing out this first game in extremely dominant fashion here.
The 6-2L
Much more
gave
convincing
first
fashion than
blood.
we've seen them win so far.
That one?
This tournament, the damage on Cream, man. Just has to
The one
walk
with
away
6
from it.
kills
That
and
tower's
the
already
1K
forfeit.
shutdown
Meanwhile,
goal.
in the mid lane, Bing continues to
He
push
was
in, trying to
first
sink
blood.
these waves up.
Well,
Hung will clear out the vision. Hung looking for that Winter's
You
bite.
kill me with that every time,
Shockwave down,
Cupcake.
but Cream's almost dead. The bouncing bomb not quite enough to kill him
Well,
off. Elko can step back forward. Shadow
Well,
diving
yes.
in. Only a cannon minion here. Meanwhile, in the mid
All
lane,
right,
Bin has
Sky.
a couple of waves to help him push this inhibitor. Bot wave still a long way away.
I
But
agree.
BLG need to wait another 10 seconds or so before they have another wave to bolster their attack on this top side.
I mean, it's a fantastic shockwave on both the carries by Cream, but they have Ocean Soul, so they're right back to full health, and Bin has already knocked down the first inhibitor. Second one is gone. It's 2 autos and a satchel, and everything is just going to die.
When do you go? When do you attack as top esports? Because BLG are close enough now that you can't just pick off an isolated member. They'll push him with triple cannons. And now
Are they
look
really
down
about to
towards that
end the
bottom
game?
side. The inhibitor tower has already fallen, so Shadow can just start whacking away at that inhib. 10k gold, just the gold lead as Hung has to flash away just from Shadow. Mega Inferno bomb blocked with the Unbreakable Redemption down, not in time. Even with the Fountain
Ooh.
trying to help him out.
Okay,
Hung
never
cannot
mind, they-
survive. Cream flashes out, but it's knocked up with
Top
the
Esports
Q3 from
is
Shadow. and
showing why they are
Equalizer
number
down.
2
It's not going to equalize this game at all.
on the lowest
369
keys.
gets a couple, but BLG get the base.
What a performance here from BLG, despite the early game heroics from Kanavi and Hong. They got so many early game kills, it just didn't even matter.
Huge performance from BLG coming back
That
from that
was like a
deficit.
speed
Not
run,
giving
low
Top Esports
key.
a moment to breathe, really,
Do y'all
after the
think that the
17-minute
reason
mark
that
or so,
BLG was
just
able to
totally
win that
took
is
over
because
the
they
game.
know how Top
Those eco
Esports
flanks were
plays the most?
absolutely insane.
Like,
Desk,
they
what do you think
know-
about it?
I think that it's LPL's
They know
history
how
repeating
top
itself
plays.
here. We didn't know what to expect coming into today, but guys, this has been the best version of ELG we've seen all tournaments so far.
I feel badly for cursing Top Esports, honestly, because I was like, it's been like they've played but yeah, BLG, welcome to the tournament. we missed you.
I'm reminded that every year, BLG find themselves in this 2-2 spot.
Yeah.
And every year we have the conversation, is BLG really that good? And then at a certain point in the tournament, they go, yeah, we're actually quite good. And all they needed was a little bit of home comfort. They're in China, they're in an arena that they're familiar with, playing against an opponent
like
that they
his
know very
voice.
well. And even though the early game looked terrifying, they find a phenomenal performance. BLG putting on a masterclass here in game 1.
Yeah, let's talk about that early game.
I don't know what it is about his voice.
Like Kanavi was running the show.
But his voice is really nice.
Emily and I were talking about it in the draft, that we really needed to see Kanavi utilizing some of the power that his early lanes have. And right off the bat, we saw him having that early game impact.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see out of Kanavi before, right? Even in their Gen G series, I was hoping that he'd be a lot more involved with his lanes, especially with this composition. It really needed to get ahead because as we started to see, especially around that second Drake fight, it really started to go BLG's way compositionally.
The thing is, even though BLG were finding these advantages, they weren't converting it into any early control. We saw BLG get both early game dragons, and then while they did concede the grubs, they were cross-mapping every time those towers were under threat.
25-minute
I was
game?
concerned for BLG because they put so much attention onto this rumble.
Nah, because they got Dragon Soul at 24 minutes.
This rumble is not the way that you're going to win the game, but it turns out that all you need to do is rely.
So close, guys.
I'll use a bad joke. You just have to flick the switch on, one could say.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I said it.
Great joke, Betty. Because yeah, as you said it, thanks to the reliable Cisco network, it actually what was needed here for On to pop off here with a game-changing Pop Blossom. And we know how good he is on this champion.
Yeah, he is absolutely stellar. We're going to cover that a little bit later. But here, they just see the angle to go in. Shadow is already in place. Elk is able to take out Jackie Love here, really clean up. It gets him into a great spot for the rest of this game. And On has been someone who's been really up and down this year, really up and down at this tournament. I thought it was like night and day watching him from yesterday to today on this Nico.
And I love that you mentioned earlier why this moment was so defining, because this was about the time where spikes were coming through in terms of items for the side of Top Esports. They were ready to contest this Herald, and it was just mispositioning that BLG
Ornn
was
in the bot lane, the 4-man,
and capitalizing on. This was a window that they had to take advantage of, because with the Herald secured, they then couldn't really lose control over the game.
Oh my gosh,
yeah,
Sky,
absolutely.
please
and
get
from
some
this point
sleep.
onwards, it goes on and on and on and on and on again.
3 hours
with his
is not
Nico
good.
ult, he always finds the perfect angle to turn every fight.
Yeah, so here he comes right there for the 4-man Pop Blossom landing.
I don't think
the
he got
game
the
is
ult
kind
off.
of already over. At this point, it's really tough for TES to kind of contest. They're really pushed up. On is on the flank. And here we see him celebrating his success.
Yeah, the Ornn ult
seeing
didn't go off.
There were so many concerns around, is it just Knight and 4 members kind of?
Because that would have been crazy.
We started by talking about, is this Bin's worst international performance? And we really needed to see other members of BLG stepping up. So for On to start off the series with a performance like this has to be such a massive confidence booster to not only the players, but also the BLG fans at home, reminding everyone why this is the first seed coming out from the LPL.
And I also like that they did put Bin on the Ornn. Obviously, I feel like everyone at home is like, we don't want Bin on Ornn. This kind of stinks, but it fits so well compositionally. And I thought this is kind of the best we've seen him play, right? He looked really well coordinated. His ults are really good. You're laughing at me, Laura. I know.
It's crazy to think that that's what you need.
No one wants more Ornn gameplay, apparently.
Well, let's just let BLG
I
win.
thought it was great for this composition.
So we can go quickly
previously in the past
into
we've been a little
T1
bit
versus
critical of Bin
MCoy.
on, right? Where he hasn't been as strong on these tanks.
Like,
so
they just
to have him
hit
come out
one
and
of
have
the
this performance
quickest
after being really shaky for most of the tournament is a good sign
in this world so far. And like, as much as I love Jackie Love,
they have 2 games.
I don't think I love him enough to watch 3 games of this best of 3.
They've been needing to fix a lot of things throughout the entire tournament, but what is the easiest one they can implement?
I think I love enough of BLG to watch a quick 2-0.
The good news for Top Esports is that they don't have to be worried about On getting Nico once again. Their early game plan was fantastic. They executed upon it well. It was just they weren't really
Please,
converting
Chim,
those
tell your
kills
baby
into any
daddy to
major
throw the
objectives,
first game.
which means that while they were
Why?
about to be ready for that fight that was going to swing the game, the momentum in their favor,
Why would
they
I
just
want
got caught off in
T1
the
to
setup. And
lose?
this is the one thing that BLG will do very effectively, punish you in that setup. So I think that coming into game 2, they don't need to change anything dramatic. They
for
don't
3
need to overdo it.
games.
They just need to be a little bit more aware of their positioning, and I think they're in good steading to bring us to game 3.
Wait,
We
is
have
that the
talked
only
about the nerfs
square
coming
you
into
have
the series,
left?
especially Home, the coach from TS, was talking about the nerfs from his players. Well, they better fix it now. They have 2 games to turn it around, but it has to come down to the next one. Let's send it over to break, and we'll come back and see if TES can
Speed
clutch
run
this
this
series
so we can
and
watch
bring us to game
MCoy
3.
beat Faker. Y'all be trolling.
Top esports, they don't know what's coming. Pop Blossom wants a 4! The Call of the Forge got a eulogy for TES. As a great collapse comes out from BLG, they continue to flash forward. Cream trying to survive, and he just can't do it. The TP behind. BLG don't want to leave a man standing. Knight makes them kneel. A double for him. A perfect flank. And that's what BLG are all about.
Did we get a coach scream?
All right, guys. I just landed in China. Let's go.
I have player scream. I don't have coach scream.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Like I also check them off as I see them. Like I have a list of all of the things and I check them off as they go. So that I did not see. I'm also like able to see like which ones you guys have marked off correctly and which ones you guys have marked off incorrectly. So like, for example,
Red Bull
if
gives
you look at this
wings.
top left-hand one, oh shoot, why is it lagging? Okay, if you look at this top left-hand one, I'm able to see like the ones that you have accurately knocked off. And then I see 3 gray ones, right? So those are the ones that I do not have logged. And that's when I like click on it and ask like, oh, which one do they have marked off? But I also see one that is not filled in that I have. So if I click on this board, oh, this one is not actually marked off. So when I open up bingo, it automatically checks off one square, and this square is automatically checked off. So this is correct that it's not filled in. But the others, let's see, it's 322, 322. So spotted Tatty Zaddy. I can only assume that you spotted somebody with a tattoo on, right? 3-2. Someone steals Otacon. Was Otacon stolen so far?
This old thing and the bill from the store where I got
And then
it.
player dances IRL, which is correct. So that just means like I don't have it marked off. I might have not have found it like on my thing in time. But yes, somebody did dance IRL, so I'll check that off. So now when I come here, it's marked off. That's why I always check and I ask y'all, because like sometimes I don't have them marked off correctly. And so basically whenever I check y'all's boards on stream, I am checking like the gray ones. So I can see like if people have bingo or if they don't have bingo, like just by looking at the cards. Did somebody steal Otacon? Inspire did have tattoos. Jinjia. Oh yeah, in the top fight. You're absolutely right. I thought when you generate a new card, the last one gets deleted. Nah. Yeah, it's just it keeps making them. Yeah, because they TP'd in with the Poopy Blossom, and then they aced our entire team. You're correct. Otacon stolen. So like basically, so y'all can see what I see on my end. These are all of the possibilities of things that can happen, right? So I have to scroll through this list every time something happens and click it off. So like, what did we just say? Otacon stolen. So like, it's not at the top. So I have to like look through, and wherever it says like Otacon gets stolen or whatever. Where is it? Someone steals Otacon. So that's how I check them off, basically. And then I can see like who's got what. Yeah. I got the Otacon Ace one, I think. I got the Otacon Ace one.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where BLG are on the brink of advancing to the quarterfinals.
Oh, you're right. I can like control F.
Legend as the two LPL
I can control F it. Like just type in Otacon.
It's an age-old story.
If I don't know the exact diction.
When it comes to the vital
right.
matches, when it comes to the crux, often they flounder a little bit, they fail a little bit. We saw it in the LPL finals, we saw it last year at Worlds in the quarterfinals versus T1, we saw it at MSI in the past against G2. Often this team, when the pressure is on, struggle to perform. And we saw that in game one.
Look how full that room is.
They managed to get out to an early lead
Crazy.
through Hong and Kanavi having a great performance together. And then BLG bit back, and now we move into draft for game 2.
Absolutely do. We'll have to see how they can perform here. And I mean, I think it was
think
always
if
that
you
concern for TS. I kind of got that
generate
feeling
a new
when
card,
they had this great start. They start 2-0. You know, they got a kind of easier draw. They go up against KT.
it
When they got
will
blasted
keep
by
your
KT,
old one.
I kind of got that feeling where it's
So
like,
anytime you generate a new
okay,
card,
it might
like
be another TES kind
you're
of
basically
special. They draw
creating
Gen G,
multiple.
you're like, well, that's the headshot. So now you're 2-2. And now you've got to perform in this really high pressure moment. They get BLG, a team that's so familiar with them, and usually gets the better of them.
Yep.
So it is definitely a tough spot to be in. Azir is still going to be up. I really do wonder
I'm eating
if BLG would just leave the Azir up for a potential
soft
answer.
cookie.
Bring out like a melee champion, something along the lines of that Yone or you know, even like an Akali or a Silas, just like something from Knight to try to give that over. Because that feels like their style, and yeah, they're going to leave it up, and they're going to try to bait, I think,
very
Cream
soft.
into playing it. We'll see.
And if you're looking for someone who can just outplay their opponent on a champion that is meta and is seen as first pick, second pick worthy, it is Knight. Like that's what he so consistently does. For BLG, we always talk about Knight and Bin as the two key carries for the lineup. I think last game on really stepping up alongside Elk, obviously, who consistently gets those kills. Trundle and Azir, the two picks here for top esports into that Renekton from BLG.
So now we'll see if we're going to get what I was kind of thinking, which would be something along the lines of Ione. It would mean they'd have to have an AP jungle, which could make things a little bit more complex. But it is one of those answers. Of course, if you want to go AD jungle, you can still go like Akali or whatever, Silas, things like this. But that's kind of where my mind is at right now. But we have also seen, you know, more of these kind of different style of counters, answers like the Zig.
It's
so you
been
can,
locked in
go that
or
style
locked
too, and
into
play things like that are less common. But you know, people think of Xerath, people think of Vel'Koz, people think
Good
of
morning,
Victor
Cordell.
to try to outrange. But I really don't like the Victor matchup simply because while you can, like the thought process is basically I just
Wait,
poke him
really,
with the E-laser
Roki?
and slowly whittle him down over time.
Oh my gosh, I
When
gotta
people play
check
well
TikTok.
post 6. Often what happens is you just get the first ult from Azir forces your flash, the second ult kills you. So I am expecting still a melee champ.
Are we
Aurora
getting
would be another
binned?
option, but he's
Or
hovering
are
through
we
all
getting
kinds of things, and it is going to be the Aurora, which does work
Dun,
really,
dun,
really well as a
dun.
pairing with the Vi. Of course, when the Vi came through, it also makes you think of things like
Is eating
like the
chocolate for
Ahri that
breakfast
he is
bad?
very famous
I don't
for,
think it
but
is.
It is going to be
It
Aurora
depends
at
on
the
like
end of the
what
day.
type of chocolate is
Knight
it.
really
Like is
can
it like
make
pure
anything
sugar
work, and this
chocolate?
is
Then I
something that
do
is gonna
think that
put
is
a
bad.
lot of pressure
But
you
like
have to
I'm
think
pretty
onto
sure
Cream.
there are a lot of
Vi
health benefits
Aurora combo.
to
We've seen Knight
pure
actually bring out
dark
the Aurora
chocolate
twice
in the
versus
morning.
Top Esports during the grand
Like
finals,
it can
which is
have
being
certain
provided through the
effects like
tournament,
giving
not just
you
the finals
energy
of it. and he lost
and
both
like
of those games.
helping
It was,
you
Top
mentally.
Esports coming out
But like that doesn't mean you can eat a full dark chocolate chocolate bar.
Sorry, not having as much of an impact
But
as you'd
no,
like.
it's
And that
just
was
auto mod.
Cream on
You're
the
good.
Azir, again in that second game, so we'll see how much impact Cream
There's
can have
like
on this pick.
a certain amount you're supposed to eat. But I remember when I used to study for the SATs, they would tell me like have a like square of dark chocolate as it helps you in the morning.
On tanks, we have seen this many times before. Just going to be trying to neutralize
It's
what
like a
Vin
thing.
can do on this Renekton. All the roles have been
Oh, thank
matched, so
you,
now it
Rookie.
is just about targeting some of these comfort picks here. Elk, Ezreal.
No one
of the
can
champions
convince
he
me
is
that dark
most
chocolate is
famous
good. I
for.
don't care if it has
Caitlyn,
health
of course, was
benefits.
already banned out earlier.
The
I
milk
feel
chocolate
like,
is
you know,
just
if I'm
like
banning
dark
SPLG,
chocolate with a
you
bunch
either
of
wanna ban
like
enchanters
sugar
like
and
Renata,
milk.
or you want to ban things that can absorb the engage that
Which
you're drafting for. Things
sugar
like Xayah
can
would
give
be
you
what I was
energy,
thinking
but
of.
it's like
I think Xayah would
temporarily.
make sense as a ban.
Because you're
There's
just
another
gonna
option,
crash
things like
afterwards.
Jhin potentially, but I really do think Xayah makes a ton of sense here unless you want to double ban enchanters. And Renata's kind of like the king enchanter against hard engage.
Also, Xayah is the most picked for Jackie Love in summer, so it's his most consistent champion.
Yeah.
Obviously plays it incredibly
As
well,
long as you don't eat
most
too
AD
much.
carries all around the world, so wouldn't be
But
surprised
like
to see that Xayah ban at
that
all. There's
doesn't
also
mean
something
go
like the
eat a
Sivir.
Snickers
If you want to
bar
make sure your Vi
every
engage can
morning.
definitely get off. You can smite
That's
the
not what I
spell shield
mean.
away
I mean
if
like
you're
you
going
need
with
that
assist,
real
but there is
cocoa.
the Xayah ban. So we'll see if
You
Top
need the
Esports decides to go
cocoa.
towards that Sivir, or if they
Okay.
want something like the Jhin that can stand a little bit further back, have that range, just use the curtain call to facilitate the start of a fight.
Yep, I mean Varus can kind of do similar things too. If you want
We
to go
do
lethality
stand the
Varus, you
quirky
kind of just
ban.
sit back and try to just poke in with that. But of course, Varus is very susceptible to die.
Hey Elk Bay, love you lots. Hear me
people have
out.
not really been a fan
Let's
of the lethality
pick
Varus
a
throughout the tournament, but it
champion
does seem
that
like
you
that
know
is
you will
going to be
crush
the
on.
option. They are
But
saving fifth
you
pick
have
here for
also
Hong, so
not
I'm
played
curious, are
in
they gonna
Worlds.
go what would be the
So
expected pick, something
insta-locking
along the lines of like
Sivir.
Rel, or just something standard hard engage, or
So
is it going to
insta-locking
be,
Sivir is
Enchanter,
quite
we're gonna play the 2v2.
diabolical.
With Alistar there, it really does lower the priority on Rel. So
Truly.
instead, they're going to go Poppy. So they're going to go more
He
for
said,
the denial of
shut
the
up.
engage rather than
Insta-lock.
having hard engage themselves. So now this composition from TES to me becomes really about kind of zone control and poke. It's about pillaring
immediate
out the
haste.
carries. It's about poking them down with the Varus, using the soldiers to kind of create this line. And when BLG goes for this inevitable hard engage, where they
Diabolical.
pop the Sivir ult and in-flies everybody, well, that's when
Dollar
Hong and
bills, y'all.
369 need to come in with the Pathmaker and with the Poppy ult, knock you back and peel for their carries. So it's really two
Dollar
kind of
bills,
diametrically
y'all.
opposed ideas in how to play the game. And I think that these
Technically,
make for some of the most
we're
fun
ahead of
games
schedule.
of League to watch. When there's such
Right
clear
now, it is
ways that you need to
1:22.
play the game, and everyone
Worlds
is trying
normally
to,
starts
best
at
set up
1
for
a.m.
themselves
and it's
while denying
normally
their
2
opponent's
best of
ability to
3s.
execute on what they want
So
to do.
we are in game 2, which would normally start at 2 a.m. So we are technically 40 minutes ahead of schedule, despite the 30-minute delay from FlyQuest versus CFO.
Do we need to have the keeper's
We
verdict there for
could
the
be
start of
on
the fight? Where
T1
can
versus
he stay in
MCOY,
position?
but
it's great to watch.
it's
We'll try
okay.
and keep you abreast of it
Things
through
happen.
the entirety of the fight
Let's just
as well,
make sure
but
we
I
keep
will
on this
say,
track.
If BLG get ahead, I do really like what they can do in this as well. Because
let's
even if
aim
they
for
go
a quick
that first
15er.
initial engage, they have enough follow-up
Let's
after
try
it
and break a
that
world
if
record.
Top esports aren't chunky, they can just mow them
Truly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be one of these types
Somebody
of games that
come
snowball
get
super,
her.
super
What's she
hard,
doing?
Right? Vi Aurora,
What's she
that
doing,
kind of
Pookie?
composition gets way ahead. All of a sudden, your Varus and your Azir are just dead at the start of every fight, right? It can become very, very difficult to deal
He's
with.
dancing
That being
like a
said,
stripper.
if this TES composition can stay relatively even for a long time, then you start getting into these luxury items. Then you're looking at GAs. Then you're looking at Zonias. Then you're looking at all of these answers for what BLG's
Somebody
composition
is
is meant to do. So there
screaming.
is some pressure. Of course, you do obviously have that Sivir as your kind of like, that's your fallback plan or whatever you
Hello,
want to call it.
Shark.
You always have that.
Yes,
How are you doing?
that was
What's
like,
going on,
it's
Alicia?
96, a chunk of damage early in that mid lane. Jackie Love
It's me. That's you
pathing up
screaming?
towards top. Looks like he's going to.
That was me. I should quiet down.
On an Elk who are waiting to catch him out. We
Nah,
do
go
have
crazy.
100
Have
international
fun.
games for 369 all time across his career. Congratulations to him.
I know I'm
Looking to make it
coping,
at
but I
least
don't see
101
T1
here
winning.
at Worlds 2025.
Jackie being pretty annoying here, actually. Gets his mana flow brand proc, got a couple comment procs.
Why
and
don't
they're
you
trying
see
to keep them
T1 winning,
away
silly?
from that wave a little bit. Force them to walk the long way at the very least. Of course, they got a bit of chunk on Knight, but he had time to base. Cream wanted to base himself, but did lose just that little bit of health. And Hong going to continue getting this poke on. I mean, Alistar level
How are
1
they
is
allowed
just
to be
not
so
a champion,
aggressive?
right? And now you're down half of your HP, so that's kind of your 2 potions gone. Of course, you can rely somewhat on your passive, so
react to rage bait. You're right.
now and try to heal it back up as Elk is just on this expected
Would I be
W start
silly
and try to
if
wave.
I inflated a blow-up mattress
Obviously no pulverized
down here in my stream room,
vision in that
and then I
bush
just
means that
stream
Hung
from the
can't
blow-up
perform
mattress?
too easily. We'll try and use that ranged
Would
buckler
that
and the
be
shield from it to
doing too
constantly trade
much?
in, but with the push actually coming out from On and Elk, they're going to get to that level 2 first, which means Jackie and Hung have to respect it. Heal coming out from On as they look for the damage with the Boomerang Blade. Piercing arrow out from Jackie
You
Love.
gonna
They'll
fall
get 2,
asleep?
but they'll miss the minion. So
I
it's a
just
tiny lead for Elk
Is
on
that a
that
bad
bot side.
thing?
Well played by On. I actually really like the
Be
use of the heal.
aggressive.
You know, both obviously they
Be
get himself back full, but
aggressive.
the move speed gets him in range, allows that
Go
combo to come
team.
through,
I
follow
like
it up
your
with
energy.
the Boomerang Blade, get a nice little chunk down on your opponent. So now Jackie Love is the one
A little
who has to use his
sleepover
potion.
party,
Elk still is
right?
sitting on
Like,
his. Of course, there isn't a
a
sustained
vibe.
advantage there for Hung, who is still sitting on 2 potions, but nice little bit of trading. Both these laners, trying to play for every little advantage. TES getting the early chunk, but BLG just knowing how to play it out.
So important that you do it just before the level 2 comes out, because either the steadfast presence or the charge from Poppy would spell disaster there. You're either getting knocked up as you go in for your CC, or you're getting knocked back underneath the tower as you go in for your CC. Both of which not the best states to be in as a cow at level 2.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of energy was wasted on that series. I'm not gonna lie, Maria's.
Actually on his most played this
I
12
kind of
games
agree with
on
that.
this Renekton. Won
Like
about
being
8
so
of those 12.
emotionally whipped up
See
and
On took
down,
a
left and
early
right
recall.
across
Elk had to
Summoner's
stay
Rift.
around here is just going to use a spell shield there for a bit of a
Takes a
heal.
lot out of you.
Jackie
It
Love
really
trying to
does.
slowly whittle away on this tower. Kanavi has arrived, but because On
A
is here, I don't really think
mariachi
there's a dive
band?
angle. I think they were maybe
You'll
saying,
cover
hey,
half
it's worth
the
spending a little bit of time
cost?
here. I'm slower to start the scuttle,
Dang.
but if Hong went
How
mid lane or Hong
serious
was
out
looking
here
for
in these
something else, then
streets.
that could have been a dive.
Night trading with Cream here. Shadow looking for it. Weirding out from Night. Cream has to flash. Respects the Q flash there from Shadow.
Yeah, I like that. That's well played by Shadow. Basically, Cream has to, because if he late Q flashes on you, you're just dead. So just don't even use your flash. You can kind of play that game. Sometimes people get really risky and then not use their flash either, but well played, putting that pressure on. Knight's still quite low here, but wants to push in the wave, and I don't think Cream's going to be able to stop him.
Knight didn't know exactly where Kanavi was there, but kind of anticipated him having backed, hiding around the corner out of vision. You could see Kanavi stayed around. It's like, okay, a recall time is about 8 seconds. We don't see Knight in the lane. And then Knight comes around the corner to push out the wave. It would have been a really bad spot for him if both of them had just recalled and then the teleports had come back in. So Knight here will try and crash this next wave in with that 2-fold Hex. Hung coming across to bolster Cream as he TPs back into the lane, but Knight gets all the minions and now can just back away.
Yep, it's going to be able to hold that no problem. Both supports showing up mid lane at basically the exact same time. And the wave will just crash, so Cream is going to be able to farm that up, but the next wave will be pushing over into Knight. So not any major advantage created there. Ben has been laning quite well, though, in this 1v1, getting non-stop push, but also really being a menace on all of these range minions. You know, as 369 tries to walk forward and farm these range minions, he's always getting harassed. He is getting stunned up and chipped away at, which is, has put him down close to that 10 CS mark. There
So
may be
many
a couple more for him
emotes
to
this
farm,
time in
but
Worlds.
still,
I
really nice
agree, the
early
players
laning
are
by
feeling
Ben on
goofy
this Renekton,
silly.
and that's what you want to see to really make this pick worthwhile.
It's going to end up being about one full wave if 369 manages to pick up all of these, but he's also got the plate, so in a really good spot. And as you say, you want this Renekton to get towards those 1 to 2 item power points so that when you get team fights around the Drakes, he can be trying to isolate Jackie on the back line. He can be another point of pressure. We talked about the multi-pronged approach, kind of a quadrant, really, coming out here from BLG. You have Bin from one flank, you have Shadow from another, you have Knight from another, you have On from another. You have these 4 points of that spear trying to get onto top esports, but for the moment with the push in the bot lane from Jackie Love and Hung, they will be able to secure this first Drake.
Sometimes, you get fancy with it, you do what you're talking about, all the finesse, and sometimes instead of 4 points of a spear, you just become one big club.
Yep.
Everyone just goes together, press all your buttons at once, see what happens, and sometimes that's the best way to play it. Knight hit 6, immediately used his ult onto Cream to try to get a chunk, but Cream just got out of there in a hurry, so he didn't really get much of anything for it. And now again, Hung shows up mid. Oh, nicely played there by 369. Flips in Bin and knew with the Pathmaker he was going to get put under the tower, so had to use the flash. That's the frustrating thing about Cassante is he can just hold this wave just outside his tower, and you always have to respect that not only do his abilities put you under the tower, they also kill the wave at the same time.
And then there's the all-out follow-up after it, so you're just locked there for an absolute age. Cease and desist going down onto Cream here. Shadow's gone so deep, yep, has to flash. We all saw that one coming. The Emperor's Divide would have knocked Shadow back underneath that turret.
I just want to say,
coming out first from top esports. Jackie Love actually going up towards top pit.
You say we all did, but I don't think Shadow
Cream
did.
is playing
Azir. As soon
Azir.
as he got pulled back, I think he was like, okay, yeah, maybe not the best idea to stay here.
You have some time to think about what you've done.
It's like when you
Who does that remind you of?
twisted advance someone and they dash underneath their tower. It's, oh, maybe not the best idea. As first play from either jungler, really. We saw, Knavi spending a little bit of time around bot, but does get Cream's ultimate out, which means Knight can be a little bit more aggressive in the 1v1 in the mid lane. Bin's still staying up here. We don't actually see... Look, I'm trying to find something good.
That is very glass half full.
Out of it, man.
Great gank. You gotta have Cream's.
I didn't say it was great.
Ult.
It finds the ult.
No, I said it was great.
Sure, okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just like the red buff steal was great in the last
great.
I'm interested that BLG are keeping Bin up here, though. You can see they
He played Orianna with no skin last game,
extra
too.
Experience, some extra solo gold.
Who does that remind you of?
And Bin is actually just staying in the 2v1.
This is going to be up here for now. He doesn't have TP, so it would be hard to actually, get him out of this lane unless Elk can push out bot and then move up top, something along those lines. So for now, he is just going to be chilling. Not really under too much threat. I don't think he's at any risk of getting burst down. You can see 369 has moved. Elk is bot, so this should be the grubs for TES. A nice early bit of lane assignments here for them. And Cream will just go down bot to catch that wave eventually.
Yeah, and this was my thought, right? You know you have a numbers advantage. You know the Sivir doesn't have teleport, so top esports will get the first Drake and 3 grubs. 2 of those objective slaying feats as Shadow tries to steal one away. Maybe they'll look for Knavi. The smite for the slow, not enough to get that ball breaker in range, and Shadow doesn't have that cease and desist.
Yep, doesn't have the cease and desist and doesn't have his flash, so he can't even look for that.
Are you saying he copied someone?
On that great gank.
Yep, true.
I'm saying
when he forced out the ultimate from the
trying
Azir.
to be just like his father.
But, at the end of the day, not that big of a deal. BLG, was getting a little bit behind here and there in the last game, but obviously the compositions are very different. And I do feel like there's more pressure on BLG to be able to create action. Of course, you can always just sometimes outplay, in these late game compositions, and then it doesn't really matter. You step one foot in the wrong spot as Jackie Love or Cream, and maybe you just die even in a late game fight. But when you talk about scaling, I think a lot of times about ease of execution, and I do think what TES has drafted is definitely a lot easier. As Bin just going to ult to try to kill the wave, I think, but trying so much.
Caught up in the chain of corruption. Cold them equal, heal him up. Ruthless Predator for the stun on Hung as well, but clears the wave. Shadow is here to cover just in case it went a little bit pear-shaped. Hung, if he steps further forward, there was a possibility of an engage.
So Cream is your son, not mine.
But what shape was that?
Oh, that was,
it's
a
someone we
apple.
all know and love.
Spheroid.
So apple is the positive fruit and pear is the negative.
Spheroid as Hung. Cease and desist onto Jackie Love. On jumps in, flashes forward for the double pulverize. Jackie Love stunned up with a trample. The keeper's verdict finds them all guilty. But really, BLG will be happy with their prize of the kill on Jackie.
How about that engage from On? W to the Poppy, flash into the middle of them. Q, knock up on both. That was clean. That's what you like to see from the Alistar. And going to be able to make that play work here. Said they had to kind of find some of these aggressive moves, and they absolutely were able to.
But it's also one they shouldn't really have been able to find, because Steadfast Presence exists. Unless we saw Hung use it earlier on in the lane as they were trying to push it up. It's Bin's caught out, all out from 369.
Wait, 369 just solo killed Bin.
On now caught out a little bit, but he's going to get the knockback onto Knavi. Has to flash away as Bolt Breaker out. Will get the CC onto that Trundle. Knight trying to put the dash in from the side, and Emperor's Divide coming out again as Shadow tries to retreat. Takes Knavi, jumps back in with a Bolt Breaker. Cream in the middle of them, and Knight's still so healthy. The blast cone knocks back 3 of BLG. Knight flashes the wall, and Cream is churned to butter. BLG find 2.
What a nice fight there from BLG, staying around at such low health. But On hangs around, and Knight, again, as always, just always seems to find a way to come out on top in these skirmishes. When it is down to the slimmest of margins, it is always Knight that seems to win out. makes the roam
I think I
happen
put
here.
Top
The Ghost actually
Esports
being pretty critical
to
here for On,
advance as well.
as he popped the Ghost pretty early, kind of just headbutts him away, runs away, and then Kanavi here flashes in to follow, but gets trample stunned, and then all of a sudden it's this difficult spot where Knight has arrived, gets the ulti down on multiple members, Shadow is able to turn and finish one off, does get knocked back by Hong on his Q, but Knight in the meanwhile is pushing out Cream, so Cream can't actually stay around and finish off anyone. They juggle the health bars there so well, just using the HP as a resource, everyone just coming in and out as their spells are up and ready.
This is the second game of the second series.
And come away with a 1.3K
Praying for a BLG win on this one so we can get into T1.
With 2 dragons now.
We have a bit of a swip swap from game 1 as Shadow looks for Cream. Season sits down. Knight look for the damage with that twofold Hex. Weirding out, not enough. Shadow dies to the soldiers. Just not enough from Knight to get the kill, and Cream happily accepts one. Knight now needs to run away.
What's up,
TP out
Ali?
as he knows with the pillar down, there's no more CC that can interrupt that cast.
Nicely done by Knight to escape, but Shadow, not some of the best ganks we've seen here in the mid lane.
The guy's 2-in-1, he just needs to avoid mid.
Yeah.
And I understand wanting to get Cream behind because he's got the Nash's Tooth and his ear scales really well into the game, but every time you go mid, you die, Shadow, so maybe don't go there anymore.
Yeah, goes mid, and this time, it doesn't even force anything. It's not like you got an ult, not like you got a flash. He goes in, and I understand the thought process because they knew Cream had no ult from that earlier play, so I think the idea is good, but Azir is just such a safe champion. Gets back towards that tower, you can't finish him off, takes a couple tower shots himself, and then just gets knocked down by Cream, and now Kanavi topside. Ben could be in trouble again.
Ben might be caught out here as 369 looks for the Intofos, gets the knockback after the pillar, all out, pulls Ben back, Dominus popped, but Ben will be the one going pop as Top Esports find another 3-3 now. An incredibly even early game between these two teams.
Please.
Yeah, Ben did a good job creating some early advantages in that 1v1, but then it's 369 getting a solo kill on him. It's 369 setting up for a great gank here from Kanavi, and now just like that, the Cassante is ahead and is going to be winning in that 1v1. Built himself a nice early edge, and I mean, you really just have to stack armor against this composition. Yep. Sure, there's an Aurora, but like, in what world is the Aurora spending all their damage onto the Cassante and you're winning the fight, right? It just doesn't
one player
exist.
lives from a team fight. Is it one player
plus
altogether or one player
that
on the team that got wiped?
Consistent damage
One player
that is
altogether.
over on the BLG side. And
So
sure,
like there is one player alive on the map.
Well, but Cassante is just going to be a real pain for BLG's composition to deal with.
It really is. It's going to be so hard for them to actually get through him until
Yeah,
Civic
369
gets
called
5-6 items, and then the shred will come out with those
369 solo killed
Cream
Ben.
does have that Emperor's Divide. Shadow dashes away for the Vault Breaker more just to clear the wave than anything more, but still 2 plates over to Top Esports.
This kind of makes me want to play Vi,
Almost
not
gets
gonna
the
lie.
flash headbutt, but can't quite find it. Cream with a fancy feet gliding his way away. Top Esports here, just making sure that Cream can get the wave all the way in. Could play for the first tower if they want. The plates have just fallen off, and no real threat from BLG anywhere else. Bin clears the wave, pillar down, and the wave is culled off. So Top Esports will need to wait another 20-25 seconds before another wave comes in.
I mean, Cream just played that so well. I think it was a good look from On, but Cream really
There's
wasn't
still probably,
anticipating it,
at
right?
minimum,
the
there's
soldier ready.
3 more
He's
games
just
left.
instantly dashing
You still
out.
got
So
this,
as the
Blue.
Q
Lock
flash
in.
comes in, Cream just barely
Can't
gets
give up.
out of range. Good stuff from him. Really kind of playing on
can't
those margins.
give
And then
up.
once that flash is used, you already know there's no flash on Bin, so there's not really any chance of a setup. He's always going to be able to react very comfortably with the Azir ult if they try to combo in or anything like that. So really playing to the limit. They wanted to put that pressure down there, but BLG holding on to the towers for now.
It's an interesting swap from game 1, because in game 1 it was Top Esports who got the early kills, BLG who got the early Drakes and the Grubs, and now
there you
it's
go.
BLG who got the early kills.
That's
Top
what I
Esports
like
who get
to
the Dragons,
hear.
and now have started to even out the game. And for Top Esports, you're looking at it, it's Mountain Soul. This Cassante will be unkillable entirely. Elk there stopped by the Spellbook Smite, and won't be able to back away. Has finished his cull, so has about a 600 gold lead in that AD carry role. Bin here once again using the Dominus just to clear the wave. That early lead that we talked about has really
One thing
not
I
materialized
admire
into
about
anything
these
more than
pro
that.
players is
No, it
how they
hasn't
use their ultis
whatsoever.
to just clear a wave.
Masters Azir, you hit this and you just start doing so much damage.
Like, is that really worth?
Bin knows he had to clear out that wave, wanted to defend the tower. They do not
it
want to
sounds
lose
like it
'cause
is.
That will be feats. But Cream is just going to keep pushing here, and he has the grubs. Every time Bin steps up, he's just slowly getting chipped away at. We'll be able to clear out this wave, though. Cream definitely having to work for it. The problem is they're not really pushing on anywhere else, so it's not like BLG are close to grabbing a tower elsewhere. And if TES do get this Herald, you have to feel like that's going to be feats going their way with the tower as well.
Should definitely be the first tower if they manage to get that hold, get the charge off. Shadow looking for Hunk. Goes in for just a little chip damage.
Yeah, I normally save my ult. But I also
BLG
play champions that can't ult waves, so like Caitlyn or Kaisa or Jinx. I'll use my ult to clear a wave on Jinx though. I will.
BLG feel like they're trying to scale for second items at the moment, just accepting waves rather than being able to do anything proactive.
Yeah, they are, and I mean the game is still
yeah,
close,
I kind of want to know
really
what
feel like one of these games that is
maybe talking about.
One fight away, like one bad fight from BLG, and they're kind of out of it. I mean, they're clearly feeling like they're in a pretty terrible position if you're going to give up Soul Point without even a contest. So instead, they're just going to try to trade for Herald. They're going to try to get some more gold. But the other team, I think, is easier to play out. In my opinion, has better scaling and is now going to be at Soul Point. And when you're playing a hard engaged comp here, you know, with this Vi, with this Aurora, and you're looking at Mountain Soul, that's one of the worst, if not the worst, souls to actually see as an opportunity for TES.
Especially when you talked about the Cassante just being able to build armor as well, right? It's getting buffed up 5% per Mountain Drake you have, will be 10% if they get the soul. And then you have the shield on top of it that scales off bonus health, AD, AP. It's so tricky for BLG, and we talked about it in draft. This is one of those games that does just snowball really quickly if one team gets ahead. We kind of focus on it from BLG's point of view, saying, well, if they get ahead and they can just dive in, they will wipe Top Esports off the map. But for Top Esports, it's like, you can't kill us. Like, we can just stand there. We have prio in every wave. No one can actually get the push in, and so we're never really under any threats.
And it always feels weird, you know, sometimes I think for people who are listening to hear us talk about a game in this way, because you look at the gold and you're like, it's 300 gold, you know, it's 3-3, but it's really compositional that it's coming down to, and that's why I do feel like this is going to be a one-fight game.
So
you know, we're going to see the Soul come up here in about 4 minutes. BLG is going to show up, and if they win that, then they can maybe turn that into something more. You know, you win that, you get this, get that dragon, you get an Otacon, all of a sudden you build a big advantage, and maybe you can start to really push that in your favor.
Rundle,
but if TES are able to win that and get Soul,
Renekton falls off, Vi falls
some
off.
really crazy stuff,
Aurora
it's pretty much lights out. So that is why
but
we are talking about it being, you know, so favorable, the position in the game for
I
TES.
think it's Top Esports.
Really comfortable compositionally and objective-wise.
I also think around the times they have to fight, which is 3 minutes time for the Mountain Soul, BLG at 2 items will be weaker than Top Esports at 2 items. They have a little bit more gold as well, but I love a 2-item Varus with Mana Moon fully stacked up. Cream has already got his Nash's tooth, building up to his next item with that Haunting Guys and the Faded Ashes. Like, in terms of relative power, I take the right side comp, the red side comp, at 2 items more than I take the blue side comp.
But what if Knight flanks and then one-shots their carries?
Sure.
I would really love it if BLG won, though. I'm not gonna lie.
That's always the thing, right?
That's the thing, Knight, and he does it so often. This guy,
I think we need to lock in
my opinion, probably the best player to ever come out of the LPL, at least the most consistently top player to ever come out of the LPL. He does that in moments like this, in games like this. The question is, can he do it? And even if he does it once, it's not enough. BLG need to win the first fight and then probably 2 or 3 subsequent fights to really get back in the game. They'll put the Rift Herald down mid to try and crack this tier 1. The pillar comes out to stop the charge. And Kanavi puts the traffic cone up, says, excuse me, can't park here, sir. Kills off the Rift Herald before it gets its charge in.
You think you'd just get a ticket for parking in the wrong place?
Yeah.
Just brutally murdered.
Look, man.
Runeterra is ruthless.
Yeah, of course it is. Cream, though. Good engage here from Shadow, but with the Emperor's Divide, he'll lock him up. Knight pops at the between worlds and then puts it down because he doesn't want to bounce back in as Top Esports begins to collapse onto On Pulverize. Not caught out with that Pathmaker on, has to flash away. Top Esports collapse incredibly quickly. 6 seconds on the Otacon.
2 or 3v5 really top lane. We have the ADC going down to match Sivir in mid.
And we can see Sivir shoving up mid for free as well. So they kind of need to get more than just that flash, it feels like right now. They are expecting that bot lane tower to go down for sure. Elk won't be able to get this, though.
On with the headbutt back to Shadow here to try and protect his Alistar, and Tofu's not going to hit with that Q3. Elk gets mid lane tower as he trades off Jagular.
Oh my gosh, Elk
doesn't block the piercing arrow barrier coming out from Elk. Meanwhile, Cream engaging onto Knight, who uses the weirding to try and dodge away. The dive in by 369 isn't going to be enough as On's caught down towards the bottom side. Elk able to walk away in mid. Meanwhile, Bin continues to push a tier 2 perhaps for Top Esports towards this top lane.
I don't know why,
with the
but I
TP coming in, Nice looking for the
today.
re-engage. Waiting onto Cream, gets the
I
slow, gets the
slept so
damage.
much.
Shadow goes between the uprights, can't hit 369 or Kanavi. Elk on the flank, spell shields, but now he's isolated. Has to flash the wall, but with an exhaust, he's clubbed around the head by Kanavi. Top Esports find the kill. BLG get a couple of towers out of it, but Top will look towards the Archon alongside.
Really nicely played there.
Maybe
by
lack
Hong,
of
gets a
vitamin D. I have
multi-man
made so much
knockback.
effort
Elk
to
is
make sure I go
isolated. Came over there
outside
pretty low HP
at least
after
in,
the
like
scuffle
for
mid lane.
2
They were able to
hours
force down 2
every
towers.
day
He
that
had
I
a great
stream
spell shield
like
on
this.
Jackie Love's ultimate,
So
but
like
now
today,
it's
like
TES
I
forcing the
went out to
Omicron
eat
here.
and I was
BLG know they have to
outside.
contest. They're falling behind.
Top Esports will be low. Armor Magic is shredded by this Archon. 369 trying to block, weirding out, knock up onto him with the headbutt. Shadow trying to come in from the bottom side, but it looks
I'm
like
normally a morning
BLG will just
person.
give up the ghost. Archon secured by Kanavi and Top Esports. They haven't given a single neutral objective over to BLG in the first 21
Maybe you're tired of being disappointed year after year by a North
American
American
all the
teams.
resources here because it's 20 seconds until
I think
Seoul.
it's
They
the
just
worst
got
this
Otacon.
year
You're
because
looking at
I really thought
flashes.
that
The flashes
FlyQuest
on
had shown that like
except for Shadow
they're
are missing. Jackie Love still has
they're
his flash.
really,
That is
like,
really big because the Varus is the
gonna
most
do it
susceptible
this
to
year.
that dive. So
Like
that
I
is gonna
really
help
thought
to keep him
they
safe
were our
in this
best
next
shot.
fight. And TES have got
And then
to be
they
feeling
did
like
show up and
they're about to tie up the
absolutely,
series. They just have to win one more big fight. 369 also has
it
his
just
flash,
looked
so
like
that's
regular
a big playmaking
NA
ability. He could
this
potentially get
year.
in onto Elk. Their
Like,
first
this
here to
was
set
not
up.
Stepba's presence popped there by Hong. Pillar down as well. Hong using the brick wall.
This was not the
Going
FlyQuest
to land
we've
onto
seen.
Elk as well and will lock him up on down. Elk unable to step up and help out his cow. Meanwhile, Bin's looking for the flank here as BLG. They've got 2 prongs of the Trident, but Top Esports have all 5 players left alive. Shadow forced away. The Drake begun by Top Esports. Knight trying to get in there, but can't find an avenue to approach through the brick wall that is 369.
After this
Bin
year's
going forward
Worlds,
for
this is
Jackie
my
Love.
first
Ruthless
watch
Predator
party.
flashed away, season to
Welcome.
6 onto that backline as well, but the collapse from Top
my
Esports
gosh, we're
is
gonna go to
massive between
game
Worlds goes
3.
Knight, and Top Esports still managing to survive through it. They turn it around, Kanavi and 369 just diving in.
The freaking
Bin will get
one
one
time I
in
needed to
response, but only
bro.
2 left alive for BLG. Means Seoul is
Are
the
you going
prize
to
for
do
Top
the league
Esports.
competitive season
try
next
there
year
from
for most
BLG.
major events?
As Knight is gonna hang
If they
around, he
allow me
knows
to,
they can't
I will
give Seoul. It's
always
gonna be a
co-stream it.
total prayer over
But
the
the thing
wall.
is, like, they
And it was
hand select the
pretty darn close
co-streamers.
to being answered.
They
As we can see our
pick
MasterCard
who they
priceless
want to
moment of the
co-stream.
game.
So
TS claimed
if
the
I
Seoul.
am
But
accepted,
BLG had
or
a
like
good
if
start
they
to the
invite
fight.
me to
Bin found a
co-stream,
good
yes,
angle on
I will
Jackie.
be doing
They do
it.
kill him off, but the problem is Elk dies at the same time. And when Elk goes it down, who's going to kill the front line? From TES, there's just no consistent damage. So Bin gets in, gets the
No
slow one to
damage.
Jackie, stuns him as he goes the wall, but then you have to look at what is happening on the other side.
Mwah.
Elk
No
here
balls.
tries to get into
No
the
balls,
mix,
no bars.
immediately knocked
Mwah.
down
No
by
bars.
Kanavi, as well as 369, and then there's just not enough consistent damage. And then great
Yes,
try over the
true.
wall. Let's see how
I really
close it
hope
does
that
get.
I get to live stream from Worlds
Wow,
next
okay.
year, though,
So, yeah,
guys.
it was a perfect
like,
smite from
I'm,
Kanavi.
Auto smite at 970 is enough
I'm
damage
really
to get the
like
kill.
so for
So
real.
well done all round by Top Esports to secure that Mountain
I
Soul.
really want to co-stream at Worlds.
For BLG now, like you've seen what a fight can be, but now you have to try and do that again into a Mountain Soul. You have 526 international kills for Bin, who has surpassed Perks for 7th all time. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, it's in
He's gonna
NA
get
next
a few more
year.
at least at this Worlds. You have
So,
to feel,
like,
because I think we both expect another game at
Hopefully
least
that
in this best of
means
3.
like, you know, they gonna
Absolutely
pick
expecting at
Yagora.
least one more game at
Next
this
year's
point.
in NA.
Yes. Not going down without
Next
a
year is
fight.
100%
Does feel
NA.
like
So
two pretty controlled
hopefully-
games on opposite sides. You know, when you think
hopefully
through.
they like, you know
I
what,
do
we
feel
kind of like that
even though
Miss
the
Chim
goal
Chim
has been
girl.
closer in this one, I feel like the last
Hopefully they
game
hit
was,
me
was
with one of
maybe
them.
closer. You know, this time it just didn't feel like BLG ever got any real advantages.
Brush up
and
your Korean?
TS has kind of felt inevitable
Ah.
because of the dragon control, because of the composition.
Man.
They're playing it out really, really well. BLG do still have some pretty good wave clear with Elk, but the problem is TES, I think, are strong enough now with this super tanky Sunday. You can just threaten the dive. He can just take it up forever.
And that's exactly what they do. Elk has to flash away. Meanwhile, there's a TP behind them between World Seasons Assist all onto Jackie Love. The follower coming out from On. And BLG are looking for the fight. Kanavi still very healthy.
Come
Harm
on,
almost going
BLG.
down. He's
Come
going
on,
to have to
BLG.
flash away. Shadow gets killed off.
They're
So
so
1-for-1
tanky.
exchange. Jungle up for AD carry. Bin.
I'm really surprised we don't see
They
Vayne.
might try and catch Kanavi as he walks across.
I wonder
Bin,
what the reason
Ruthless
behind it
Predator
is.
Can't get the stun. Goes in. Unable to find it, chomped out by Kanavi. TP coming back here as 369 is going to join Top Esports on the push.
Oh yeah, no, for sure,
Elk was
Yunho.
able to survive that. The tower helping
They're gonna
out
bring
a
Faker
lot.
and they'll be like, hey, can you translate this interview? And I'm gonna be like,
Zir is still up means this Baron is is up and available. If you can't dive them, force them to come to you, and that's exactly what TES are doing.
Bin doesn't have that ultimate. 369 looks for the Antofos. Hung's looking for that flank position. The Baron down to about half HP. With this Predator stun onto 369. The disengage. Cream goes in. The Emperor's of finds two, but not out. Kanavi's going to chase him out, though. On trying to protect his AD carry, but he just can't get there in time. It's roast beef for Top Esports as they claim two and will turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
It's just a beautiful run of play there from Top.
I think the world needs more Chim Chim. Hopefully,
they can't
world
fully make it happen. So then,
needs
with
Chim
that kill on
Chim.
Shadow, they know we are just going to bring them to us over at the Baron. They immediately turn off that Baron, and Cream is able to find a great ult. They chase down Ult, they kill him off, and now feel like they have full control here. 369 just kind of pushing them back, and then they decide, all right, just wait for Hung. As soon as he arrives, we are going to go. Kanavi goes in, the pillar comes down, flash from Cream. Knight does respond, and the spell shield was there from Elk, but he gets the other two. Elk is chased down by Kanavi as well as Cream. Knight can do nothing but watch, and they know this one is all but over.
Cream doing a great job there, separating the AD carry from the means of protection in the form of On and Bin. And as soon as you do that, you can just chase him. Like, he doesn't have the damage to get through a Trundle who is sitting at Spirit Visage Triforce, the upgraded plated steel caps. He is such a strong position. Top Esports generally just in prime control of this game right now. And this is... I think this is part of the difference between how BLG win games and how Top Esports win games as well. Top Esports, the most macro, most objective setup-orientated team in the LPL, whereas BLG, they love to get pulled into a skirmish from time to time. And you see that here. It's 11-6, it's a 3,000 gold lead, there's a soul for Top Esports. It's all done, but the Nexus falling, and Top will just take it slow. They're like, okay, we'll push through bot, we'll force you away. We don't have to take the fight. They're still going to look for On, but with Redemption coming out, Kanavi still trying to club him. We'll take him. Chain of Corruption down as well onto Shadow. Goes in with the Season Desist. Knight looking for the damage, but Kanavi's too healthy
through bot lane
to do
too,
anything
just like
about
last
it.
game.
And they're just methodical. They'll force you off, they'll take the towers, they'll look for the inhibs, and BLG can't find a way back in.
Yeah, BLG just simply don't have the damage in a lot of these skirmishes to really even threaten them whatsoever. With the Mountain Soul Shield, with all of their gold lead, they are looking to end the game and tie us up right here.
The LPL Finals went all five. Top Esports and BLG looking to make it go all three here. One win between either of them and that quarterfinal spot for Top Esports. They just need to take down this Nexus. BLG trying to defend Elk using that ricochet.
No, literally
goes in with a double
Holy.
pulverize, but the tower's almost fallen. No Nexus towers left alive. Bin, Ruthless Predator won't find the stun. On forced away. BLG forced away. And Top Esports will force us to a game 3.
A beautiful bounce back here from TES. So many top fans. You have to know we're worried after that game 1. Would they just go down in a sweep? Would they be able to
get
bounce
that blow up
back?
mattress, babe. No, like.
It really is. And questions arise around the draft as well. The Azir left up for Cream to pick. He had a great performance all round.
I was like, who is yelling? But it's the coach.
To break down that game
He's getting them hype.
Thank you, guys. Honestly, I don't know what to think about this series anymore, because coming into today, especially given the two teams' performances, I was expecting the biggest fraud-off ever.
Who doing
Turns
all
out
that
we're
yelling?
getting game after game the
Me.
best performance we've seen from both these teams so far this tournament. So what do you have?
I feel like this was a great representation of the team styles. In game 1, I felt like that it came down to single carry performances. When I think of BLG, they have superstar moments, they have highlight plays, they love to fight, and they kind of use their individual skill to outperform the best teams in the world. But for Top Esports, it was more of a calculated, crafted effort where at various different points, we were highlighting different members and debating who really was the star of this team, who was the player that really defined the moment. But I felt like that every single player had key
I did not
moments
see that, JT.
throughout the game.
Where did they put
They
T1?
slowly control it through good objective control, superior team fighting, and an overall big bounce back from game 1.
And we saw the opposite scenario, Emily, compared to game 1,
Yeah,
where
I
here
actually
it
need
was
a speed run.
BLG getting the early kills while TS were the ones stacking up those objectives.
Yeah, and I think a little bit it starts in draft. I wouldn't say necessarily the game itself was decided in draft, but I do think the most important thing here for me was that R5 Poppy. When Vetti and I were both looking at this draft, we were like, okay, BLG have drafted something they're super comfortable with. I wasn't surprised to see the first pick Renekton come through. I'm not going to say I liked it necessarily, but was not surprised by it, right? Was not surprised, especially by these first 3 picks coming out of BLG. But TES have a lot of really good champions to deal with what BLG want to throw with them. The Azir became super, super important. We've had a lot of discussions about Cream's Azir across the year and across last year as well. The Trundle deals really well, and then this is such a great Poppy angle, and you could see at times it seemed like BLG kind of forgot that a Poppy was in the game or could be in the game, right? So, and I think this Poppy ended up being a really strong pick for TES.
Absolutely, and I think that when we look back at how things were going in the
I don't
early
think
game,
we've gone to game 3 with two strong
I thought it was
teams.
simply going to be a matter of, oh, BLG's
So
going to
hopefully
run away
we
with it,
do
because as you highlighted,
get
Law,
something
the early
nice
game kills were going the way of BLG.
pulled
but
out.
as you
You
also
know what I'm
mentioned, in
saying?
contrast, the game
Like,
one,
hopefully we
BLG
do
weren't converting
see
that into
a
early dragon control, into a
fire
snowball. And
draft
when you have a
that
composition like
won't
this,
rock us to
it's
sleep.
really important that as BLG, you're snowballing through these objectives, because you want to, on your power spike, force your opposition into fighting, which Top Esports, they kind of played their own game.
Yeah, Top Esports played their own game, and as we see these early objective controls, the only one they lost was Herald. They were able to stop that with the Trundle pillar, right? So BLG couldn't even get the credit for that. They also were able to clean up Otacon, and I think it's another example of just, I keep telling people like, man, you guys, like, I swear, Top Esports, they're a pretty smart team. I remember telling you this at the beginning of the year, and you're like,
Yep,
okay,
you did, yep.
whatever, Emily, like, you're trolling. You watch them at first stand. They're absolutely abysmal. But you could see it here. It's exactly like you said, where it's kind of a clash of these two play styles, and this is exactly
All
how I
right,
expect
whoever wants to win can win.
For me, like, my big
I'm not
point of
stressing it
criticism
now that we're in game
does go
3.
towards Shadow. He was in such a fantastic
Whoever wants
spot,
to win,
and under zero
take it.
pressure, he felt the need to force ganks mid. And
Hey,
twice
Tees, do
we
me a
saw
favor
him
and
trying
hover
to kill
Samira.
Cream.
Hear me out.
Twice Cream got
What
the
if
better
they
of him.
lock
And I feel like
in
because he got
Samira
so many
so we
of the
don't
early
fall
game
asleep?
resources, he had to be that driving force. And so when Cream turns around and
I
gets
think
the
I'm down
solo
for
kill
that.
onto him, all of the win gets taken out of BLG's sails, and then that's just where Top
I think I'm down
Esports
for that.
slowly but surely take full control of the game.
And that's the thing, you don't always need to try to make things happen on the map,
Jinx
but I
would be
appreciate the
better.
fact that
I'm
even
down
if
for
they
a
were playing
Jinx.
from behind, BLG were trying to
I'm
get
down
back
for a
in the
Jinx,
game.
my
They
brother.
tried to prevent the soul, but even that doesn't work out the way they want to.
Yeah, this didn't end up working out at this point. TES are just so far ahead, right? Like, Jackie Love kind of goes untouched, is able to kill off on here, and then you see BLG think they might be able to do something with this as it plays out when TES, I'm just waiting for it to get there. Here we go.
Yeah, they just have to wait.
Second. Yep. So Ben just sees an angle onto Jackie Love, right? And he's like, okay, maybe we can take this. Honestly, at this point in the game, it was still a little bit
Jinx with
doomed where as soon
Samira
as Shadow
support.
goes in, he falls, and Ben isn't really able to have that kind of great, he was never able to have the impact on the Renekton that I think he was thinking of when they locked that pick in first.
And I think for BLG,
Did we
it's back
see
to
an
the drawing board.
X-player?
Because when we move towards game 3, what we've learned is that red side is very valuable. We were talking about it prior to the
Is
game, that it
Azael an
felt like
X-player?
Top Esports wanted to be on red to deny some of these counter pick abilities from the side of BLG, giving those solo laners the agency to run rampant on the Rift, and now moving back. We've just literally been told that BLG is not only moving to red, but they're subbing in Beishuan as well.
Do we like it?
Well,
He's always been a
This is
caster.
what they do,
Yeah,
right?
that's what they do.
It's also like, as Vedi already touched upon, Shadow had a few really big unforced errors, right? In both of those ganks that he was talking about, Knight didn't have his ult up. He'd used it elsewhere. At one point, Knight was
There you
all the
go.
way back under his own turret when Shadow tried to go in onto Cream. So I think, like, for in terms of these two junglers, I think he's coming in.
Yeah, I feel like
because
most of the
performance.
coaches are
also maybe for a breath
ex-players.
of fresh air. He'll be playing for the solo laner specifically. He's a lot more, I would say, facilitative than Shadow. So we'll see.
I can't imagine the pressure he's under. He starts the tournament against 100 Thieves where he loses. Everyone's like, get him out, put Shadow back in. And now he finds himself in the elimination match where they're like, no problem, buddy. All the pressure's on you. You've got this.
I mean, yeah, the pressure cannot get bigger
Chim,
than
if I
this
let
here. And honestly,
Yunho
BLG on
interview
one
me
side, they
and we
were
make
the
you
world's
laugh, does that
finalists
count?
last year. They want to prove that quarterfinals.
For
It's just
sure.
the beginning for them. And on the other side, you have Top Esports.
For
They
sure
want
it
to
counts.
beat those international chokers allegations. Let's see who comes out on top in this LPL versus LPL matchup in Game 3.
They knew what they were doing when they put the T1 game last, because the only reason why I'm sitting through this game is to watch MCoy versus T1. Like, literally the only reason. I would have gone to sleep. I would have been like, all right, y'all, I'm out. They knew what they were doing. They really did. They knew what they were doing.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world.
No, that is crazy. After watching that like low-key intently, that was kind of crazy.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their
Fire PC. Fire monitor. Play at the speed of the pros. Omen 25 esports monitor. I feel the energy getting sucked out of my body. There's been a couple of Fire series, Sam, but yeah. Nah, truly holy. Not only do we have to watch FlyQuest get their absolute donkey dookie booty cheeks taken, but we got to sit through top esports versus BLG, which has already happened in LPL. And we go into game 3. Is that part of the song? I assume that's a part of the song. I think that's part of the song. Yeah, I did not like that on my ears. That hurt. I think you gotta stand up and walk around. Hear me out. I lay down. All I need is a blanket. I gotta make chat larger so I can hear y'all. Chat size. Oh, it's already at the largest. Perfect. I'm going to use my FlyQuest merch as a blankie. There's my legs.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult.
They're having a broadcast delay.
Needs some work.
Something's happening.
Everything in the map itself is a lot of effort.
We already
not to
saw
mention
the
there's gameplay
countdown.
clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemasphere it's summer? And isn't that
If
where
they do
Medler's
another
from? He's from New Zealand, right?
commercial,
So I don't know if we're gonna be
something's
able to pull it
happening.
off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Woo! Look how freaking cute! Look at that photo! Santa Boro! Oh my gosh, Baron's got mitts. I haven't watched this in full. Okay, I guess it wasn't a delay. They just wanted to show that.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where we are here to see our 7th quarterfinalist decided.
It's so cute,
between
Phoenix.
BLG and Top Esports, who is going to join the other 6 teams up in that final 8.
You were looking pretty pleased with yourself.
My husband has been begging me for Winter Map to come back. And when that announcement hit the
yes, because we have one more series.
See how I can count went off the first
hit,
hand.
he blew
On the
up
second
all
and
our
Yep. That was,
group
I'm way too old
chats.
for a
It's
joke
taking
like
me a little bit to read because it's so far away.
In my days,
But
we had
freaking fire.
Like 6s and upside down 6s, and that's
fire.
where those were the funny numbers. And that was about it.
No, because
But
they've
yes,
been
we do have
swearing
a
up
small
and
delay
down
on
that they
stage
can't
because
bring back
Beishwan
Winter
is
Map.
subbing in for
But obviously they
BLG. The
can.
last time Beishwan won on BLG was actually the first game of the series.
Wait, they
against
subbed out the
Top Esports
jungler?
in those grand
I gotta go
finals.
pee.
And since then, we have had him come in at the start of Worlds. Lost that first game against 100 Thieves, and now he's coming in
I gotta
again.
go pee. I'll be right back.
This game
Couldn't handle the
against
heat
Top
from
Esports.
100 Thieves. Needed this whole time to recover.
100 Thieves, incredibly impressive.
There you go.
I love the way
True.
they played their style. I thought it was really fun to watch.
Going.
I'm disappointed they got knocked out.
Thank you.
But
But
now
we'll see
we
if,
have to talk about BLG and Top Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see
And see if Quid goes to Carmine Corp.
No, stop that.
Import them. Import them.
No, he's ours.
We got JoJo, we can get Quid.
No, stop it. We'll see how.
Busio, you want to come across?
Stop it. We have to talk about LPL.
Okay.
We have to see how Beishwan is actually going to do here because it is a tremendous amount of pressure on a player, all jokes aside, who hasn't played a lot at Worlds, right? You played that first game of the tournament, and now it's like, all right, bud, time to sub in. By the way, if you lose, your year's over.
Yes.
And that is a lot of pressure. But the other side of that, and people love to talk about this a lot with 6-man rosters, is that you have been watching the series alongside the coaches. You are getting a different perspective. You're getting to see the pathing that your opponent is going for. You're trying to look for tendencies that maybe you could actually take advantage of. So we'll see if Beishwan can have a good performance here. If he can really just make it work for this team, because the pressure is on. The #1 seed here, of course, for the LPL. And at risk of going out in Swiss, and especially with the draw that they had, it would be a colossal disappointment to see BLG exiting this early. Of course, the same is true for TES on the other side. You know, the LPL does expect to get all their teams through each time, you know, but generally there's that reputation of someone from the LPL kind of crashing out at Worlds, and no one wants to get painted by that brush. It was supposed to be IG. They're already gone. They had the excuse of, we had to play T1. Come on, guys.
Yeah. And for Top Esports as well, going 2-0 up and then losing 3 best-of-3s in a row to get knocked out is pretty devastating. Having only won 1 game out of 5 so far, 6 in fact. I can count that high. This will be the 7th game they've played in those best-of-3s.
Sion, the thumbs involved in that.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
That's very important to me. Sion, Rise, Karma banned away by BLG, who picked the red side. LeBlanc and Bessa and Caitlyn banned away by Top Esports. And it is first pick Kiana for Kanavi. Now, I am of the opinion that Kanavi is one of the best, if not the best Kiana players in the world. The problem with it is, you rarely get to see it on him because it is banned away from top esports all the damn time. So I love him on this champ. I think he's incredibly good. We've already talked about how strong he is in the early game. He gets himself ahead and then snowballs it to victories for top esports.
Yep, and we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to perform.
I'd be down for a Yumi game.
Kiana. Of course, the Kiana, much less about the early game generally. It is more of one of those junglers that really just kind of power farms and looks to take over in these, post-level 6 fights, generally
I'd be down
speaking.
for a Yumi game.
But there is another powerhouse on the other side as far as those team fights are concerned. You're looking at the Wukong, you're looking at the Rakan. That is a very strong start to any team fight comp as the 1-2 over on the BLG side. And Karma has been banned out. Nico was already played earlier.
See
Some of these really kind of like lane dominant supports that you might punish a Rakan with are already off the table.
Yeah, you could look for something like the Renata if you wanted, like something just a bit more range. Go for a Corki Renata, look for that range damage.
Alex,
we already have the Corki.
thank you for the 42 months of support. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. The Corki is diabolical. Top esports lose.
Instead, maybe a little bit of
I hope they
potential
lose.
with the Leona coming
BLG,
out for
Elk,
Hong.
play something crazy.
And he has yet to win.
Play
so far
something
at Worlds.
stupid.
Has not looked
They're gonna pick
impressive
Yanara.
and has been losing all of the games, so definitely can be tough. Leona was kind of like that old school
They're
Rakan
gonna pick
answer where it's
Yanara.
like, oh, Rakan goes down, goes in, you lock him
Corki
down,
is,
pointing click
like,
CC, try to force them
flavorless.
out, because Rakan has always been so
Oh,
reliant
Zaya.
on being evasive, really. But it doesn't
Corki
feel
is like
for a long
unseasoned
time, I don't feel like
chickened,
it's
bro.
really a counter. It's kind
I'm
of maybe
so
just an
for
answer.
real.
I feel like all it tends to do in the 2v2 is really kind of make it passive because the Rakan is not going to look for
That
any
man
sort of
is
hard engage.
boiled
You're just going
chicken.
to maybe give up the push.
Boring
and
gameplay,
fish
bro.
with those
He
gleaming
does
quills,
so
just
much
kinda
damage.
Keep your health high, and it kind of just becomes a bit of a farm fest. I do like when you've already seen Leona Kiana, Zaya early. We saw it got banned out last time, so I think grabbing the Zaya early does make a lot of sense. Of course, you can try
I think
to like
I'm more
draft
so
range
just
in
bored
mid
of
lane
seeing
for
the
Cream,
same
but
champs.
let's be honest. When
Like,
you're pairing alongside
literally
the Kiana,
every
like, you
singular
already are kind of
last
deciding you're gonna
champion
go
in this
Like,
queue
there's gotta
so
be
far,
something to dive alongside that
we've
Kiana.
seen
So
all
I feel like
worlds
regardless
in
of what we see the solo laners
every
be for TES,
series.
the Zaya should be quite effective.
Every single last one.
And Cassia, the next two bans, see that mid lane pool being
It's
pinched.
so
Both the teams
boring.
have their junglers and their bot side of the map already locked
Where's
up.
the
So
innovation?
Top and mid is where we are likely to be. Wouldn't be
Maybe
surprised
they're
if Bing
saving
gets
all the
counter
fun
the
picks
top
for
side here
later in
with
the
Knight picking
games.
something blind, but
Or, like,
you
later
can,
in
of course, do it
the-
the other way. Say, oh, well, we think Knight can dominate
in the
Cream more
bracket.
than Bing can dominate 369, who's been having a pretty good series so far.
Imagine
I would
no
tend to agree
Fearless.
with the Knight getting the
I'd
counter pick. I feel like he's been
lose
by
my
far their
mind.
best player at Worlds. I don't think it's even remotely close. So to me, if I'm going to go all in on one player,
I don't know how we
it's gotta be Knight.
survived
Even in the
Worlds
losses, I feel like
previously
he has
with
been
no
the guy that is
Fearless.
the hope for the team.
Like, I
So
really don't know how
I really
we
would
did
like
it.
to see them just index into him. I also feel like, let's be honest, what top lane matchups are even that abusive anymore? Like anything where you pick an extreme counter, you just get lane swept on.
It's very true. Yeah, because in the past you could look for something like the Smolder and say, I'm just going to stack up on you a bit and you're playing 80
Ignite
carry.
Quinn, now you're laning against another 80 carry, and you're like, it's just like, the counter picks in top lane are very uninspiring at Worlds, thanks to lane swaps. So I feel like it's not an issue whatsoever. Galio is kind of interesting here. So Galio, of course, could go mid or top. Does follow up
He could
really,
also
really
go
well
support,
on the
but
Wukong
I guess
as
there's
well as
a
Rakan. We don't know what the matchups are going to be. I mean, if it's Mordekaiser, I think that you're probably just going to have to be sending it mid. I don't think you're really going to be wanting to play into that matchup. It does feel pretty rough. The other thing is, I mean, you can potentially pick two champions that are pretty good into it, but then you do risk getting really blasted by a counter, because one of the things that pros do sometimes like, if you're thinking about playing in a mid lane, is things like Smolder, like you actually called back to, is just kind of free stacking off of it. But if you go Smolder, and then they move it top, and then you're playing into, a Knight LeBlanc or something like that, then it's probably go home fast. So I don't think you're going to do that. I think you are just going to take this Mordekaiser here, assume that it's going to be going top, and then probably go for a more standard mid lane pick.
I mean, Cream could still look towards his Annie, although I wasn't too impressed. He does have a 66% win rate on it across the LPL summer season.
Are they going to do this Smolder I was talking about? Wow, they are.
That's the Smolder, yeah.
So
okay.
this is, I think, a lot more risky, but maybe their
Hey,
read is that
Ben
there's no way that Ben's going to play it, right? If that's your
Ben
read,
Camille is fire, though.
then hey, you're going to be able to get this mid lane matchup. Ben,
Ben
though,
is
of
so
course,
good
does
on
get
Camille.
his choice of the counter. Jax is his
Ben
iconic
Jax.
pick. It is the matchup that I definitely think can outscale and eventually start to win out against that Mordekaiser. But I also just kind of like the Mordekaiser in isolation when you're thinking about the team fight, because there's a lot of different ways you can actually have success with this. You know, Wukong goes in to throw down the Cyclone. As Wukong's engaging, Mordekaiser just ults it, takes it out of that fight, you know, kind of remove the ult from the fight. Similar things can happen to the Jax. Jax hops in with Counter-Strike, ready to get in on your backline. Ulted, taken away.
Rakan, Galio. If you're in the lane with the Galio and he's trying to hero his entrance in, you chuck that Death Realm on him and he's unable to join up with the rest of his team. I love it. I think it's a really solid pick. It's whether or not it can be as effective as you want, because you do need those quick trigger reflexes if you're going to stop people finding the true engages in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so interesting because it does feel like there's a lot of lane-focused picks,
a lot of late game insurance.
over on one side. You know, when you're looking at the TES comp, you have these things that are supposed to be answers. They're kind of trying to put Knight in a difficult situation here with the Smolder, which I do really like in isolation, but then you have Smolder and Corki paired with this Kiana. That kind of feels like you're a bit of two different minds. Of course, Corki can still poke, and Smolder can like ult over the top on an engage. It's not like it can't work at all, but it does feel a little bit disjointed to me. That wouldn't be like, if you knew this was your other 4, you wouldn't have picked Kiana, I don't think, right?
I agree.
And so they are sacrificing something as far as how cohesive the comp is to focus on the lane matchups.
Played
so
Smolder
now
earlier
you have to get something out of the lane matchups, in my opinion. Otherwise, you look over at the other side, and Knight may not be on a hard carry, but the comp just is so easy to see what they're going to do.
So nice front to back as well. With the one-bow combo, you go in, you lock up the backline, Hero's Entrance on top of it, Counter-Strike on top of it, Quickness on top of it, Featherstorm as well if the Zio ever gets jumped on. Like, BLG's comp is stock standard. Top esports comp is, maybe we can burst a guy and kill them and win the lanes, you know?
Yeah, and also, it's not like you just have to, but we have to get through everyone to get on the Corki. No, you can go on the Kiana, you can go on the Corki, you can go on the Smolder. You can really just like press your buttons, any of them.
If we were watching the T1 series right now, bro, I'd be like, all right, guys.
There's a lot of power there over on the BLG side.
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
We'll see can TES really create some differences here.
Of this series.
I also feel like though Smolder, of course, you know, you do still have a lot of power as far as the scaling. It's pushed pretty far back, and the scaling is nowhere near. I think people still have not adjusted to like the nerfs that happened forever ago, where you used to be able to actually increase the threshold for execution. Now it just increases the true damage burn. It doesn't actually ever go up as far as the threshold for the execution, and so I don't think it's just like auto win late game like people used to talk about it. But of course, especially if you go through some of the more aggressive builds, like if you go Essence, Reaver, Rapid Fire, IE. When you're on 3 items and you're on 225, you just press Q every time Rapid Fire is up, and you are poking them down. You become a real threat, and you can force bad engages by putting on that pressure.
I see I have a chocolate or...
For the moment, we don't see any of those major lane swaps coming out from either team. Both the junglers starting on the bottom side of the map as they'll work their way towards the top side. Do have a 100% win rate on red side this series.
Yes, so whoever loses today goes home. So FlyQuest, since they lost earlier, they go home.
29 on this pick. Rakan has just been
Then
ubiquitous
whoever
with great
loses
support
this
over the
game
last few
goes
years.
home.
The heal and the Gleaming Quill have to be used. Hung and Jackie getting the early push. A good Phosphorus Bomb at the end there from Jackie to get Elk down below half HP.
Yeah, Phos Bomb at level 1 is just Zigzalt. That thing you cannot get hit by. That feels like it just absolutely cooks you. So now On going to be trying to hit some of these Qs. Hopefully we'll be able to help heal up Elk to just keep them comfortable in this lane. Of course, you touched on Rakan, but Bin on his Jack 68-29 career and 369. Known for his Mordekaiser as well, 17-4 on the pick.
Yeah, last played it in the grand finals against Bin though on Kasante and went 2-7-1, losing that game. So in recent memory, 369.
He was calibrating.
Oh yeah, sure, that was it. Yeah, it's just I just need one game in a month and a half before we meet again at Worlds, which is a randomized draw.
Yeah. You're baiting him into a false sense of security.
That's smart.
Run it down in the LPL finals to knock him out in Swiss of Worlds. you gotta think a couple steps ahead here, Medic.
Yeah, I'm not as gigabrained as 369 apparently.
Well, that much is clear.
Good damage though coming out from the top esports bot lane. Jackie with that level 3 first. Cream just stacking up. And you get to that 225 is the mark you really want to look for the Smolder.
But honestly, like, I play a lot of solo lane Smolder. I think it's a lot of fun. To me, it's like, obviously the 225 is the goal, but one of the reasons that you get so much faster into these melee matchups is,
Barrier coming out from Jackie. Elk looking for the blade call, doesn't quite land the root onto Jackie, but does onto Hung.
But it's just the idea that each breakpoint actually accelerates the next breakpoint so much, right? You know, once you get 25, all of a sudden you're AoE stacking off all their minions, but he could be in trouble.
Taunt onto Cream, that's flash away. Beige1 looking for the chase.
Okay, flash
Slow,
from
not
both
enough.
jungle
Flash for flash exchange there
Smolder.
between Beige1 and Cream.
Yeah, Beige1, you know, thought he might have had enough damage, didn't have the calculation correct there. As it's 369 TPing down. This is what they did in the Lucian game as well to kind of bail out, you know, Jackie and give him this preferential lane setup. But that is, you know, a flash kind of for nothing from Beige1 because he had already gotten the flash out of the Smolder, couldn't finish off Cream. But once you get to 25, you start AoE stacking all the minions so fast. Then that really speeds you up towards the 125. And once you have 125, it's kind of unavoidable because you're just getting splashed through the minions. Yeah. Anytime you go for any last hit, he doesn't even have to queue you anymore. He's just queuing the wave, and you're going to get stacked on. So every little bit you get really accelerates that next breakpoint, and 369 being very annoying with that.
Really nice timing as well, because Bin has already TP'd down towards the bottom side, just how he's collecting this wave, which means there's going to be no one on the top side.
I want some
for a
sweets
while.
so bad, but I'm on a diet. What should I do?
Solo break. Could go for a little bit of vision. This wave, it is a cannon wave. You're going to lose one minion, probably the cannon, and another, maybe even four minions off this wave.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. He's even going to Valk the wave to be able to get a fast reset off the back of this if he wants. So not only do you actually get the wave, you deny the cannon, you get the plate. So like that right there is almost a kill worth of gold that you just earned for your team. So it's one of these things that doesn't seem immediately obvious, but that's 300 gold ahead now for Jackie Love, and I think that's often earned by 369. Like, he deserves credit for that.
He did a huge job in that bot side. It's a whole level of experience lead as well for Jackie Love over Elk as Hung and Kanavi here team up to try and steal away these Razor Beaks. You talked about the power farming of the Kiana. If you can get into that enemy jungle and take away some of these camps, it just gets you scaled up that much more quickly. Kanavi running the first strike here on the Kiana, something he loves to do for that extra gold, for that extra acceleration towards his lethality items. Profane Hydra often when we look first.
Yep, obviously is, you know, something that's going to help accelerate, but also, you know, the upfront burst, so much of your damage comes out during that first strike window, so it's not just about the gold. It really is a powerful damage rune later on in the game where that percentage damage amp can mean quite a lot when all of a sudden your combo is doing 1,000, 2,000 damage. A couple of percent is significant. So definitely is a powerful rune there. Cream, of course, picked up a call on that first base, so he is just scaling, looking to play this out.
Playing a dragon and scaling. Good one, Zell.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not too
that
tough
one
at
was
all
for
in
you.
that mid lane right now.
It's off to a smoldering start, if you will.
Good one, good one. Bin lands
Wow,
the stun of the
he's
369.
still
Not really
going.
much going to happen down towards this bottom side. Goal basically even between the two teams in the early game. There is a Drake up. We saw a ping coming out on it from BLG. We'll see if Beige1 decides that is his first objective. Has push in the bot side. Won't be able to get it in mid because there's a Smolder on the other side. On's going to land the knock up here into the Blade Caller. The damage on Jackie Love is massive. Flash shield of Daybreak from Hong into the Eclipse, just trying to walk his way away. Saves his AD, carries life, but Jackie Love now sitting at 200 HP. Does have Kanavi coming across, and Cream could
He's level 6.
Flap his way in as well. As you say, Elk not yet level 6. Doesn't have that Feather Storm. Kanavi's going to cut the wave. Cream wants to call in a bit of assistance. Has Mom on the end of a telephone. Meanwhile, Knight moving across with that Hero's Entrance. Drake secure for Beige1. Now Top Esports know they have a man advantage, a numbers advantage. Here's the Hero's Entrance. Supreme Desire talent flashed away by Elk, and Hung is hung out to dry
all
underneath
of
the
these
tower. Good double
dives
taunt
go
as well.
so
The hook
poorly.
for Kanavi. Next he's down.
Dives.
Knight makes them kneel, but the turnaround from Cream is huge.
Wait,
On jumps in the Gleaming Quill. Elk will fall. Cream takes a tower shot. The Winds of War, not enough to blow him over. Top Esports initiate the dive. Lose a 2-for-1 and lose a Drake.
That's no Knight. That man is a king. Moves up to the top side to turn it around. But honestly, so bold from TES to go for the dive, knowing that he was coming. He walked across vision. They knew that Galio was going to be there. And it felt like they kind of overestimated how quickly they would be able to get this kill.
All of these
BLG's
dives,
bot
I
lane
think,
delayed
are a
it for
little bit
so
too cocky.
long. Hong goes in. They started off, you know, with the Smolder up, but the Galio ult is there at the very beginning, and you can only get in onto the Rakan. He kites it out really, really well. Then Knight flashes forward. Elk is there to follow it up. They do get some kills back here. And you have to remember, Wukong was taking the dragon in the meanwhile, was stealing the enemy camps in the meanwhile. So it's not an even number play.
True.
Even though it didn't look like that bad, it's everything that's happening on the other side of the map that really makes it hurt. And I just kind of am shocked that TES fully committed to it.
Top Esports now with 5 players up towards this Grubs. Top Esports got one. Bin jumps in with the counter-strike, does get the stun onto Hong, on down to half HP, flash away from Bin, death grip onto Beige1. They're going to be able to get a kill at the feet of Strength Warfare, in fact, goes over to BLG. They're off for the Grub as well. In the end, a 2-for-1 exchange in the Grubs. Top Esports have lost a man, and Jackie Love has to Valk across the wall. Will be a 1-for-0 exchange in favor of BLG.
And look at Knight, early Sork boots on the Galio. This man wants to get aggressive. And when a team on the other side has so many squishy members, you can do a lot of damage on this Galio. You know, we often see kind of like tanky AP or one AP item, you know, into full tank. So we'll see exactly where he wants to go with this build. But Knight is definitely not afraid to go full glass cannon if he thinks it is appropriate.
He's the guy that builds Darkseal into Medjai's at every opportunity, right? This guy knows exactly how much damage you can put out on every champion. At the moment, the only lead for Top Esports is down on Jackie Love in that bot lane. 120 gold, his advantage, but BLG ticking over to about 300, 400 gold in totality as their lead. H1 just going to be able to farm up his own jungle as Hong looks for a little bit of vision. It's much ado about nothing. You have to feel just trying to track people. No neutrals to fight over, no camps on this top side to fight over. They might look for a dive onto Bin, who has no flash, no Grandmaster's Might for him either. The plate's going to go over to 369. Hex flash forward from Hong. Bin needs to find a way to escape. He blocks the Shield of Daybreak with the counter-strike. Perfectly played from Bin. Now needs to run away. Zenith Blade tickles his toes, but doesn't quite connect.
But
I mean, beautifully timed by Bin, but I feel like as TES, you're the team that has time on the dive. You don't need to force. You just need to walk up, stand on his head as Leona, and wait till he presses E. Then once it's down, the dive is free, right? So you have to play around that counter-strike. Instead, he kind of played that dangerous game where it is a bit of a flip. Bin anticipates it perfectly, and now it's Jackie Love under pressure on this bot side. He's looking like he's going to be the one getting dove.
H1 has the Cyclone now. They should just go for him straight away, but with the teleport coming out, they decide against it. Hong got
so far, like we're on night 5, and this is the hardest night.
Should be just BLG backing away.
Cream now, you know, farming quite well, and also over 100 stacks here already at 10 minutes. So he is at a really good pace. Of course, this does generally just accelerate again as you get further and further on into the game. Once you hit Essence Reaver, you are just trading infinitely. Been nice little trade, but Cream still getting some more stacks and should be A-okay with Kanavi here to cover.
Interesting to see Knight's the one who's matching into that Mordekaiser on the top side. Bin is actually going to match into the Smolder.
I think the idea is just that you don't want the Smolder getting free stacks off of Knight, and he's going to have less threat. You know, that's at least kind of my read on it right now. So you're sacrificing Knight's lane, but trying to really keep down Cream. I think that's probably their main concern is like, all right, how does the other team win? Maybe it's Smolder getting super accelerated. And Cream does have his Essence Reaver now, still
some days
working
feel a
away
bit tough, no?
on that 125, but he's going to be there very, very quickly.
Today is definitely a tough day.
He is. For the moment, we have a brief second before we get into what is likely to be the next fight. Drake coming up. It's an alternator for BLG, for Knight.
I think 3 best of 3s in one day is really tough. But like, if you think about it, they're starting these games like in the AM for China.
Going in with the Cyclone. There's the hero's entrance. A brief display of talent and the flash used by Kanavi to get away. But Cream the next target. Cyclone secondary going to get the knock. Wins a war, not enough again. Smolder.
Which is like
through the winds
also
of war a
tough.
couple of times in a row now. Jackie Love covering mid as On comes across. The Drake
there
is
really
up for
is no
BLG,
way
and they might
to
just walk
get
Beishwan
a
around the
good-
corner to go and get it.
At the end of the day, it's a trade of flashes for the junglers, trade of ults, and then you've also got Knight's
Good
ult,
time.
and you got a really nice chunk of HP down onto Cream. So they're going to try to utilize that to turn it into the Dragon. Because cooldowns-wise, they did lose out, but HP-wise, they definitely won, and that is going to put them on a 2-0 Dragon lead here, which is starting to feel a little bit like Game 1, you know, when you're starting to think back. It's been a lot about these Dragon stacking games, you know, control, forcing your opponents to take these fights that they're not necessarily ready for, and they're going to see if second try works better here against Bin.
Yeah, no teleports to support
I'm
Bin here.
struggling to stay away
On
from
does have
this
the quickness,
lovely
and he's
night.
on his way across. Kanavi caught out. There's the counter-strike, Solar Flare. On coming in, gets the quickness down, but Bin's already dead. Hung has to flash away. Meanwhile, underneath the tower, 369 is chasing on out, obliterates him. Jackie with the flash autos enough. It's 2 for naught for TS.
Nicely done there by TES. This time they make it work, and not only do they kill Bin, they're going to deny a lot of CS. They're going to knock down this tower very likely as well. Try to play for this first turret. They kill off on. Elk can't even get there. So a lot of resources committed to this side. You can see Cream playing very defensive down on the bot side. Knows he is going to be on his own. So he's just sitting in that tri-brush, making sure that the Wukong couldn't come in behind him. And now a lot of question mark pings over by that red buff, but it is already gone. We can see this dive one more time. This time, 369 and Kanavi do a pretty good job of kind of softening him up before they really fully commit into the dive. He's already missing a third of his HP. Kanavi goes in, really big chunk of damage, even though the Zenith Blade misses, even though the Shield of Daybreak is counter-struck once more. Hung can flash out, and the extra members do allow them to finish off. Jackie does have to spend his flash, so does 369, but they secure the kills, they get the tower, and as a result, it is going to come down to these objectives for feats because BLG already won the feat of warfare. They're only one of these objectives off, whereas TES would need to get the next two.
Herald up in 50 seconds. That would be the first
Like,
point
what would
of
be
call.
the best time for Worlds
now, though, for top
to
esports,
do
blue across the
Worlds
board,
so that
down on the
every
bottom of that scoreboard, and
time
369.
zone
Perhaps that game in Grand
can
Finals was
enjoy
just
it.
the bait. Set him up, now has the Riftmaker 1-0-1 on this Mordekaiser, forcing Bin away.
And we did get the Rocket Bell here for Knight, so definitely looking for a very aggressive option, whether or not he'll go into just like Zhonya's, kind of tanky AP from here, or if he'll go into more traditional tank. I feel like if you're going Proto Belt, you're probably just going Zhonya's second, and you're just really putting that upfront damage in, which can be quite a lot. Also, like that On did go for the Mikhails here. I do feel like when you look over, it's Hong and then no one for the engage. So if you're just fishing with that Leona ult, and you can just be able to have cleanse on your Xayah plus that Mikhails.
The quickness follow-up, Supreme Display's hand coming out, but the counter-strike from Bin is enough to get one. They'll look for Hung as the second. Knight teleports in, Hung falls, 2 quick kills for BLG. The Rift held there for them. That will be feats.
Nicely done by
they got a lot off
BLG.
that.
Really quick play.
So
Nets them a couple kills.
It's
and
11
gets them
a.m.
feats, as you said. And even though they are down in gold, I'm really favoring their position here once again. I feel like they're in a good spot.
Siri.
Feats is going to be a decent amount
What
of
time
combat
is
power.
it
They're
in
going to get the
China
Herald,
right
which
now?
is likely going to result in a tower. But Cream is getting
So
farmed
it's
here. Just continuing to try to
in
scale up.
China.
163 stacks right now. Bin going to be looking for him, though.
Triforce, Cream does have the flash and has that flap. Counter-strike out. Cream's going to get
Which
stunned.
means-
Grandmaster's might coming. Where you going, Cream? Back to your teammate. Mom there for a bit of a heal, but Bin slapping him as he gets the solo kill. 369 here to join Elk, trying to bolster the defenses of Bin as they get another Counter-strike down on dashing around. Bin knows he's going to die.
Oh,
He's
it
in the
means
Death
they
Realm,
started at
and
1.
369 will hit him across the face with a mace to even it out 1-for-1.
Still great play from Bin. The red buff, I believe, finishing off Cream there. And you get the flash off the Smolder, which is critical.
Them starting
And you
at
get the
1
Rift
is
Herald
kind
in
of
mid lane because
diabolical.
all of top esports were dragged down towards that bottom side to try and react. That will even out a bit of this gold
They
deficit that BLG
definitely
found
could have
in.
themselves
started
in.
at, like,
It's down to 1K from
11.
about 2K a minute ago.
Yep. Really good moves here. Now just going to use
'Cause
the
if they
escape
started at
Herald,
11
try to drive it down
in
towards bot, but
China,
it will be finished off there by Kanavi. But you
that
can see
means
Elk
they're
already pushing in
starting
towards that tower. Assist
in
pings
the
from
AM
TS
for
if they want to try to
Europe.
defend it, but feels like they're
And that
probably
means
just too
they're
late
starting
already
like
because BLG members are
earlier
hovering.
PM
Hong
for
looking
US
for
and
Knight, who has
end
to flash,
earlier
despite the fact that 369 was coming
in
across
US.
his jungler and his top laner.
Because they're
going
gonna
to
end at-
On here can grand entrance and make a quick exit with the battle dance.
They
got all
they
five
could
down here,
likely
so TS
end
needs
at
to get
9
something
PM
because
China time.
Bin is going to be the inevitable problem. There's no TP, so no one can answer Bin.
On gets the flank onto Cream here. Elk looking for the damage. Death Grip not going to connect. Solar Flare down, lands the stun onto On, but
Okay, I
not
think
really the
5
target that you want. He
AM
still has
Europe
the
time
quickness.
is
Meanwhile,
okay.
top esports continue
I
to
don't.
push
I
in.
think 4
But
AM
tier
is a
1 on
bit
the bot
tough.
side. Redemption being used. Supreme Display Titan does catch onto
But
Elk.
they
He
start
cleanses,
at
and
4 AM
Thunderstorms away. The charm
EST
from On
right now.
under the tower means
Holy freaking moly,
absolute
what the
destruction
fricky?
for BLG. They find 2. They land a taunt on 369 as well. The tower still stands, but 369 tanks it up. In the end, a 3-for-2 exchange, but Bin continues to push in a side lane.
Yeah, Bin wasn't even there. It was a 5v3 for a
AM
while,
is
and
good,
then the
but
Wukong
that
arrives.
does
It's
screw
still a
over
4v5.
EST.
Meanwhile, Bin is just getting so much gold up on that top side. TES kind of painted themselves into a corner. They all moved down
Does
towards
that
bot to
mean
try to
it would
prevent Elk from
start
taking
at
that tower,
9?
and then they realized, all right, we've got 5 members here. We've got no TPs. We need to
EST.
force, but there's no objective,
But
so
I
it
still
had to
feel
be
like
a
that's
dive.
better,
And it's
man.
BLG, again, first towards this dragon. 369 is in the area. We'll see if they can contest. You really don't want to give up soul point here.
Yeah, you got to try and fight it, but Bin comes in with a counter-strike. Now 369 isolated. Kanavi's going to try and jump across this wall, puts down the control wall for a little bit of vision, but On goes in with the grand entrance, looking for that knock-up, hits the Gleaming Quill. Kanavi jumps in, Kanavi gets it, steals it, pays
Oh
for
my
it with his
gosh,
life.
Dragon
But he
stolen.
delays the soul, and that is what top esports needed from him.
Yeah, that is well
It's
worth
okay,
it
y'all.
for
Next year, the
Kanavi. I
other
think
half
that
of
is
the
a
world will be
massive steal from
suffering.
him. Cloud Soul is
Worlds, not
insanely strong,
NA.
especially for a
Yep.
lot of these champions in particular. You cannot be giving that over.
Next year,
Ong is going to have to spend
we'll
the
be
ulti
able
just to try to
to
get away here from
be
Knight, who is
okay.
going towards that zone
But
as I
then
expected. Has the
MSI
Seekers
is
ready,
gonna
so
be in
that
Korea.
big playmaking tool. Now all of a sudden,
So we
Beige
will
One or
have to
Bin
do this
throw themselves in
next
the
year
back
as
line.
well.
Galio comes over the top, can do so much upfront damage, then go into the Seekers and really create this zone of control, buy the space for Elk to do his work.
Cyclone used by Beige One there just to make sure that he walks away from 369 safely. Talked about the ability for Kanavi to power farm
I just think PST is
Kiana,
the worst
but dying
time
there
zone.
Drake loses his entire bot side jungle. It's a great steal from him. Waits out the grand entrance,
This is
uses
my official announcement. I'm
audacity to
moving
jump
to
across the
Europe.
wall and then manages to land a
Europe
smite.
is
But
the
after you
best
go in
time
there, you
zone.
know you're done for.
Yep, absolutely going to be giving your life, but at least he didn't have to spend his flash or anything like that. And just goes in, trades his life for the one dragon. Still in a really difficult position. BLG, I feel like, are definitely the ones in control here.
Yeah, no
But there
way.
is playmaking, and there is hope because you've delayed that soul, you've bought time. Cream is going to have 225 by the time you fight Dragon next, so maybe you can take a real fight then. He has gone for Shojin, which is kind of more that like a little bit bruisery or a little bit more tanky. Of course, if you can continually get out spells, it starts to stack up, works pretty nicely. Usually when people go Shojin, they still want rapid fire, which doesn't mean your IE is super delayed, and your kind of consistent damage is a lot lower as a result, but it is a faster spike than the IE rapid fire style build. So Cream's still going to be really, really strong. Next wave, he has that 225. And then that really does, once you get the rapid fire, put a lot of pressure on your opponents because you kind of just start having your team stand around you. You walk up, every time rapid fire is there, you cue someone, splash through the team.
Yep.
Exactly. And you start to really rot them down. You force them to look for engages, and TS are trying to do just that. I wonder if they had vision of this Wukong recall, because no one's here.
Teleport. He's going to TP up towards the top side,
Okay,
as
Ben's
is Knight.
coming.
Down to 10,000
They're
HP, but
peeling
Tommy's supposed to
off.
back away from it for now. Pull it up towards this top side. Cream standing on
Okay.
that front line. Has hit
Not
224, needs
peeling off.
one more. Gets it with 225. Now has that burn. The
Yeah,
Articon
West
down to
Coast
3,000
time
on.
is
Looking for the
horrible.
quickness. Doesn't land it on anyone. Has to dive onto 369. The Hero's Entrance coming out as Kanavi secures the Articon. 369 standing in the middle of them all. Elk with a Feather Storm trying to pull back with the Blade Caller. Base one almost down. 369 falls first, but Cream is flapping his way onto the backline. Has to flash away. Bin dives forward with a flash of his own into the pit.
for
But
Smolder?
top
Oh my gosh,
esports
he
are coming
killed
out
him.
on top.
What
In
the
the end, though,
freaky?
Bin finds Cream. Now it's all on
Dude, Bin is
Jackie. The
freaking
bot lane's the
huge.
only ones alive. Top esports will claim the fight as they
3
get
for
the
3.
Articon. But it was goddamn even through it all.
It was an insane fight here. And 369
That's
to me
crazy.
was a real hero. Look at this. He forced
Is
out the
Rookie
Galio
still
wall, then
up?
goes into an ult of his own, completely immuning it, negating that entire thing by himself.
Rookie, are
and
you
look at the
still here?
space he's creating. We talked about their lack of frontline. 369 says, you shouldn't have counted me out. And then
Yeah, that was a
Cream
lot of
just goes
flashes.
all the way in, but this stasis from Knight
Did
plus
Rookie
the
fall
CC means
asleep?
Bin can flash in and finish him off.
Rookie,
and
did
then
you just hear
Bin
the
very
explicit?
nearly had the 1v2. Jackie had to flash in the pit just to help him there as Elk and On are winning out on the other side. This is a game of inches. Absolutely
Is that-
insane
who
fight
is that?
there.
I mean, it's also Hung
that's
having the
Beige
time
One.
to hex splash across the wall when you have a Blade Caller and a Grand Entrance from the Zaya and Rakan that had been used.
No, that
Couldn't
was
get the knock-up onto him.
crazy.
500 gold the difference between the two teams. A Cloud Drake and an Articon for top esports with 2 grubs.
That's
A
absolutely
Mountain and an
insane.
Infernal and the Feats of Warfare for BLG. A 12 petal difference equates to about 700 gold or so. Nothing too consequential yet for top esports.
Yep, and we saw that Seeker's being used, but no problem, because Knight has the Zonias. He bought it right after that fight, so it is going to be up and available, but definitely the danger of using a defensive ult on 369. You really can't go for that because he'll just press R of his own. He's going to avoid that completely. You kind of want to be using it
said
aggressively, with
the
On or Beishuan
explicative
onto Cream or Jackie. That's
version of
really
that
what they
day.
are looking for here. So I didn't love the way that BLG played it out, but still, it's going to be about this next Dragon fight here. TES taking position in the river, pushing up mid lane first, clearing out these wards now, and they are going to be pretty tough to walk into.
It's what top esports do so well. Their objective control, their setup, some of the best in the LPL. We saw it at the Articon, pulling BLG to have to force those double TPs. 369 looking for the damage onto Beige One, but he's going to pop the decoy to get away. Death Grip out as well. Won't find its connection. BLG playing for this mid lane wave. Jackie Love coming across towards Knight, puts down the Gatling gun and hits a few autos. Cream still stacking up 250 now on that passive. Bin trying to clear out a bit of control, but can't get rid of that control ward. They do still have a ward in the pit. BLG pushing further forward here, looking for as many flank positions as possible.
Yeah, neither team having the confidence to start it up. Knight now getting very chunked.
Beishwan just has to flash away. Hung flashes for the Solar Flare. Nimbus strike from Beishwan onto the minion wave, arriving just in time to save his life. On dashes from the Zenith Blade, but you feel it's starting to swing. Top Esports, they're finding that rot damage, that poke damage, and it's BLG who are being pulled all ways to Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's earned them the Dragon. You can see double recalls coming through. Knight even gets interrupted. He could be in some trouble, but will be able to jump out to safety. Now for sure, they should be starting this off. They will have time for the Wukong to maybe get back in the area, but Knight has no TP. I don't think there's any real reason to try to contest this, but Bin is still sitting in a dangerous position, and maybe they're going to try to look for something afterwards. Bin positioning to try to maybe catch Cream as he does walk down.
I like it because you also have Beishwan coming in from the top side here. There's the TP, they go into Cream. Cyclone down, Bin can't get in range for the counter-strike. Cream's going to flap his way across the wall. Supreme display of talent, doesn't find anyone. Mom's going to heal him up now. His outfits is Cream up towards the top side. 369 on Beishwan in the death realm. Will get him. El's going to get one for one exchange so far. As Bin dives onto the backline. Hung trying to retreat from Knight, but 369's there to help him out. Knight's going to flash into the pit. Kanavi caught out by Bin and on no range for them, but the counter-strike just short. Kanavi, can he escape? Knight has that flank. His team has given up the ghost on him. He tries to dive onto Elk, but for it, he just dies. A 2-for-1 for BLG, but how close are these fights?
They are really crazy. These fights are so intense. Bin just waited around for so long, was not on vision. They go for this engage onto Cream, but Cream honestly has a really great positioning, flaps over the wall, avoiding pretty much everyone except for the flanking Elk. Zaya comes in,
Is that the
great
exalted
pullback on the feathers to be able to finish
skin?
him off, but at the same time, 369 has already beat down your Wukong, taking him out. And Jackie Love, he's the backup AD carry. He's still alive and still firing. And it does mean Kanavi is kind of hung out to dry, but it is still the Dragon going to TES. Another close fight. The gold remains practically dead even. We are just in for such a treat here. This final game between two of the best teams the LPL has to offer is really delivering.
And you're really seeing part of what Top Esports are trying to do in some of these fights, which is pull them around, try and separate them, because we talked about it in draft. They don't have this traditional front to back, we stand behind an ore and walk forward and let our Smolder do all the work. You've got Maud putting someone in the death realm, you've got Leona looking for a stun on the other side, you've got Corki flying across, Kanavi trying to stun someone up. Whereas BLG haven't quite found that more traditional front to back. You don't just have the Wukong engage into a hero's entrance, which is what you want, and you have to give credit for Top Esports for not allowing that.
They're surrounding
looking for it now. On's going to get caught up towards the top side, dashes away, has that Gleaming Quill, TP in, as well as Bin goes in for the counter strike. He lands it onto Kanavi. Supreme Decided Talent's going to get him stunned. The Cyclone from Beishwan. Jackie Love's already killed off on. And Top Esports just immediately turn it around. Beishwan trying to swing around with a Cyclone, but it's a Tempest for BLG.
Oh my gosh, but then they come back.
Knight gets caught in the Justice
And then
punch.
somebody gets caught. And then Elk pops the frick off. What is happening?
Jackie flashes in.
Oh my gosh.
Top Esports!
What in the clown fiesta just happened?
Jackie Love finds the moment here in the mid lane. Bin goes for the massive engage.
Oh my gosh,
Look to try to find a
Jackie,
multi-man
bro.
counter-strike here, but TES are able to hold on here.
What
There's just too many
the
threats, it
freaking-
feels like, on TES. Look at Bin flashing forward into the midst of everyone, getting that counter-strike down, but he's pushed back. And Jackie and
Dude, it
Cream,
was
they are
so
free
back and
firing.
forth.
And from here, it looks like it is absolutely cooked for BLG until Elk finds an incredible fight, knocking down multiple members, and then here on the side, goes forward, flashes for the pullback onto Cream, knocks down the Smolder, but Jackie still has resources. Barrier there, flash forward, knocks them both down, earns TES the Baron, and the first significant lead. And look at the heartbreak there.
They're like,
on the
might be
faces of the
going
BLG
home.
members. Shadow distraught as his team loses what could be the game-deciding fight.
It really could. The Baron's secured for Top Esports.
Dude,
Hung, Jackie Love, and Kanavi
that
have it.
one
I'm not
fight,
sure 369.
Holy,
Yes,
was
he did.
crazy.
Came up in time
Like, it woke
to
me
take
up
it
a
to
little
now
bit.
with the Red Bull Baron Power Play 2K.
Like, that's the type
already
of excitement I
by
need,
Top
bro.
Esports. Looking for vengeance from the LPL Finals, where they went down in 5-2-3 for BLG.
Jackie Love.
the story's the same.
He's trying to win it
the
for the
book has been
boys.
written. The engagers, if you bind them onto
Imagine
this backline,
there's a series
it does
after
work.
this.
You have a cycle, you counter-strike, hero's entrance, quickness, you have all of these tools. But
I
Top
honestly
Esports'
would rather
ability to
them
split,
just play that
ability
one
to
series
scatter
on a
when that
different
engage
day.
comes out has been sublime so
Like
far.
one
And I
best
give
of
so much
three
credit to
on
Konami,
Sunday.
369, and Hong
Like,
for
I
making
would
that job
so
so
be
hard.
okay with
They're
that.
saying, yeah, you want to engage? I am walking into you. I am hitting you as you are trying to get close to my carries. You cannot just walk up for free and flash on them. You will take damage. You will get punished. And if you try to go for that engage and you fail, even just by a pixel, Cream and Jackie will make you pay for it. They are just destroying them at this point, as the third item is through for both of them. Now that rapid fire I talked about is there. The game is 10 times easier to play, it feels like, as Smolder. Once you have that third item, you get the rapid fire, you are just laughing at him.
Take a breath, we'll
I
take
need
a
to
moment.
get up, but I think
Cloud
I'm
Drake's up,
stuck.
will only be third for Top Esports. No soul for them yet, but I'm pretty sure they're happy with the extra movement speed they're getting out of these three Clouds. The ability just to dodge and dip around the fight. And now they will be on Soul Point. 4,000 gold their lead for BLG. A 2024 that was so close but so far. Two finals. Weren't quite able to take it over the finish line. Now a 25 that has been up and down, to say the least. Managing to pick up the win in the summer finals, but being eliminated before even making it to quarters here in China, in your home country, will be a disappointment. Hung. Zenith Blade dodged away with the battle dance. On takes a super scorcher breath back into the rest of his team.
I mean, especially when you're looking at the strength of schedule for them. They played 100 Thieves, Fnatic, G2, and then VKS.
Yeah.
People would think that is easily 3 wins and you're out.
H1 goes in. Hung, the target here, as Entra's coming out. Hung was really going to flash away. Cream trying to put the damage down. On tries to get in with the engage. Solar Flare cleansed away by Elk. But look at how low BLG already are. Elk is going to be able to retreat, but now Top Esports continue to push in. 369 looks for the flash death grip, doesn't get it through the decoy. Top Esports on the advance.
Yeah, 369 short change to E there, misposition on his cursor, so it didn't actually fully extend, but it doesn't matter. They take the tier 2. They're going to crack the inhibitor towers here. You can see assist pings are deep. They're going to try to look for a TP play here. Bin's trying to find an angle.
Notice Hung doesn't have the TP, the flash. Counter-strike out, Bin gets exhausted immediately. Knight looks for that flank. Bin with a stopwatch, ongoing in, grand entrance. Meanwhile on the top side, 369 the target for Elk. Hung's already down, Bin looking for a re-engage, dives in onto Jackie Love, that's 2! Bin's doing it, Knight flashes away, but Kanavi dives in. On with a battle dance, the counter-strike, but Bin will get 1! 369 down,
oh my
it's
gosh,
a triple for
kill.
Bin! He's looking for
oh
more!
my gosh,
Make it
Quadra?
more for BLG! Somehow
Oh,
they
that wasn't
hold
Quadra.
on!
It was just a triple.
BLG hold the line against the odds here.
Happening?
It looked like TES was about to wrap it up, but BLG saying no. You will go no further. They're able to find the angle here. Hung was already low. Bin just forces the issue, goes straight in. Beishwan as well as Onward threatening Jackie as 19 beat in. And look at Elk over the wall the whole time. Elk has such beautiful positioning. 369 only finds the ult onto a Wukong, and he can't even hit him during it. He's over the wall. Elk is untouched. The solo laner's getting so much work done here for BLG.
Wait, that was
as Elk
actually
gets pulled in,
crazy.
but flashes back. Bin and Beishwan
Y'all see
just
that? He made, like,
bouncing
the
back and
flames go
forth, and then
higher.
that feather pull catches the Smolder, knocks him down, and BLG, they're not dead yet.
I was having Bin on Suning flashbacks. I had that Fiora Penta in my head right there. When you need him, Bin stands up. He's had a quiet world so far. It's been Knight who's put the team on his back, but now Bin with a Quadra, 3k gold lead for him. Doesn't matter too much. Has the Frozen Heart, 3 items on Beishwan. Knight at 2.
You can see Jackie has that shield bow, so going to be even harder to knock down. Critically Cream, no IE yet. Really wants to get towards that. And Elk has just been playing stellar in these team fights. He is on 4 full items, has the Infinity Edge. And he's going to have to do so much of the heavy lifting. He is the consistent damage for the team. It's up to the others to create space, but he must capitalize on those opportunities. And if he mispositions, he's going to be instantly dead against a comp with this many threats. But look at BLG. Threatening a potential flank. If TS move up here, they might just go.
The strike, they dive in immediately. Hero's Entrance coming out as well. Kanavi able to flash away with the supreme display of talent. 369 on that front line, catches out Beishwan. He's putting the Cyclone. Jackie Love trying to Gatling gun through Beishwan, and he'll find him. Bin jumps back in on there with the quickness. He gets 2 with the grand entrance. Hung trying to
responds
escape.
with killing
The
their
dive
top
in from Bin
laner.
again as he chases them down. Counter-strike
And
out,
now
only
Leona's
finds the
gonna
Leona
die.
stunned up, and he's going to dive further forward.
Ben
Mikhails,
is
Sonya's,
really
can
in
Bin
there.
jump out? He dives
Oh my
back
gosh,
in
he
somehow.
doesn't
The counter-strike
stop.
enough to keep him alive.
He
The orders from
doesn't
Gatling Gun Knight's going to
stop.
retreat. Top Esports now on the front foot, a
How
man
is
down
that
them.
possible?
What a close
This is
fight
why
there.
Ben,
You thought Cream might have
Ben's
taken
Jax
over,
is so
but he couldn't
legendary.
finish it off. It's blinking health bars. It's Ben just juggling it so incredibly well, going forward with the Counter-Strike into the stasis. Counter-Strike back up again, creating
somebody end the
incredible
freaking
amounts
game?
of space for his team. Ben is showing why his name is synonymous with Jax. He is known for this champion, the best Jax in the world. This guy is just insane when he is playing at his best. And he is stepping up in the moment when BLG needs him most. But it is 20 seconds until a potential Cloud Soul. TS has claimed the last 3 Cloud Dragons in a row. And that is going to be the test. If you thought it was hard for them to find engages now, give over that Cloud Soul. You are probably both never finding the engage and never getting away after a failed engage.
Just never be able to escape.
No, literally, man.
Top Esports, like, you can see what the comp is meant to do. Catch out the engage with that Death Realm, then just allow
This
the
is so
Corki and the
for
Smolder
top.
to spit out damage, to engulf their opponents, but BLG have been so good at stepping back, and once again, Beishuan is looking for that flank position. The Cloud Drake begun by Top Esports. Beishuan looks for the Cyclone. It's a category 5, and he's knocked into the wall. The Drake secured Soul, but Top Esports, they begin to retreat. Mom comes down, Cream finds one. Beishuan going out, and Elk has been slain. It's hunting season for Cream. He finds 2. Jackie adds another. Top Esports find the
is
fight,
eliminated from
and then a
Worlds.
march down the
They
bot
don't even
lane.
make it to
Beishuan looked for
quarterfinals.
the engage, but Kanavi instantly
That's
denies
freaking
it,
insane.
stuns him
They
into
were
the
in
wall,
finals, by the
and
way, last
seals
year.
their fate. Top have done it.
Top won't go through the bottom lane.
Not
They'll
them
go
putting up
through
536
the LPL
international
champions.
kills and he
They'll
loses
go
the game.
through to the quarterfinals.
Not Ben went 11 and 5 and lost.
Top by
Oh,
nature.
I'm so sad for
in the
Knight,
battle
honestly.
of the LPL. TES
I feel like Knight and Elk played out of their freaking mind. And so did Ben, honestly, this game.
What a battle. To me, that's the best game of Worlds thus far.
That was so fun.
That was a good
Such
game.
an incredibly back and
was a good
forth
game.
game between these two teams.
That's crazy.
TES with a
BLG gets
very
eliminated.
difficult to execute
Number
on
1 seed, by the
composition
way.
here, really making it work in the key moments.
Number 1 seed, by the way.
Lightning fast reactions there
They're
from
both from
Kanavi
China.
to seal the game.
Because that Cyclone, if that's on that your backline for long enough for a counter-strike, a quickness to follow up, you are just all done for. Perfection from Kanavi in the end. Top Esports, the ones that will go through to our final 8 for BLG.
job,
A
Jackie Love.
disappointing Worlds, you have to say. We're going to hand it over to the analyst
We
desk
love you,
to break
Knight.
down that series.
We love you.
Breakdown what? I freaking love League of Legends, man. That was the most skill we had in a game at Worlds. LPL versus LPL, that is all I expected here from a matchup like this, guys.
Yeah, we got to see BLG Soul Laners take over game 1. We got to see this series, Top Esports play a lot more controlled, and then we just got to see 2 teams bash each other's heads in for game 3 as BLG take their final bout. I'm so sad that we have to lose one of these 2 teams, right? Because I think neither
feel like
team
the
had
Worlds
the
brackets
performances
were
they
the
would
most,
have
like-
wanted in
like, the
this
draws
stage.
were the
These
saddest
2 teams
this
have
year.
such talented players on them, and for BLG,
They
last
did
year
play
they were
well.
at Worlds
They
Finals,
did.
right? And for all of the rough times that they had this year, it's really, really sad to see them not go back to the bracket stage to try to kind of defend that position.
It's a situation where BLG didn't really show their final form up until this point. And my goodness, what a performance it was, because in that game 3, even when their backs are pushed to those Nexus towers, they still find those incredible fights. I mean, Bin on the Jax really showed up today, but again, it also just shows the resilience of Top Esports, the caliber of these players. 369 bringing out his signature Mordekaiser, basically making it impossible for Beishuan to ever work with Bin to get onto the back line, but these fights were so neck and neck. God, watching Elk in these fights, Jackie loves positioning. Like, We know that the LPL is known for their team fights, but this was just a beautiful demonstration of what this region has to offer.
I'm so glad you called out so many of the champion choices too, right? Because when their backs up are against the wall, LPL teams will always default for comfort, right? That's how we got the Bin Jacks. That's why we get the Mordekaiser from 369. Like, even if it doesn't make sense to our viewers at home who haven't been watching LPL, it definitely makes sense to them in terms of comfort. You could see it in these team fights from both of these top laners, right? And then, I mean, shout out to Cream. I know he's had a rough tournament. I know he had some mispositioning errors in this game, even on the Smolder. However, hopefully people believe me when I say this is someone who has been able to contest Knight this year. Like, he has improved so much as we see that damage coming out of the Smolder in this game.
Insane.
And so I really hope that he can kind of brush off the nerves now and have a better performance going forward.
And this is a huge opportunity for top esports to finally change the narrative.
like
They
seeing
finally
Knight on
returned
burst
to the
mages.
quarterfinals. We heard the elation of the fans in the arena to see Jackie Love back at another quarterfinals. It's going to be an exciting one, and if they play like they did today, they are a scary opponent to go up against.
Vintage Jackie Love has entered Worlds 2025, but it doesn't stop here. It was absolute cinema in this best of 3 series, and we have one last team yet to qualify to quarterfinals. It is going to be Movistar Koi going against the world
Yeah, literally the series I've been waiting for. And I don't even want to stay up. literally about to fall asleep. Let's get pumped. Maybe T1 is gonna show me the best draft I've ever seen in my life, and lock in Jinx, and then I'll be wide awake. Maybe that's what's gonna happen. Can you make matcha? I could, but then I won't be able to sleep after the games actually end. And then I'll really be messed up.
It's Europe's rising star versus the reigning dynasty in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Spain's MKOI, the #2 seed from Europe, face T1, the greatest team in league history, with everything on the line.
Facts. Greatest team in league history, by the way.
In just 16 minutes and 47 seconds, T1 crushed Mad Lions at MSI 2023. Now Aljoya returns stronger as the rebranded MKOI charge toward their first Worlds quarterfinal since 2021. As for T1, the defending world champions haven't finished below semifinals since 2020. They may not look dominant this year, but history says never underestimate T1.
Okay.
Will MKOI's tenacious hunger rewrite history? Or will T1's legacy burn through once again?
Always.
Once more into the fray at the Swiss stage of Worlds 2025, and what better team to close us out than T1 as they take on Movistar.
Over here waving.
It's true what they said in the video, you can never count them out, but can we count these boys in? I think it's going to be a hard battle for them, and they are trying to very much conquer their demons, make it to that next stage at internationals. You heard it there. 2021 for Aljoya, that breakout year for him, but since then, no longer able to make it to quarters.
Is no longer
I don't know how hard or difficult it's going to be today, but I wager, Maurits, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry, AFC.
Yeah.
I didn't want to break the news to you, but I think we can all be honest about it. I know when it comes to T1, the plot armor is just insane. This team always clutches up, particularly at Worlds. So as we take a look at MKOI, obviously I think have been a really interesting org to me in that they've both been fairly consistent in being able to make it to internationals while simultaneously struggling to really make a mark.
Do you mean MKOI's been consistent or Mad Lions and getting 17th, 18th?
2022,
what are you saying?
But they made it.
They were
but they're there.
17th.
They're there once again. We know it's going to be an uphill battle, but I do want to give them the time of day, Emily, in terms of their story, because I want to remind people of spring in the LEC. It was a similar situation to today where nobody believed that they could take the title. Nobody believed that they could take the games and that they had grown enough to show that promise. Well, I think here it is a story of can you do that again and overcome that even if you want to take down the world champions.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for watching MKOI this year for me is you see they have the absolute ability to kind of punch up and do super,
when I tell
well,
you
like
literally,
you said,
I mean
opponents.
literally.
You wouldn't necessarily pick them in those matches. However, we've also seen them fumble a bit at this tournament against opponents that aren't nearly as strong as T1.
They had the reverse sweep versus Team Secret Wales, but it left a lot to be desired. They're up versus T1 Maurits, and now I gotta say, do you agree they've gotten a fraud draw, and why are they in this position?
Okay, that is a loaded question that I will not answer as such. Leading question and loaded question. What I do want to highlight is that for T1, it feels like a retread of the last 2 years. And I keep bringing this up because I think there's a lot of people that will only tune in for Worlds and they'd be like, I've seen T1 win the last 2 times. Why do I keep being told? It's because it's important to know this team, even though they're the 4th seed, brought Gen G to 5 in the LCK playoffs. And I think we're seeing some underperformances compared to domestic performance, which I don't know if they're going to be an issue for MKOI, but if you're a T1 fan, you want to see them fix those today because it is an important tempo in going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing for T1 as well, right? Coming out of that 100 Thieves lineup, or 100 Thieves match yesterday, I think they would have wanted to look a little bit stronger in that match.
And something that I want to talk about is Keria, because Keria, to me, when he's good, and we saw that for multiple glimpses throughout this year, obviously many times in the last year,
baby girl.
He's the most impactful support in the world. It's really hard to put into words how much this guy does for T1.
Like,
and I just
how
don't
can
think
one
that thus far
person
we've
be
really
so
seen
baby
that level of
girl?
impact from this player at Worlds.
I'd make a case he can be the best player in the world. I think you can break it outside of that support role, and if he is not playing up to his usual level, of course that's going to have a great add-on effect onto this team. Is that where you nail it down also, Emily, the support role?
I
or
love
is it
Keria,
because the whole
but
team isn't working as such that then, of course, support also suffered?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, I don't think Keria's had the performance he would have wanted. I also think a lot of it is a team issue. I think someone you want to be looking for to kind of start having a he has such a rock-solid mental, I think, in a lot of these cases, is Gumayushi. I thought he had a really strong performance yesterday, even with Keria sometimes being a little bit behind the rest of the team on some of these engages.
Energy,
and this
I'm
is
anxious.
a huge meta for AD
I
carries,
barely
right? They
have
play such
energy.
an important damage role in so
Them
many
coming on screen gave me like a little boost.
And we saw him
but I'm sure
up
once
in
they
so
pick
many
Wukong,
team fights yesterday.
J4,
He's always incredibly consistent, and he steals all the objectives.
Exactly.
Corky,
he can also be a
Zaya,
jungler.
Yeah, and that's
Leona,
actually the biggest
Rakan,
criticism we had of Owner yesterday was that he got a little bit too used to having a third smite. But for me, Guma and Owner both. I know that Owner's smite yesterday weren't necessarily the best, but for me, the team fight setup is coming from him. The knocking down is coming from Guma. And we still have some of the clutch moments for Faker. We still have some glimpses of domestic Doran, but I think that T1 is going to be looking today to see everything kind of come together. And again, we go back to 2023. There were also questions going in, and they had a nice walk. They all came together, and the rest is history.
It's true, it's true. I do want to bring up some, not counterpoints, because that sounds like I think MKOI is going to like 2-0 T1 or anything like that. But I think when it comes to talking about Guma and his consistency, for me, Supa is a really, really big question mark. I think he had one of the worst series he's ever played versus Team Secret Wales, and that's not the Supa that I know and have come to love in the LEC. And whenever we've counted him out, he's had better performances, and I know he's going to want it today. Alvaro, on the other hand, is someone who I've always found incredibly consistent for the side of Movistar KOI. And I think, Emily, even in those runs that weren't that good at Worlds last year, he was always the shining light. But is it all going to be enough is, of course, the question.
I mean, I think that I'm glad you brought up support, because I think support jungle is actually still massive right now in the meta, right? And I think when I think of this Movistar KOI team playing at their best, it is, sorry, I'm going to pronounce that.
No, it's cool. They're movie stars.
It is from Elyoya, who's kind of the heart of this team. He's been with this org for so long. And then Alvaro, who's been consistently stellar across their entire run. So, I mean, I think the two of them working together, running the map, would be KOI's best chance to take this.
Elyoya still chasing that 1647 redemption. He wants it erased from his records, but let's see how the fans have voted at home. You can vote every single day at MasterCard GT on X. Well, not when we take a break, but you know, whenever there's matches. And they are calling the match for T1 with 73.8% of the votes.
That's not that many.
What?
For T1 standards, that's low.
Yeah, again,
we're looking at 80s.
Yeah, whenever
normally.
I see T1, I'm usually expecting 80%.
Yeah,
so.
MKOI is just that good. It's
well, that's how you know that T1, you know, they've been a little bit shaky. And I can't wait to eat my words, you know, because we've done that the last 2 years when it comes to T1.
Absolutely. I think nobody will blame us for saying that, because it's just happened 2 years in a row, and you know they have their eyes on the prize. They don't usually get knocked out at this stage. In fact, they never do. So could a bunch of upstarts from the LEC help them or kick their chances away?
No.
I don't know, but I'm going to give my full support to Movistar KOI as they go up against T1. Come on, give us a show, boys.
And I think that's all we really want. Classic
I
bias
cheer-
shots. Wants to show from the
I
boys.
cheer for
This death,
JoJo.
though, there's going to be no bias, even though it's two LEC
Go
captures.
JoJo.
Dragos and Dagda.
Wait, what?
Oh, did you not get that? You not get the
didn't
memo?
get the email. I didn't
Oh,
get the
okay. All right. That's my bad. We show a normal, neutral amount of love to both sides. But I love everything that Des was talking about. Jungle support matchup going to be hype. Of course, for one of these teams, it'll be the last time we see them on the international stage thus far. T1, 3 LCK teams have already made it through.
Y'all see how they,
But one
they get the
LCK team
screens,
is
they get the
built
crowd
a little bit
going.
different,
Hey,
right? That is
babe.
T1, and it never is going to feel like a
Good
top 8
luck,
world if
babe.
they
You
don't
got
make it. And
this.
McCoy could be the team to cut this run short. They would be
We
the
love
number
you,
one most
fakey
beloved team in the LPL if they did
wakey.
manage to make that happen, I'd imagine.
It's also because we've just seen BLG get
We love
eliminated.
you,
If T1 are now
fakey.
eliminated alongside it, that's both of our finalists from last year is taken out of the equation. And for Movistar Koi to be the team to do it would be absolutely incredible. But I think a lot of people expecting T1 to be able to take this. They have been exceptionally strong over the course of the year. At some points, even the strongest team in the LCK. So it's going to be hard for Movistar Koi to take them
Did
down.
someone just
Uphill battle,
yell?
to be certain. The MasterCard fan vote, you know, they were surprised it wasn't 80%. I will say
can't
T1
read
still
the rest
expected to be
of
the
that.
heavy favorites. Again, for both of these teams,
Someone just
they
yelled.
haven't had the most awe-inspiring run thus far, right? Neither one of these teams has beaten an LCK
can't
or
see it.
LPL team in Swiss. But of course, T1 did start the tournament by beating IG. So a little bit of a different story, a little bit of a different tale.
Good
We'll
luck,
need to see what both these
babe.
teams
You got this.
you know, true
Lock
level really
in.
is at, because there have been shaky performances. We heard about Supa, T1 obviously. While they clearly dismantled 100 Thieves, there were still a lot of kills given up. There were still a lot of moments where it really did feel like the Thieves might be able to take a win.
And a lot of that was coming down to good picks coming through from 100 Thieves, where they were able to catch T1 out in rotations, but T1 were able to fall back towards what has been exceptionally strong for them for years and years and years.
Have
their team fight
fun.
had objectives. Finding those moments where they're able to pop off and
Good
have
luck,
their
JoJo.
carries take
I am
shape.
rooting
So
for you,
I think
fam.
that's basically what T1
Good
are
luck,
really trying to look to
babe.
do here. Whereas
Take
for
they
Movistar
sheets.
Koi, I think it is a huge amount on Elyoya and Alvaro to try and play through this early game, find some early leads, ban the Bard, try and find out if you can take it to T1 through that strong early game.
I like starting with Ban the Bard.
Yeah.
You know, it really is one step at a time, baby steps, explosive early game, and of course, for the EU fans out there, they're still carrying the trauma.
How
Shox brought
do
it up
you have
before,
a
but
light
look,
up
we look back to the
sign?
1647 era. That Mad Lions roster was ahead, Rob. We talked about this.
Yeah.
They were getting kills in every single early game.
They
Fun
got
fact,
first blood every
yeah.
game.
If you watch just the first
I
5 to
love
10
how
minutes of all of
Doran's
the games from the
headset always looks
1647
like he's
series,
got
you would
bare
really think
ears
that
on.
T1 were losing.
Except for game 3.
Game
with the
3, game 3, yeah.
1647 game,
Yeah, there
was
might have
like,
been a little bit of mental boom after game
I just
2.
love how much screen time my man is
But
getting.
again, it's not enough, right? And we have seen
Like,
for
it's just
MCoy,
so
that was the
deserved.
story in their first series against KT. They got those early leads. They
just so
could not
deserved.
close it out. They could not bring it home. And even against Team Secret Wales, we saw some of that same shakiness. So hoping for that level up in performance to give us the compelling series. 7 out of 8 teams locked in for the bracket stage. 1 more to follow. Expectation is it'll be T1. But again, never say never when it comes to the world stage and upsets.
Yeah, I am curious what the game plan is here for Movistar Koi, because even when they were in LEC, one of the things we always talked about was their preparation. Now, obviously, much shorter timeline to try and get that preparation done, but still, this is a squad that tends to kind of download their opponents
I wonder
and then
why
figure out,
Billy
okay,
usually has
we're going to try and
some
pay
like
for
random
side lanes,
keys
picks,
at
team fights,
white.
whatever it might be. And I think in this sort of instance, when you looked at what 100 Thieves were pulling off yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for this kind of 1-3-1 style with the things like the Talia, the Galio,
wow.
Rise, try and find those
We
picks.
was out
and
here kissing on
find those
KO.
ways
Goddamn.
to get the game in their favor off of those picks, because I think if you allow T1 to just kind of slow the game down and play for team fights,
Okay,
I think that's where the
PDA.
individual
They just out here
performers
kissing
on
on
T1
KO,
will
I
shine,
guess.
and I don't know if Movistar Koi can keep pace.
Good question. We'll be able to identify pretty quickly as we enter the mid-game in this game one. Of course, for now, though, we're headed to the Champions Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Bard already banned away. Check. One thing off the to-do list on how to beat T1. Of course, there's about 50 to 60 other steps in the process, but that's one.
Yeah, step 2 and 3 is what's happening with Orianna and Azir, because Trundle now going to be banned away, leaving both Ori and Azir here. So I personally, if I'm looking at T1, don't give across the Azir. I think that has been exceptional for Faker for an extremely long time, although Orianna has been the stronger performer at this tournament.
The problem is whenever you say the name Faker and you say exceptional performer for a long time, you just could start listing
a lot of champions.
A healthy portion of the entire
Jojo
League of
said,
Legends
let me
roster.
kick this
We were
off
watching
by
video
being
this
the
again. It was
biggest
Cassante mid
fanboy
last
that
year.
there
Nautilus
is.
mid lane. It's gotten weird over the years, but this could be a more conventional mid lane matchup. They opted for the Orianna. Now, I think it is important to call out where there have been some struggles in inconsistency. Jojo has looked pretty solid, and Orianna remains that super high priority pick for a good reason. So see what they can do with this. Is an immediate Cassante picked up, not afraid to blind pick versus Mirwin, even with the luxury of red side counter pick.
Yeah, it's also been a champion Mirwin has, honestly, I think been one of his best champions, so not
Okay, the
surprised to take it
Faker
away.
Classic.
The Azir is going to be picked up next. I do think, though, because you've still got options here for, like, the Wukong for Elyoya, which has also been a very strong pick from.
Come on,
the
babe,
Orianna
show him
Wukong
how to
strong
really
combo.
play
I think
Azir.
MKOI still are going to be relatively happy with the way this
Show
draft
them
is
how
going
it's
so
really
far.
done.
But again, for T1, I mean, it's what you want, your bread and butter. It's Faker on Azir, strong front line. You're going to be able to get something like a Varus or something along these lines for Guma in that bottom side of the map if you'd really like to. Even the Xayah, and you're going to be fairly happy with the way things are going.
That you are. Really taking their time. They are going to opt to lock in the Xin instead, so potentially indicating a more aggressive plan in the early game. Obviously, we've
Master
seen Wukong
Yi
kind of,
hover?
I would say, be the pick of the tournament. It had meta prio a lot
Is that
in all the regional
Fiddlesticks?
playoffs, but I feel like in this tournament especially,
Oh
it's
my
looked
gosh.
super dominant. Now paired alongside the Corki, so MKOI, a lot of early to mid-game power here across these last two picks.
And that's kind of what we were talking about, is that I think MKOI is saying, look, if
T1,
we don't win
you know what
early
to
and win
do.
hard, we don't really have a chance here. So going for a very strong early game in the Zin's out, you don't have to wait for that
You can
level 6 on the
jinx,
Wukong.
Guma.
Try and find these early skirmishes with the strong power lane that you have in the Corki. But it was going to be answered by the Bars. You kind of expected this, just a very strong lane and something that Guma Yushi is exceptionally strong on. So I think for
Did we
MKOI,
not
it's going to
literally
be
just
all
watch this
focused on this
game?
early stage.
Where, however, are the bans going to be focused? Obviously, a bit of a mismatch. MKOI can shape the jungle matchup. But
We
support's
literally
gonna
just
be,
watched this game.
especially important here, as T1 will have the luxury of counterpick, and giving being in a position where carry gets a counterpick support is always a terrifying prospect. We might not be in, you know, Caitlyn's support era, but it still haunts me at the very least.
Yeah, I'm also curious if we end up falling back to like things like the Gwen in that top side, like especially when you have the Xin Zhao there, you got the MC Hammer comp that can't touch this with both of those, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan, because it does give you a very strong front line and something that is very good at
What a legacy
synergizing with
MC
these
Hammer
engage
has
tools
that
from Alvaro, which
he
has
was
been his
just
best
used in a League of
style of champion.
Legends
We'll have to
reference.
see what the game plan is, because you haven't seen much Gwen at this tournament, so it may just be an Ornn ban instead for T1 to try and take away some of that tank v tank matchup in the top side.
Is that option going to be for now? Is the Rumble instead, so limiting that long range. Of course, you do have the Varus.
I
who's
thought
a
that
mobile
was somebody's
carry, and
poster.
the
I was
slow,
like,
the
oh
damage from an
wow.
Equalizer can just make Guma's life pretty
Like, I
miserable,
get it,
whether
but
it's
I
on
also
hit
don't.
or poke Varus, although poke, I think, is the assumption at this stage. One final ban here for MKOI. This is a bit, it can be really tough here for MKOI, right? Because a range support really changes the nature of this draft dramatically for the side of T1. Swaps are always an option, so Braum is going to be the takeaway here. Makes sense when you have a Xin who's diving in. Probably means we're going to see at least probably just 2 more melee champions from the side of MKOI.
I thought they'd actually save the counter pick for Carrier, because that has kind of been where Carrier has been strongest, is when he's able to get some of his more
We need a jungler
for now, obviously with the Bard
T1,
banned and the Poppy gone,
and
maybe
we
just saying, hey
need
look,
a
Alistair, strongest into Nautilus,
support
into
and
Rel,
top
we're
laner
happy to
for
just take that
MKOI.
matchup in a basic sense and see what MKOI want to try and answer with.
Okay, MKOI.
I'm down for the
with our
Raka.
hearts, perhaps. Engage. Which, again, if you are a stranger to Alvaro at all, this is one of his best picks. Like many engaged players, and it's actually going to be the Mordekaiser coming in on the top side. So not just Bwipo anymore.
How did they
Anyone and
paint
everyone
that?
pulling out this pick and can disrupt a lot of what T1 want to do in these team fights. Clutch ult can make all the difference.
The Kiana
They're
would
so ugly for
surprise
that.
me
No, like
yeah, there you go. I was going to say, I don't think you've got the setup, and the way that your team fights want to play are fairly easy front to back, but Owner maybe feeling himself here today.
Confidence. Kiana going to be picked up here. Obviously,
I'm
can
glad
be
Owner
fantastic
gets to have a
engage
little
CC
bit of
or
fun.
follow up CC, but isn't always going to have the same reliable teamfight impact that a Jarvan will bring to the table. This champion used to feel like the LPL
Hi
special, but it
Faker,
has just been
pick
rising
win.
in
6
priority.
world champion.
We've seen Owner play
Be my
once
boyfriend.
before. Didn't end up winning on us. But we'll have to see.
He's
As you say,
spoken
it's been
for,
more of an
babes.
LPL pick than an LCK pick. And now, coming in against MKOI, if you can get this ball rolling, Qiyana is an exceptionally strong spot, but it's not exactly in a list of champions that I would expect to try and play for the early stages, right? Azir just wants to sit in the lane and scale up. Varus just looking to push waves consistently and kind of win out through that respect. Yep. So trying to find these moments to snowball this Qiyana may be a little bit tough.
Could be, but I think if you're a T1 fan, you're sitting there pretty comfortable. Because Faker, 139 wins, 61 losses on Azir. Most played champion by more than 80 games. So I think if there's anyone who, whatever happens in early game, could scale up and bring this home, that is the man that I'm looking at.
He does have a habit of it.
Yes. But that is, of course, the historical, the prestige, the pedigree of Faker. More recently, as the desk highlighted, Guma has been the guy to look at. We'll see. Poke Varus is one of those champions that, again, it all depends on if you can land the Qs. If you can get those early advantages, Guma has been able to connect them in just about every situation. See if he can do that once again. So get ready for the first game in this series. Again, the final team to move into the top 8 here at Worlds. Will it be MKOI? Will it be T1? T1 the favorites, but MKOI. They got a shot.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
In respect to the MKOI fans who have trekked here out to Beijing,
They
I just
needs to
heard
stop
one very
giving
guttural
Oriana
roar
to
of Vamos
other
Koi.
teams. They just can't pilot him like they do.
Sometimes it could make all the difference.
They
And
can't
for
keep
MKOI,
up.
they don't have to make that trek home after today. Opportunity here to try and take down T1, but Alvaro going to be spotted. Carry only has the head push, so significantly less worried about that. And no word placed yet, but Carrier, there goes. Pop over the wall, just try and spot out the early clear.
Mirwin and Doran, of course, get eyes on each other. Small health advantage for Mirwin in that trade, but it means we're not going to be seeing any kind of creative swap. It does make some decent sense. And already, we got aggressive trading early, which I love to see. That said, lethal tempo usually outmatches if you extend the trade long enough. So what initially looked pretty positive for Jojo, Faker, good awareness of the keystone there just to keep that trade going, and is still keeping that
It's almost like he names Oriana.
Both pots burned immediately by Jojo. So we're going to see if he can try and look for that early health trade, it looks like, as that pot ends up coming through. But either way, as you say, like, hardly trading in this mid lane, that kind of favors, honestly, the Xin Zhao more, who may be able to make a bit of a pressure play here towards the mid lane earlier than I was saying the Qiyana.
Y'all still
But I'm also
wild.
looking at that TP in the bottom lane. Varus, Gumayushi end up opting in towards an extra teleport for the squad. So we'll have to keep track of him, because at this point in the game, with Keria having that unsealed spellbook, that's potentially 4 TPs that T1 have to start moving around the map. And I think that's where we've seen MKOI struggle the most, is when they're trying to play on these 1-3-1 side lanes and getting caught out. If an extra teleport is there, can be a bit of a difficulty. Although, with the Oriana, less 1-3-1 for this style of comp.
Definitely. But getting caught out on side lanes, a common story for a lot of teams at this tournament, right? But that's pretty far away. Currently, still seeing some... Oh, okay. All right. Well...
Oof.
You know what I
feels
appreciate about this, even as a
freaking
key
bad.
pundit, is that at least you get your oopsies out in the early game. You know?
That feels
PvE
so
oopsies
bad.
instead of mid-lane gank oopsies,
Every
as we saw in
second
the
counts
previous
in
series.
jungle, man.
It is a bit of a
Every
philosophical
single
thing that I
last
have,
one.
which is, you know, you get the bad
And they're
karma out of the
clearing
way
to
at the
the
start of
same
the day.
side.
And then the rest of the day has to go well, because you've used up all the bad stuff at the start. So that's basically what Ayoya, I feel like, is employing here. Just a little whoopsie.
Oh, it's intentional.
Get it out of the way, and then it all goes good from here.
Yeah. Okay, I feel you. We'll now go for an invade. We'll see how this one works out. Pretty difficult for him to threaten Owner, but can just go for a steal here. Goes over, never mind, he's waiting over the wall. Observer's highlighting it beautifully, Owner. Likely gonna have to flash here. Lockham's there, might not get the chance. Doesn't even try to get over the big wall. MKOI with first blood.
It's the good karma. Draco's coming back for
What
Ayoya.
an
Managing to
invade.
pick up the first blood here off a really nice invade timer. Even the fact he moved Alvaro over
Even
was
with
just
the
perfect.
fact that he
Moving
was
over,
behind
Owner ended
off
up
of his
using that
scale.
invisibility at the start, which meant he didn't have any left. And then Alvaro able to move in here to help out Ayoya. And this is what we're talking about. That jungle support
Owner
synergy
still
is
got the camp,
so
though.
high for this team.
Yeah, 100%, and really well played by the team overall. So unfortunate for Owner. He has the
I
grass blade,
wonder
which
if
means that once he sees in, he should be able to go
MKOI
invisible,
knew that they were
reset
gonna
with the Terra
invade
shape,
at the
get the
beginning of
grass
the game.
again, and just be out there, right? Be stealthy. But because he uses both charges,
Get a
because he
little
uses everything on that
tease
golem, he's got nothing left to survive. And that's the bot lane prio paying off. Of course, for now, T1 have an advantage of their own, and JoJo's pretty far up. Waterblade ready to go for Owner. JoJo continuing to step into Faker, but he just does not have any health. Phase rush, he's going to get him out for an extra second, but Owner
Jeez.
just finishes the kill off effortlessly. Is forced to use the
Owner,
flash,
let him
but
breathe,
nice fire
babe.
back.
Jojo took a while to spot Owner coming in towards that mid lane. Ended up sticking around that little bit too long. T1 make the play, and that's exactly what you need. We were talking about Owner wanting to try and snowball, step behind, but now answers back with a kill and helps even up or at least control this lane state for Faker in the mid lane.
Yeah, credit to Faker playing so aggressive to get that health bar relatively low. You highlighted it earlier on. Of course, since you highlighted, they had already TP'd back, there had been more, but clearly Faker and Jojo willing to fist fight for lane control
skin?
here.
I
Also,
hope
the Dark
he
Seal
is.
already picked up for Faker means that he does end up with a stack on that as well as trying to trade hyper aggressively here. So the more kills that can go towards that mid lane, the better for the T1 mid.
Carrier, decent bit of damage. Powered auto going to connect. Ospawn back, but Guma crucially hitting the arrow, proccing those blight stacks as he has already moved in, and it looks like taking the Raptors. So a lot of little trades across the map. Of course, ultimately, it's still an overall gold lead to the side of T1. So what felt like a nice, promising early kill has been really well answered as this entire wave
is indeed.
the Rakan can get the money, but that
doesn't feel as good.
That doesn't. It actually feels pretty terrible. It's pretty bad. If you cancel some resets here, might be okay.
It doesn't matter too much because that extra TP on Guma Yushi, so it means that he should be able to still come back in as he likes into this bottom side of the map. It also meant that if they tried to go for any sort of swap there with Supa, would have been able to be matched as well as Doran.
Level 6, immediately going to go all in on Mirren. Mirren flashing away. Doran can flash follow, but after he doesn't connect on the all-out Pathmaker, just decides not to pursue any further.
Yeah, Mirren flashed over to hit level 6 as well, so ends up getting that ultimate available, which means he may be chasing Doran as that ultimate wears out.
Dream.
Mirren having him burn his flash in these early stages, and the individual laning phases, small wins for T1.
Going in, immediate knock-up, it's not going to stop the pushback from the Emperor's Divide. Jojo Pune running, but Owner happy to grab another carry on the way as well.
On
Instead of going to turn his
Kiana.
attention to the wave, Elioya finally here, but it's just too late. The lanes for MKOI getting picked off so quickly as Carrier even now tries to deny little bits of farm.
Great timing there from T1. You can see MKOI were aware of the level 6 and the flashless Orianna being a problem, but instead of Alvaro being able to cover, T1 just send more members mid and end up with another kill now towards this Kiana.
And again, this is the first pick Orianna. This is the matchup that MKOI opted into, and this is Jojo, who I believe has been the most consistent player for this team up until this series, where he is being targeted and really taken out of the equation. Credit to Faker. This man is constantly using the E, the shifting sands to get in, keep that man low. And Jojo just had no room to play, while T1 already starting up that first Drake.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy to do so.
This is probably a matchup that
Doran
Faker knows
burning that
so
flash
well.
to the top side. You have Guma Yushi and Carrier
Y'all
winning
know
out on
when you
bottom
play
lane
against your
thanks to
main
their
champ,
aggression as well. And you can see that
and
CS
you know
lead
exactly
opening.
how
And
somebody
now
wants
huge
to
wins
play.
in the mid jungle. MKOI, we're hoping to fight early, but it just feels like it's already starting to slip through their fingers.
Definitely does. Faker comfortable in the mid lane. Gold leads everywhere except for Alvaro, who of course has the extra assist and picked up a couple extra minions after that last bot wave was pushed in.
Owner.
Getting cheeky here, getting aggressive. Owner does just take over to level 6, but has the mobility just
Off,
to make it out.
Owner.
Oh yeah, it looks like he will be able to take away the red buff, but Guma is there to contest, has used the ulti. TP now on the way in. That's Carrier looking to arrive to the party. Slow, steady retreat here as Elioya gets lower and lower. Super there to cover as well. I think they would have liked to force out the Crescent Guard from Elioya. Debating if they can turn this back onto Guma. Guma quick flash to safety. MKOI nice patience, knowing they have the control ward there to cover them.
Also, denying Guma Yushi from getting to the wave does end up moving across eventually, but meaning that they had to invest this time, invest the time in getting that play in the Tri-Brush and don't get access to the wave on top side. So at the moment, MKOI at least finding these little windows that they are trying to pressure on, and it does give them early access to Void Grubs. And I don't think you can really contest this as Owner. May just try and sneak one with the Smite.
Level 4 for Alvaro. Throws the Gleaming Quill, so has been spotted. Owner not concerned whatsoever, knowing that Elioya is on the grubs. I think MKOI should just be happy getting 2. That is a smite from Elioya. No real reason to fistfight here. You don't have control in the mid lane. Jojo going to move up because it's an even wave. Elioya continuing to step up. It's only Carry at level 5. When
I
it comes
think they're
lightning,
gonna
Guma
fight
marked.
though.
Won't be charging in.
They
Owner
want
just
the
wants to take this
third.
one. He has smite. Should be no way they can stop him, but Owner doesn't want to risk going down for it. So 3
Wow.
grubs. Well played from MKOI.
That
I think
was
Owner
aggressive.
miscalculated on
Very
the
good on
Smite and how
them.
much damage he could do. Couldn't quite get that button down and ends up popping out. So MKOI, nice little advantage for themselves and even denying Guma Yushi this reset.
Pretty big as Guma doesn't have access to that teleport. Did a really good job early at building lane advantages without using it, but now in this position is just going to have to go for a bit of an honest reset. Instead, he's going to opt to stay and push one more wave even into the cannon.
should be able to just push out the wave and then reset and match Supa back on towards his top side. He's not going to be too sad about any of it. But again, I think like a lot of back and forth here in the early stages. MKOI have been able to find some success in the early stages, but you can look down at the bottom of your screen and just see these small gold leads that are opening up for T1. And I think if they can continue to use this over towards things like the Dragon in 2.5 minutes and keep that pressure up, that's really where MKOI will start to struggle.
Yeah, and item completions are huge in League of Legends, right? So the goal really for Owner right now is the difference of having that Profane Hydra. Sundered Sky will be big for Elyoya, but doesn't have it yet. Now they're trying to make a play on Faker in the mid lane. He retreats back to the safety of the Control Ward, and Keria is here to cover. Level 6 before Alvaro, so no access to the quickness quite yet. Overall, gold has evened out. 3 grubs for the Drake, the biggest difference.
T1 also going to be able to move in onto this bottom side and set up a nice little bit of vision ahead of this Dragon. You can see both Owner and Keria moving in there. Faker's fine here. Still has flash, still has the ability to dash away into this bottom side river. So nice job by him kind of solo contesting this area.
And Owner is very scary right now, Rob.
Yep.
Level 7, double buffs. Ready to get in there with the first strike. For now, luckily, he's focused on PvE, but I get a little nervous every time he pokes his head out in the mid lane. Guma only level 7 to Mirwan's level 9. As long as he doesn't get clipped by anything, it should be okay. But Mirwan's flash is going to be up shortly. Could be a problem. Keria now ready to respond, ready to support if need be.
It is still a little difficult to make things happen on this bottom side because you can pop the ultis carry and get out of the Mordekaiser ult, but you still then kind of want that for if you're going to set up the tower dive.
Yeah.
So get it a little fishy, especially even if Mirwan just goes for the ult onto Gumayusi instead. So I think happy enough to just back away off of that one and just cover Gumayusi on the push. But again, like Guma, this long-range Varus is incredibly difficult to deal with, and he has been exceptional on this pick for such a long period of time across his career. And one of the things that he's become known for, I mean, even when you look back at stealing Barons at Worlds, so not exactly like he's off of any sort of comfort for himself.
No, definitely not, right? Those early item spikes for the lethality bars can be so cheap, as well as, speaking of, he has now finished the Sundered Sky. Can be a big tool for sustain, although generally Kiana can be one champion alongside a lethality bars who can burst through that Xin if he's not able to get that ultimate down and really deny a lot of that effective sustain. As TP coming in on the bottom side, Mirwan locking up Gumayusi, immediately taking him into the death realm, but he just quickly walks back, uses the power of the ult, the 1v1, the Q flash forward. Gumayusi may have overstayed as well. He's about to get taken out. Mirwan knows he has that one in the bag. Keria now running out to safety. Extra movement speed coming in. That's the power of the spellbook Ghost. T1 caught a bit asleep at the wheel. Risky proposition for Guma. Might have been a bit of a caster curse, honestly. Hyped him up just for him to get 1v1'd.
But he's not used to running TP, you know, so not exactly in the best of spots. Keria.
Now sprinting out. Flashing as well. Finally going to use the Unbreakable. This man is determined to live. Has a taxied off of Elyoya, but no one else is coming. They're going to use the Shockwave as well. Keria will eventually fall. Surely Keria will... Okay, Keria has fallen. All is okay. Sorry, the EU fan came out in me for a second there. I gotta put him down. Put him in the back of the box.
Look, I understand. You've been hurt before, but he is dead. The cat was in the ground, and it does mean Dragon will also go and follow. But you're giving that kill to Jojo Pion as well, helping to accelerate the Orianna. So overall, it's nice from MKOI, and a big punishment of Gumayushi's TP and the overextension to try and save him afterwards.
Definitely. And for a team with a lethality Varus and an Azir, you would have loved to be the person getting this second Drake when you've already gotten the first, to start stacking those Drakes to guarantee a fight where MKOI at some point are going to have to fight into you. Instead, unfortunately, a bit of a flub from the bot lane of T1. Mirwan looking to rinse and repeat here. Pullback does connect onto Guma. Do they want to keep the dive going? They don't even need to go that deep. Just obliterates him. Keria gonna get taken out. Well, they know he has no unbreakable will. MKOI grab another 2 in the mid lane.
Out of nowhere, MKOI starting to pick up a few of these kills. And it's off the back of the play earlier where the flash was burned on Keria and Mirwan just barely clipping Gumayusi after the flash with the claw.
And important to note there, observers highlighting well, a wave is the cost of that play, but perhaps that's why T1 felt comfortable, thought that MKOI were going to send someone up to catch the wave. Skipped the step, did not anticipate MKOI making fast plays, but we've seen over the course of the year, one of the things that MKOI loves to do, they're willing to take those riskier angles, and now it's starting to feel less and less risky, because the Swifties, Mordekaiser, it's scary. I'm just, you know, that is a hard man to stop from getting into your back line as Faker tries to make the difference himself. Does get the flash out of Jojo Pion. Jojo Pion keeping the extension going. Shockwave going to force the flash back from Faker. Carry and Owner there to cover, but neither side going to grab a kill. Just a flash and alt trade on both sides.
The thing is, though, it does make JoJo way more vulnerable in an upcoming fight, especially at the Rift Herald in 50 seconds. Having no flash gives Owner that target on his back. So I'm curious how MKOI want to try and keep JoJo safe. Is it forego this Rift Herald and try and keep their mid laner safe in a side lane, or are they just going to try and attack Owner very quickly as he enters River to try and deny him access to the Orion?
It's a good question. Doran and Mirwin continuing to trade blows on the top side, but it's Doran who's keeping the push up, so that will be a push advantage for the team. Supa can respond, can try to get mid control for himself, but lethality bars obviously one of the big strengths of the champion.
And
even when Corki has his Trinity Force spike, is that he can just clear those minion waves so effortlessly. So another
I'm not
wave,
going to
losing a couple
sleep.
of
I'm
creeps,
just
another bit of
pretending I'm
gold
on
chipped away
Summoner's
from
Rift.
MKOI here,
Not gonna
courtesy
lie.
of Doran on the top side. But
I'm
Jojo
still
Pune's been
awake.
assigned,
I'm listening.
and our eyes are now on the next objective.
I'm
5 seconds.
just trying to
Jojo Pune
envision
spots
what it
out
would be
Doran.
like
Alvaro waiting off the side,
to
but they
be
really
on
don't have the
Summoner's
damage to
Rift.
kill
Feel me?
Akana, Crooker, and Cassante. They will continue to tickle him, however.
He's going to be relatively fine for the moment. But I think with the way T1 have established themselves here, I don't think MKOI can really contest. There's a big wave that JoJo wants to get in top lane.
It's a risky bet. Top wave and mid wave essentially even. Mirwin going to push in on the
I was
bottom
just
side, though.
envisioning what it would be like,
Try to get
you
some
know?
plates, so MKOI recognize they're down a man. They don't want to commit the TP. Immediate exhaust on the carry. A 2-man knockup with the pulverize. Good damage. Down force using Unbreakable Will, but he's so low. Supa pushes for a bit more, and it's the big one to get it done. Redemption coming in the mid lane. It's going to heal up the minion as well. Keep the push onto this tower going. And Elyo wants Guma. MKOI are bloodthirsty and fearless in the mid lane. Faker trying to respond with a push in the meantime, but it's MKOI with a massive lead.
These mid lane collapses are working for MKOI. They're getting the kills, they're getting some waves, but again, they're dropping one wave on top on that tower to Faker in the top side of the map. But overall,
He's
like
only
mid
gonna
tower
get
for
stronger.
top tower, get the kills. They drop a wave in mid for T1 as well. MKOI are going to be happy with this.
In a good position. And again, the champions that they've drafted this in, the Corki, you can see how they give them early control of the lanes, but they're not getting completely outscaled here. And Carrier, it's been a bit of a rough one this game.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact that he didn't just use that ultimate early. Like, there is no objective that you really need that ultimate for. So just burn it, just say, okay, I'm going to be fine, I can escape away to the tower. But instead, he ends up going down, and then the Q3 being set up here by Elyoya to flash forward with the immediate lockup onto Gumayushi. The flashless Varus punished on the back end.
And again, the story for T1, even in some of these shakier games, has been Guma being the rock when Carrier fell a little bit short, but now they're both struggling in the context of this game. Keep an eye on the item completion, see when they can get a greater advantage, but can't afford to be complacent. MKOI clearly playing without fear here in this game 1.
Y'all, have we forgotten that T1 loves to drop the first game to absolutely dominate in the last 2 games of the best of 3? That is their signature, I must admit.
Above him. Do they want to push for the play here? Credit to MKOI. Might not know about Carrier, but have enough people here on the bottom side to make sure that Jojo Pune is not pushing out alone.
They have the vision in the top side jungle to spot out Owner, and he hasn't shown on any of the wards. So I think that's what MKOI have spotted, going, hang on, where is this Kiana? She has to be on the bottom side, but Jojo
finding out firsthand exactly where Carrier is. Lockdown coming in. Q-Flash goes in forward for Dorn. Pushback coming through on the Pathmaker. Pulls him out of the redemption.
Holy moly, Owner, chill,
Owner picks
bro.
up the kill. Killing spree for the Kiana.
That was
Owner
patience from Carrier. So long he waited in that bush. Knew that eventually Jojo would walk up and face check, and that's the dragon now for T1.
So important for T1. So much time invested on the bottom side, and they are able to grab the pick. TP coming in from Faker. Want to make sure that they have all members present.
How are you doing today? Are you enjoying Worlds?
Lingers a bit in the darkness.
Is your
Debates if
sleep
there's an
schedule
angle.
also
Thinks better of it as there's
in
a bit of
complete
prio in the mid
turmoil?
lane. Some minions denied
Yeah,
and
this
likely
is
the tier
Worlds
2 to fall.
2025, so
good
basically
use of that Trinity Force
each
power
region
spike.
sends
The
a couple
Spellblade
of
damage to the
teams to
towers
compete
can't
to
be
see
underestimated.
The 3
who's the
Void Growth
best.
as well, doing a lot of work for them in that one. So MKOI getting at least something back.
So right now we're watching
They want to
LCK
try and
versus
push in on
EU
Doran.
or
It denies him access to the top side of the
T1
map. More turrets
versus
for him.
MKOI.
1v1 on the bottom side. Mirwin starting to retreat. Owner debating if he can follow up. Obviously, Earthblade going to do a lot of damage when he gets the next reset on cooldowns. So Mirwin zoned away, but it's just a split map. MKOI getting a tower on the top side. T1 likely to finish off this tower in the bottom lane.
Sleep
Yeah, and
mode.
for T1, this is kind of what you want in a split map scenario, being able to match a lot of these plays and keep within touching distance on the goal. You do end up scaling exceptionally well with the Azir and this Varus as the game starts to go on, but I think for MKOI, the fact that so much of this gold is going into the hands of the Orianna, definitely they're going to be happy with as well. So it is going to be a case of how much can MKOI do now off of this 2-item spike that we're going to start to see come through, and see if they can just power through RT1.
And a huge opportunity for Supa to redeem himself, right, from the last performance that we saw. Has 2 items just waiting for that tier to fully stack. 103, 1K individual gold lead. We've seen from a lot of Corkies at this tournament what you can get done. We saw a bit of it in the mid lane when they took down Keria, but if they can keep that momentum going, make the most out of the early power of something like the Trinity Force, could put themselves in a very commanding position. But as EU casters, and if there's EU fans out there, you might be starting to sweat, and you might not remember why. But it's that little timer at the top of your screen that says 10 seconds counting down. That buff is called Otacon. And if you have ever watched an EU game ever in your life, you should be a little bit nervous about how this particular objective is going to unfold. We've seen great moments, but we've also seen a lot of throws. T1 staying composed, though. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
MKOI are looking like they want to try and hard force at this, though. All 5 members on the bottom side of the map and no TP among them. So T1, as long as they can play this slow, keep the waves pushed, they're going to get value from Doran in that top side.
Alvaro has to be careful, though. Does have the barrier to keep himself healthy, but a bit of CC paired with the sheer amount of damage Owner can bring to the table can just take him out. They don't have control of that tri-brush, crucially. MKOI slowly trying to work their way in. They have mid lane control. They're trying to get control of the bottom lane. Alvaro going to take about 50% of his HP.
They just trying to put on a
Does
show
have access to the
They're trying to make
redemption,
it
but instead is just
interesting.
going to opt to reset. Herald used in the bottom lane as Owner finds Supa. Face first, pushes him back to the wall, immediately CC'd. Flash forward with the shockwave. Excellent teamwork, but Owner's still going to be able to find his way out. Now Guma's moving in. Ulti is going to connect, but it's Elyoyo who body blocks. Elyoyo with the crescent guard, but the snipe from Guma! Dead center right between the eyes to find the double as MKOI are now on the retreat, and T1 take the fight in the river.
The MKOI carries tried to combo, but it's T1 who were able to find the fight that they want with the positioning and the snipe from Guma. They managed to get the Otacon off the back of it.
Mirman going to stop any charge from the Herald in the bottom lane, but the Herald for Otacon, a damn good deal for T1. Supa, powerful individually in terms of what he could do in a fight. What he did do in the end, nothing.
It was
Stunned,
7-3.
finds a
Now
bit of a
it's
lockup, isn't able to
7-5.
finish the kills, even if the shockwave combo looked good for a
All
moment.
it takes is a
Guma,
couple,
despite that
man.
deficit, Supa was 1,000 gold ahead at the start of this.
And that's the downside for MKOI fans. The fact that you couldn't quite pick off Owner despite the play here and the Valkyrie getting interrupted by this supreme display of talent means that when Doran jumps onto him here, he has 0 escapes left. Elyoyo jumps in front of the Chains of Corruption, but Guma knows exactly where he is. They finish him off. Elyoyo
The
is
fact
gone
that
too far
Owner
forward.
left and came back is
Ideally
crazy to
for
me.
MKOI, they play this slow. They keep T1 separated
No,
and they can
they
actually make
played
a play
it
in that
so
bot lane
slow.
turret. But just with the way things went, MKOI get caught and T1 find their moment to fight back.
That thin line between confidence and hubris. Right, the sweeper giving Owner just that half a second more of information than he needed to make the aggressive play. And Supa, if that bout gets him out, it's a very different situation. Because that CC connects, isn't able to use any of that power even now as he hits that 2-item threshold, the fully stacked tier. Giving him the upgrade, right as Guma's also going to get his, admittedly. But we take a look at the gold, it's Owner who just continues to pull ahead. Has opted for the Umbral Glaive. Going to deny more and more of this vision away from MKOI.
And it feels a little bit like that series yesterday from 100 Thieves where the picks and some of the kills were going in MKOI's favor, but when it came towards the objective setup
Yeah,
and how to play the map,
that's why I really want to
T1
power out
just ever
today,
so
is
slightly ahead
because
now. MKOI,
I know that I
they brute
get 2
forced their
days
way in
off
through the mid lane. Faker is separated.
from Worlds
Charm
and from
is there.
streaming.
Lock on Owner, but he goes invisible
So,
for a
like,
brief
I
moment.
can
Now he's
really
pulled into the death
power
realm up
through.
against Mir when
I can
Ulti is
do
really
this.
going to do nothing, but Owner's still able to retreat forward now. Alvaro taken down. Owner coming over the wall, going to pop out in a brief moment, wants to get the grass blade, doesn't have time. That's the shutdown, but it should be Supa uncontested. Instead it's Keria coming in with the pulverize, and now it's Elyoyo versus the world. He goes into the Faker, but there's too many
Nice
people.
ult, babe.
There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. Jojo wants to make the difference, but Guma grabs it. 3-man shockwave. He just doesn't have the damage yet. He doesn't have the items. Jojo keeps him low, but Doran wants to keep going. Q3 ready to pop.
Oh my gosh,
Pull through on the
Doran.
all-out. Looking for the Pathmaker to confirm.
Doran,
Tries to
let him
predict
breathe.
Jojo,
What
and it
the
just
heck?
doesn't work. Doran looks like he's about to fall. Nice sidestep on Guma's Q, but Doran just barely able to walk away.
It's the Canadian mid laner trying his best, but it's Faker who's better and snipes him out.
I don't even know if that was necessary. That was the insult after the injury, Rob. No man left
I
standing.
know I'm about
Alvaro
to
died
fall
at the start of the
asleep
fight.
and you trying
Respawn.
to keep
Faker's
me
still
up,
sticking
but
around like he
like,
might kill him again.
calm down.
And the fight
You ain't
here,
gotta do
everything
all
onto Owner to
that.
try and deny him.
You
but it's
ain't
Faker,
gotta do
who's
all
now
that.
shifted up from the top side, picks off Alvaro to start this off, and you can see MKoy. They're very scattered
My
on this. Super and Oyoy are so
gosh.
worried about Owner as he comes
You
out.
want me to watch
Jojo
this
has been
game
completely
so freaking
isolated. Now Alvaro is
bad?
in the same boat.
Alvaro caught, will just get taken out there.
Like,
Important to highlight
hey,
by Doran perfectly calculating
It's
the path
not
failure
that serious.
Kasante
I don't
W
have
to
to
catch
watch
Mirwin
every single
as the
game,
death realm
man.
faded, making sure that there was
Oh,
really nothing he could do.
gosh.
And I
Like, you ain't
swear
have
to
to
you, if
embarrass
you were
him
just
like
joining
that.
us, that 5 minutes ago, MKoy had a 1,000 gold lead. 5 minutes ago, they were just face-checking a brush at Otacon, and everything seemed fine and dandy, and now here we are, and I think this is what makes
You
T1
really want me to watch,
and teams at the top
man.
level in League of Legends so terrifying, as it is one fight, 2 fights that can shift an entire game in the blink of an eye.
And it really does come down to like their ability to set up well around objectives in the team fights. Like
Doran
looking
entered
at that
that,
Otacon,
right?
it
He
was
sure
okay.
did.
We can catch members of MKoy out where they shouldn't be. MKoy, Supa, and Jojo try to make that play. It doesn't work. And now, I mean, Jojo, to give him his due, is trying everything he can with the fancy footwork.
said,
but
"Watch me,
there's
babe.
just too many members of T1 standing
Watch
whenever
this,
he
babe."
gets that shockwave, and there's not enough damage with the
God.
build that he's gone at the moment.
Nope. And again, credit to T1, right? It didn't start great for Guma and Keria.
He just
But
loves
it
showing off.
transitioned nicely into this mid game. Guma connecting on all those piercing arrows. Keria with the taxi play to make sure the knockups are connecting.
To give them their due, Gumayushi did an exceptional job in lane of getting a lead with the punishment on towards
11
to Supa,
tiles
but it-
away from
as he says,
blackout.
it
You're
started
so
to move on
close,
into that early
Bestie.
to mid game. That's really
You're
where
so close.
Kerry in particular started to get caught out. You started to see MKoy finding picks onto Gumayushi off the back of that. But now T1, this is where they're dangerous as a unit, stepping forward, choking out MKoy's vision. And Faker, playmaker, hiding in the shadows.
2.5k, just about individual gold lead. Shadow Flame, the Verdant Barrier. 10 stacks, he hasn't even upgraded to the book yet, but honestly, he probably could. That is a terrifying Azir. MKoy, I think,
Look at
in a weird
him.
way, happy that he's in the side lane and
Look at him
not right up
go.
in their face. So now they have to try and hold on to this tier 2. The wave being ushered in, a bit of poke onto Doran, but they don't really have that much damage. No pen for Supa quite yet.
And now, as Gumayushi, you're delighted with life. Because the fact that you get to sit underneath these towers and just take pop shots at everyone on MKoy is so nice with 3 items completed. MKoy trying to check the Baron, see exactly what's happening, but that river is very dark and full of dangers.
And it is,
Uh-oh.
again, the Umbral Glaive for Owner. They've
I
already
love
seen
how
one blue
respectful
trinket
they are.
used.
Like, if something's dark and they don't know
More
if
on
somebody's
the side
there,
of MKoy to
they
try and
don't
spot out
face check
when
it.
the Baron
Like,
is going down, but they don't
I
really have
respect
someone on
that
the
so
side
much.
lane who can go toe-to-toe with
Because me
Faker. Doran
personally,
is a
I'm
tough threat
face
to deal
checking
with
every
as well, so
time
it's just so
as
difficult for
ADC.
MKoy to fight on even terms now. They had their chance in previous fight, but T1 with this kind of advantage just starting to smother them out of this game.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against this Kiana, it is very difficult to get control back in your own jungle. You step forward, you end up walking towards a wall, and suddenly a Supreme Display of Talent comes over, and you're not having a good time.
if we're playing regular 5x5 bingo, I'd have
So it's a
blackout.
mouthful.
Really?
You can say ultimate, I promise.
We are going to
I'm gonna say, oh, I'm
do
not saying
5x5 when we get to semifinals.
But sometimes if you yell it at the
I'll
top of your
reduce it
voice,
down
it really
because
does.
I do want to give
you're
away
right.
one
Like
of the
nice
boxes.
staccato gets the people fired up.
I don't think I had that in that sentence, though. Uh-oh.
Supa. Falk out. What is the talent, though?
No, literally. What's the worst that could happen?
Have you never listened to her
And
voice
then they
lines? She
take my
is very
cheeks.
pumped.
Yeah. Pumped up. Guma potentially caught out. Alvaro not able to hit the charm. Only connects on the Keria. Redemption going in. Q flash
Whoa.
from Mirwin. Redemption response from T1. This is a bit of an awkward start. Mirwin losing a ton of health. Pulls Keria into the death realm. And now it's Doran to the backside. 4 members strong from MKoy. Slowly working through the health bars, but
The
down
way
goes
he makes
Mirwin.
the
Doran only
fire
losing
go
about
crazy
60%
is crazy to
HP.
me.
Bit of an awkward exchange of cooldowns, and T1 come out on top.
Yeah, MKoy trying to go back to if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which is just collapse on mid and hope for the best. But T1 have seen through their plan and managed to pick off Mirwin before any real damage is done. And now they're over towards the Baron. But again, face checking is not fun.
No, it's not. Supa losing about 20% HP just for walking in. TP in for Doran, solo zoning Supa, gonna ult him back through the wall. It's gonna take all of MKoy to turn. Doran now trying to retreat back to the waiting arms of his team. In the meantime, the Baron has been taken out. Faker and Owner easily
So like,
two-manning it.
why
MKoy,
don't you
brief moment where they have
ult
control of
somebody
mid,
into
but
your team
really nothing else for
rather
them to
than
get.
you ulting
The T1 going to be
one
happy enough with
person
that.
into the
Doran
enemy
will give his
team?
life, but it's the Baron. And
You know?
now that the Baron is taken, it's very difficult for you to try and deny the siege from T1.
Why does he do
And this
that?
is part of the reason why we see Azir prioritized so heavily, right? Is he is a control mage who does it all. Other than Cassio, he's like the only mid laner who obliterates that objective. Any other mid laner, and you're not two-manning that objective while pressuring somewhere else at the same time. But T1, no strangers to rapid early Barons. It was a signature move from all those years ago.
Oh, it's strategic? Okay.
Only getting further and
I
further
believe
behind.
you, friend.
Yeah, for MKOI, I think you're hoping on a miracle shockwave. Jojo near Shadow Flame, but even then, oh, hang on, Alvaro
on the flank. Nice backstep from Faker. Able to get a bit of CC down. Shockwave going in, but it's really not doing the damage they need. That's the supreme display of talent. Said I'd say ultimate, but I didn't. I couldn't help myself. MKOI getting the objective bounty. In the meantime, looks like the tower did fall in the bottom lane. But they're just being zoned off, pushed away. May come down to the 50-50 steal if El Yo-Yo wants to poke his head in.
I think it's done for. This is what I was about to say, was the fact that you don't really have that damage on Jojo, and that Banshee's Veil on Faker just makes him so difficult to lock down.
I want to envision what it's like
So
to be on Summoner's Rift when Dragon Soul gets taken. Hold on, I'm gonna just close my eyes for a
and
minute
really deny the win condition from
and envision the
That
Rift
MasterCard priceless moment was essentially
when
just
Cloud
T1
Soul
denying
is
MKOI any
obtained.
potential moment they had. And mounting the comeback is now Owner sprinting through the jungle. Alvaro goes over the wall, but there's just members of T1 around every corner ready to lock him down. Super really does not do enough damage to Doran. He's able to zone him away. Hex flash over the wall. Alvaro locked up and interrupted. Owner trying to one-pop him, but Alvaro lives for an extra second. Nice shockwave, but really only connecting onto Keria. With that major cooldown down, it makes it so easy for Faker to step up, for Guma to step up. Big chunks coming through from the Varus Qs. The piercing arrows connecting. And T1, now that they have the Baron, now that they have access to the bottom lane, will they just go for the throat, or are they going to take their time? Doran unstoppable for a moment. The siege just continues from T1. No real way for
Close
MKOI to
my eyes
answer
for
for
5
now.
seconds and we're
Yeah, the
ending.
Gatling gun is a tickle for Doran. The shockwave is a cattle prod for Keria. There is no damage on MKOI's side, and T1 are just kicking down the front door. Reset's coming through now, and they want to keep up this pressure.
Remember
TP
when it was
back
7-3?
out onto the map on both top and bot, or top and mid, but is this something?
TP. Faker feels good because he has a death cap, and oh god, he wants to use it! Redemption going in! That looks completely insane, but my
Hey.
man, did he do the math?
I'm gonna
That was a
watch
display
your
of talent.
game.
That was some
Still.
damage from Faker on that play.
Gosh, he really
MKOI
showing
kicked to the curb
out,
after that.
man.
The brief moment where they thought they
I'm
might just be, oh, Faker's just
watching,
gonna kill everybody
okay?
by
You
himself.
don't have to like disrespect them like this.
We've learned that the best player of all times, most played champion, might be worth taking away. We might have learned it before, other teams might have learned it before, but MKOI relearning this particular lesson.
Very happy that Fearless exists in this series if you're MKOI, because you do not want to go up against that again. As T1 will siege down the Nexus turrets. The waves aren't here, but the poke can be.
Yep. Guma just continues to free fire. One wave coming in on the top side, likely the end here. MKOI, some good looks in that mid game, some good picks, some good angles on a T1's bottom line. As Alvaro gets things kicked off on the Faker. Nice initial bit of damage, but he comes out relatively unscathed. A lot of cooldowns missing. Redemption to get the health bars back up. Alvaro needs to backstep. Big damage. Doran going unstoppable for a moment. Q3 pulls him back through. El-Yo in the midst of everything, but Doran getting lower. The tower not quite enough. Supreme delay. The talent coming in. Owner still standing for an extra second. I think they've overstayed a bit, but it just doesn't matter because they're not hitting Faker. And he's got more than enough damage to finish the job. The super minions are here too. It is long, it is drawn out, it is only getting more difficult, but Doran remains standing, T1 remains standing. They've only lost Keria. The Nexus exposed.
The defender's advantage is not really looking like an advantage.
Finally gonna end the game, Rob. They took their sweet time. They wanted a couple extra kills. The icing on top of this game one cake. Faker looking for another, the double to finish it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
They didn't want to just beat MKOI there. They wanted to crush them. Finding those extra kills, making sure there was no man left standing. It was a close fought early game, but T1, they woke up.
Something, supreme display of talent. That's pretty much all we have to say here. T1, incredible stuff, Desk.
I'm not gonna lie though, y'all.
Well, I feel like I already knew that Faker was pretty good at Azir.
I don't
and then
think I can do another one.
Again, it's the long con. They play Orianna. They let him play Azir so that we don't get those two anymore in the comeback that's coming, right?
I mean, they are both off the board. You're right.
That
is fearless.
That is correct. Hey,
you're right.
Great game from T1, I want to say, after initially perhaps dropping a couple of kills too much, or too many, I should say, in the early to the very early mid game. But
Yeah.
you had that sinking feeling, didn't you, that it wasn't going to last?
I think everyone did,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But first, I do want to give some credit to MCOR here, because I think their early game plan was actually in line with what we've seen other teams use to beat T1.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, right, they wanted to go for that invade,
Yeah,
set
I think I'm
Owner
gonna call
behind,
it-
especially since he's on this Kiana, which is much more of a farming champion rather than, oh, I'm going to be interacting with my
There's
lane
probably
super early,
only
level
gonna
3,
be
level
one more
4,
game,
et cetera,
but
right?
I
So I liked that,
can't.
and we talked about setting up everything for this team. It's Alvaro and it's Elioya, and I think their early to mid
I will
game
see
really
y'all on
showcased that.
Wednesday.
They had a lot of
Can
really
I?
good setups.
It's
and really
only
good picks
one
together.
game.
I
It's
agree. I
only
think
one game.
Alvaro was kind of everywhere, it seemed like, that he
Y'all,
needed
this
to be,
is
and that created
hard. Tonight
advantages for
was
them. I think they were
hard,
very
y'all.
resolute on
How
the
are
picks
y'all
that they got
feeling?
on Guma
Are y'all
and the
tired?
push that they had mid. But the thing is, when you've crossed that line, then you got to think about anything else. What do you think broke the camel's back?
Oh, I don't know if we can really point to one
I'm
individual
losing
moment,
it,
but I
man.
think the larger theme for me, as is so often the case with T1, is that you don't get a lot of mistakes, right? We're talking about like Jojo getting ganked repeatedly in mid. That's one of those. We're talking about when he walked up early on. We're talking about the fact that even despite them
He'll
getting
be
those
sad
really big
if you
Guma and
end
Carry, who in the
now.
early game they
Oh,
really
it's 2
struggled in
p.m.
this
for you.
one.
Okay, that's valid. I
What
passed
did
out
it
for the whole
actually lead to?
BLG
Like,
top
were the
esports
leads
series.
substantial enough
No.
for
I
T1's team fighting
I wish
not to
I
come
could have
back? And the
taken a
answer
nap
is
during that
very
series.
obviously
Then I'd be
no.
like, okay.
This is at Otacon, I think, we're
Oh.
for.
Yeah, this is just before Otacon, where T1 kind of find a window to be able to kind of clean up, and then after this, they were pretty much in the driver's seat, right?
Like,
Because
my
as you alluded to,
vision
Chronicler,
is starting to
after a lot
get
of these
messed up.
fights,
Okay,
they were able
I'll
to
go to
actually
sleep.
pick up a lot of objectives.
I'll see y'all
And I will say I had a big rant
Wednesday.
about Movistar
I'll see y'all
Koi last time
Wednesday.
they played. I don't think that is apt in this case. I think
I'll
really saw a good
probably
early game out of them, and
Instagram
I can't really blame them
my,
for the
like,
mistakes that they made against a team
reaction
of the
to
caliber
the draft,
of T1, because they will
there
close
is
the
a
door
draft
a lot harder than
after,
anyone else, right, in their defense. However, if you're going to be thinking about winning the series, the thing is you can't make any single mistake.
There's a
And
draft
Maurits,
after
you
the
probably
series.
can't leave up
So we'll
the
be finding
Azir
out
for
who's
Faker.
going to be
Let's
playing
check
who
out
in
our HyperX
quarterfinals.
reflex replay where it was really the death warrant that was being signed
see
for
you
Movistar
guys
Koi in this game.
And this game was already kind
tomorrow,
of slowly
Wednesday.
starting to slip away from MCOI, right? We had the fight in the
K-Vac, thank you
jungle.
so much